Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
I don't want to work hard anymore, rich woman, where are you? Why don't you come to me? I want someone to live with sweet breasts, big waists, fine buttocks, and water, so non-sticky rich woman, ah 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 ah. With a scream, Zyman King suddenly woke up from her dream. The hand subconsciously touched between the legs and a sorrowful smile appeared on his face. The dragon still hasn't come back. My dragon, come back soon, tilde, I can't stand it alone, tilde, he, or she, sitting in the corner of the kitchen, sang sadly. It's like Stephen Joe who thought he lost his double-sword turkey and sang love and righteousness in Shaolin Temple. She wished that her dragon could be like the double-knife turkey. One day she suddenly came back and said to her, "Brother, I'm not dead, I just went for a circumcision operation and got a skin. However, the reality is cruel. Why is this so? Think about it carefully, everything is the same mouthful that year." He ate well at home and had nothing to do. He shouted, "I don't want to work hard anymore, where is the rich woman?" but inexplicably crossed it. He was quite happy at first because he was at the bottom of his life, his job was fired, he had no girlfriend at the age of 32, walked on the street and was hit by a BMW driver for no reason. I really don't want it at all. As a dead house who is addicted to the second dimension, he is not unfamiliar with crossing, on the contrary, he still yearns for it. However, he never thought that the cost of crossing was so great. Knowing that he would lose the dragon, he wouldn't want to cross it anymore. DeLong hasn't been there, it hasn't come in handy for more than 30 years anyway, and it hasn't really affected her life much. The more pitted ones are still behind. This body of her was indeed a rich woman when she just crossed it, the kind of wealth that could be compared to the enemy's country. When she finally accepted the reality and was about to let money corrupt her will, she suddenly realized that 100 years had passed. Others fused with a new body only need to say, "I will help you repay your hatred," but she slept for 100 years. In 100 years, everything is nonsense and all the silver bills in her coffin have become waste paper. Because the bank where she saved money had already closed down during a war. Do you still play with a snake? I crossed, and the result is still poor. The dragon is gone, blood loss. After woke up, she had nothing but to slowly integrate into society. Fortunately, with the help of noble people, she smoothly got rid of the black household and became an ordinary office worker. But that's all. She is now a teacher in a kindergarten and her monthly salary is so small, it is very difficult to barely keep food and clothing. She was looking for food in the kitchen just now, but she fell asleep accidentally, hungry. Oh yes, I forgot to say it. The present body of Zymen Ching is a zombie, immortal but hungry. She needs a blood-sucking bag in time, otherwise it is easy to be unable to control herself to asterisk the blood of a living person. Although modern society is on the technological side, there is a mysterious alliance that manages various supernatural beings in the dark. Demons and ghosts, Taoist wizards, superpowers, aliens. All kinds of mysterious beings gathered together to form an alliance. The main function of the mysterious alliance is to maintain the stability of the outer and inner layers of society and to ensure the normal life of each member. Is like Zymen Ching's blood bag, which was ordered from the Mystery Alliance. Otherwise, where does she come from to engage in this? Her current identity and occupation were also arranged through the Mysterious Alliance. While enjoying these benefits, no matter where you are, you must follow the rules of the Mysterious Alliance and you must not mess around. Once anyone uses their extraordinary power to disrupt modern society, the Mystery Alliance will immediately send a ruling team to obliterate it. It can be said that Zymen Ching is not a second-year young man who wants to conquer the world all day long. Her desire is world peace. How can she enjoy life if she fights all day long? So she is happy to abide by the rules of the Mystery Alliance. After all, they are helping with the identity and job hunting. Wouldn't it be a white-eyed wolf if she went to the house again? But now I really don't have any money, what should I do? Zymen Ching was very melancholy and the feeling of being hungry was really uncomfortable. I have to find a way to make money, but how to earn? Even if he hadn't been fired before crossing, his salary would be about the same as her now. At that time I didn't blood, so my life was still passable. I could still use the game to buy Krypton gold, and I could do it occasionally by buying peripherals. What about now? The blood pack is really expensive. It costs nearly 10,000 in a month, and if you pay the rent for the remaining money, there is really not much left. It's hopeless to make money in a serious way. You have to open up your mind. First of all, I have to figure out what advantages I have. Well, the biggest advantage at the moment is the beauty of this prosperous age. I can wear white stockings and then take photos and post them on the internet. After attracting some dead fat houses, I will wholesale some new ones. Selling silk stockings to them, the money from the dead house is very easy to make. As a former dead house, she also knows the ways in it. However, no, she directly denied the idea. What is the difference between this and rounded corners? I just starved to death and I won't go to please those fat houses. So what are the advantages? Is far beyond the physical fitness of ordinary people. What can this do? A zombie can't be an athlete, she is just a salted fish in the sun. Is it possible to rob with a mask? If it is discovered, it will be wanted by the Mystery Alliance. How can I go through it and I am still useless? Just when Zyman was at a loss, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the kitchen. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Zyman King screamed because someone stepped heavily on her foot and then slammed her face against her chest. Fortunately, this rich woman's body has enough cushioning tissue. At this time, she just feels a little tight in her chest and it doesn't hurt much. Ooh, puff ha! A delicate face separated from her chest, gasping for breath. Zyman Ching, you are looking for death. You actually attacked me here. I came to find something to eat just because I was hungry and I didn't plan to attack you. Zyman Ching expressed his innocence. Looking at this beautiful woman with messy hair and casual clothes like an otaku, to be honest, she still feels a little bit happy. After all, the girl's figure is still very good. This flutter, soft feeling makes Zyman Ching feel that the dragon is inflated. Although she does not have a big dragon. The name of the person in front of him is Song Yunwoo, the landlord of Zyman Ching. They are now living in a large multi-person shared villa. Although the villa is very luxurious, it is still a school district house close to the city center, but the landlord is willful and the rent is particularly cheap, only 2,000 per month including water and electricity. Yes, the girl throwing in her arms is also a rich woman, 22 years old this year, just graduated from university. After graduation, Song Yunwoo did not choose to inherit the family business but chose to pursue her dream. This dream chaser first asked for a villa from his family and then relied on rent collection to maintain his income while he stayed in his room all day to draw comics. Her dream is to become a big cartoonist. At this time, she probably rushed to the middle of the night and then came to the kitchen to get some food when she got hungry. When she saw the refrigerator opened by Zyman King, she immediately became angry. You stole my tomatoes again. They said that they can replace blood packs with the same color. Why don't you lick the paint? But I'm hungry, Zyman said pitifully, or you stretch your neck and let me take a bite. Don't worry, it won't hurt to be sucked by me. Bite me? Song Yunwoo was angry when he heard it and slapped Zyman King's chest cushion, and there was a sudden wave of waves, accompanied by a very ecstasy, ah tilde. Song Yunwoo opened his bow from left to right and hit Zyman Ching's chest one by one. The waves swayed from left to right. Bite me, bite me, bite me. Why don't you let me take a bite with your big breast? You don't know the landlord's house. Is there no more food now? You still steal my tomatoes, steal my tomatoes. Next time I buy a cucumber to see how you steal it. Ah tilde, every time I was slapped, Zyman Ching called out. It was called a pear flower with a pitiful rain. After a while, Song Yunwoo probably felt sore in his hands and finally stopped. You reading www.ukanshu.com. She said to Zyman in love, you warned you last time. If you steal my tomatoes again, the rent will double. Don't, Zyman King screamed, I don't have money, you can pay my debts. Then come and work for me. The day after tomorrow is the deadline for manuscripts and one person is too busy to come. Song Yunwoo confidently pulled a strong man. Zyman King whispered, aren't you a rush, where is the deadline? What did you say? No, I didn't say anything, I said you are so fragrant. Song Yunwoo immediately stood up from Zyman King's body, clutching his neck and said, I warn you, you are not allowed to my blood, otherwise I will pull your teeth. Zyman Ching stood up holding the refrigerator and adjusted his lace pajamas that had been disrupted. You have to believe in my willpower. Even if I go to work, I won't human blood. Huh, you have a ghost if you believe it. Song Yunwoo rolled his eyes, took out the only remaining tomatoes from the refrigerator and ate a bite, and then walked to his room with Ximen Ching. This large villa has 4 bedrooms on the upper and lower floors. Song Yunwoo, who was possessed by the second secondary school, named each room, and her biggest master bedroom was named Tianyunjian. As soon as he entered the room, Ximen Ching saw a pile of drawing paper scattered on the floor. Just picked up one and looked at it. Hey, this is too exciting. What are you painting? There will be a fan exhibition next week. I rented a booth and plan to sell fanzine. This is the fan of the Star Tyrant I painted. Song Yunwoo held up her plump chest proudly. I want to be confident. Ximen Ching used to know that she was drawing comics, but I didn't expect to draw such a faculty tusk. Only, your cartoon is too simple and rude, right? Ximen Ching picked up a few more and looked around and found that this fan is really a pure meat seller with no plot at all. Also, you are letting the heroine be given by a group of passers-by. Wow, you are not afraid of a fan stabbing you on the spot. I have also read Interstellar Tyrant, Ximen Ching. This is a novel that has been serialized by a very popular online novelist, Du Ziteng, for more than a year. It mainly tells the story of the male protagonist studying various interstellar warships and fighting for hegemony in the universe. Because it is passionate, there are few female roles. The actor has more than 1,000 chapters, and he talked about a girlfriend, and the girlfriend is still his immediate boss, a peerless female emperor in a certain star field. There are also a lot of fans of this female emperor, and until now she has never held hands with the male protagonist. If this is the case where a female emperor suddenly appeared, Ximen Ching said that she would be stabbed, but it was definitely not a joke. Huh, did I paint well? Song Yunwoo said. I think the plot is very cleverly arranged. You are a clever chicken, Ximen Ching said mercilessly. Suddenly fell while walking, and the skirt was lifted up and was seen by people and aroused animal desires. It is also called a clever plot. Do you think the empress is you, Fall? Then, what do you say? Song Yunwoo was a little guilty. She wanted to become a cartoonist only because she was very talented in drawing and she was praised since childhood. But when she aspired to become a cartoonist, she discovered that it turned out that drawing cartoons is more than just drawing. She also needs to think about the plot. Where can she be? As a result, all the paintings were rejected everywhere and they could only be reduced to the point of trying their luck with fellow artists. You let me think about it. Ximen Ching suddenly realized something at this moment. Although the history of the world here is almost exactly the same as that of the Earth, the 100 years she has been asleep has suddenly strayed. According to her understanding, it seems that during the Second World War, a group of mysterious people suddenly broke into the battlefield, killing all the enemies who invaded the Flower Country at that time, and the Flower Country took the opportunity to counterattack the Cherry Country, although not as in the YY novel. That way, the country of Sakura was turned into a province, but it also controlled the island country to a large extent. Affected by the Flower Country, the island country failed to develop a world-influencing culture like the other world. Whether it is live action or film and television animation, all have been given to him by a certain organization. And she, as a former otaku after becoming a zombie, she still remembers the 36,000 little yellow books she once read. Thinking of this, she looked up and down Song Yunwoo. This kid, maybe he can become a good RBQ. What the asterisk are you thinking? Song Yunwoo only felt a burst of coolness coming, as if he had stepped on a terrible trap. Ximen Kingsame smiled. Zio Yuner, do you want to be a top cartoonist? My sister can help you. Snapped, Song Yunwoo slapped the cushion on Ximen Ching's chest again. Ximen King tilted her body and let out a low groan. If you have something to say, just say it. What kind of a show? Ximen was honest, she said obediently. I can provide you with creativity and plot. You only need to draw and paint. How about the two of us working together to create comics together? Song Yunwoo looked at her suspiciously. Can you do it? Ximen King proudly puffed out her chest. Pure men can't say no. Here again, Song Yunwoo covered his forehead. This Ximen love always fantasizes about being a man, which is really daunting, but she is going to give it a try. Well, this time you help me try the doujinshi first. If the response is good, we will cooperate. Okay, okay, Zyman nodded vigorously. Although Song Yunwoo is a waste of storytelling, her drawing skills are really top-notch. With a little adjustment, she can definitely become a top cartoonist. So the first instruction Zyman Ching gave her was, throw away all of your paintings now, don't play in TR, don't have any pursuit, and if you want to do it, you can do it for all ages. I drew these for a week, throw away what I will take to participate in the fan exhibition. Zyman looked at her with a smirk. We still have one full day, drawing 20 pages shouldn't be a problem for you, right? But the league has regulations. Song Yunwoo seemed a little tangled. Hey, Zyman Ching is like a seductive and degenerate devil, there are only two of us here. If you don't tell me, who knows, and this time it is an emergency, it is excusable. Okay, Song Yunwoo finally compromised. Zyman Ching clapped his hands. Okay, then let me teach you what to draw next. What are you painting? Think more divergent. What is the biggest charm of Star Tyrant? Is it the Empress or the male protagonist? Neither, but those kinds of warships, why don't we try to personify the warships? What about it? Battleship personification? Song Yunwoo was taken aback. She seemed to have never heard of such a thing. Isn't personification a rhetorical technique? You can do this, Zyman King roughly told her thoughts. That's right, she just wants to teach Song Yunwoo to paint the ship. The kingdom of Sakura in this world has basically been reduced to the back garden of the kingdom of flowers, focusing on the development of heavy industry, medical industry, etc., while the culture and entertainment basically accepts the output of the kingdom of flowers, and its own culture is basically difficult to form. So naturally, there won't be any warship games, no one in Hyugyu will take the lead and will not engage in any blasting routes. Zyman Ching's idea is that they don't need to copy the ship's mother, and those warships from World War II have no charm. They just need to have this idea and then draw the warships in Star Tyrant as ship's mothers. For example, the length of this battleship is 180 meters, then set the height of the ship's mother to be 180 cm. If it consumes more energy, set it to have a big appetite. Thick armor means big breasts. Basically, this is the idea, do you understand? Song Yunwoo nodded. Understood, but why is it called Jianyang? Shouldn't it be named Jianyu and Jianmei? Battleship Girl's abbreviation, what's the name is arbitrary, you can just draw according to the draft, hurry up. Zyman Ching took the opportunity to pat the back of Song Yunwoo. Hey, they all say that tigers can't touch their ass, I'm going to be a real man today. Oh, Song Yunwoo is now focusing on Jianyang's creativity, but not paying attention to being eaten tofu. She first drew a rough line draft according to Zyman Ching's instructions, and then, her hands suddenly became imprinted. Those who are on the verge of fighting, anxious as a law. With a low drink from her, 10 paint brushes flew up at the same time, completing the entire painting at 10 times the speed. Zyman Ching watched from the sidelines and said with emotion, Daishu is convenient. Yes, being able to live with the zombie Zyman Ching and making her so scared. In addition to being a landlord, Song Yunwoo is also a Taoist aunt. This hand imperial object technique is very spiritual. Afterwards, the ink flew out by itself. The ink color is like a dragon, swimming quickly on the drawing paper and quickly fills up the place that should be colored. In this way, a beautiful black and white drawing is completed. Oh, not bad, not bad, Zyman Ching applauded. Song Yunwoo's painting skills are really strong, his painting style is very beautiful, and the painting skills completed with Taoism are also impeccable. Although this newly formed ship mother is different from all the ship mothers in his memory, she is indeed very beautiful with her figure and face, which definitely arouses the interest of an otaku. But how is this look familiar? Zyman Ching took a closer look. Fuck, isn't this me? You violated my portrait rights, give me money. Give you a head, Song Yunwoo gave her a white look, it's just a bit like your entire woolen portrait right, and if you sell this painting you also have money to get it. It seems like this, Zyman Ching also admitted. Next, the two hurried to work overnight until 5 a.m. Finally, the remaining 19 line drafts were completed. Is this possible? Song Yunwoo was a little uneasy. You even complained that I didn't have a plot, isn't this one without a plot? There are 15 pages of 20 pages that are set by people, and the remaining 5 pages are some simple daily routines. Will readers like it? Don't worry, I know a man's mind better than you, Zyman King promised, patting his chest. How do you think a fan book can be opened repeatedly instead of throwing it away after reading it? Song Yun was lost in thought. Of course it can be licked, Zyman Ching said. I will remember the plot after reading it once. What shocking plot can be packed in 20 pages to make people repeat the aftertaste? The main thing is the visual excitement, so I will draw a little with you like Huang Man. These people's drawings can be used as spell-casting materials. The 5-page plot is just to make them more lively and casually added. Believe it or not, you put some poison on the chests of these ship girls, the next day will be caught. Pop, Song Yunwoo sounded reasonable at first, but his face sank when he heard the last sentence and slapped Zyman Ching's chest with a slap. Who is going to poison? You will be caught. Zyman King yelled, clutching his chest, and said, it's just a chestnut you won't be able to marry after you are so fierce, but that's good, my RBQ doesn't need other men to get involved. RBQ, Song Yunwoo looked at her suspiciously. Zyman King quickly looked away, whistling with a guilty conscience. However, she doesn't know how to blow, so it looks like she is blowing a non-existent balloon. Puff, puff, the saliva spurted out, Song Yunwoo said. Although I don't know what you are talking about, I have to remind you, big sister Zyman, you should check the time. Zyman King subconsciously looked at the wall clock on the wall and then his face changed suddenly. Fuck. It's 5:30, it's going to die, the sun is coming out. She hurried back to her room, threw her pajamas on the ground in a hurry, and put on a thick windbreaker. Putting on a pair of UV-resistant glasses and a mask at the bottom of a wine bottle and then a peaked cap, the whole person looked like a suspicious person. After changing these equipment, she hurried out. Although she was late at 8:30, as a zombie she was most afraid of the sun, so she set off early every day and entered the room before the sun became fierce. It's too late to go out at 5:30 today. At the door, Song Yunwoo was waiting for her with a bag of sucked jelly. Take it. This is the blood bag of Zyman Ching. She is in charge of it on weekdays, otherwise the zombie will be sucked up in half a month. Zyman took the blood bag and ran out the door. I'm leaving. Song Yunwoo raised her head to look at the pale sky and squinted her eyes. Well, not only is it a zombie, the sun is also a natural enemy to our cartoonists. After that, she hid in the villa. Zyman King was struggling to get on the bus against the big sun for her, and after 3 stops she came to her place of work smoothly. Bilan Flower City Kindergarten? Yes, she is a kindergarten teacher. Greeted the door guard Uncle Chin and she went in. Because the leader above hasn't acted as a demon recently, no one came so early except for her. Zyman King randomly found a corner, opened the blood bag and sucked it up. Chinese letter, G tilde tilde tilde. She made a asterisk voice. Yu reading www.ukanshu.com. Bloodsucking is really the supreme enjoyment for a zombie. It is more exciting than generating electricity. The feeling of warmth in the whole body almost made her go to heaven. However, the happy time is always short. A blood pack is sucked up soon. Because of the special material, there is no blood in it. No matter how hard Zyman Ching tries, he can't out the extra blood. Damn, stingy, that's it. With a daily complaint, Zyman Ching sat there and began to daze. After, colleagues in the garden also arrived one after another, and after 8:30 the children were also sent one after another. It's worth mentioning that this is a private, high-end kindergarten. Those who can come in are rich people. Therefore, the cheapest car to send children is also a high-end good starting at $1 million, although Zyman Ching also has a car logo. Just don't know it. Zyman King stood at the door of the classroom, seeming to be picking up children, but in fact she was watching the wives who sent the children to school. If you can afford this kind of high-end kindergarten, your family certainly doesn't lack money. Except for a few hostess families, most of them are children's mothers sending their children to school. These are all great beauties who can be admired by the rich. With an average height of 1.65 meters, she has good looks, long legs, and is very tasteful in her clothes. Zyman Ching feels like she is watching a model show every day. This is probably the real lady, right? She often thinks this way. Before crossing, he always felt that girls should talk about cosmetics, bags, and new clothes all day long. Since working here, she knew that she was wrong before. Only some ignorant little girls and peripheral girls would pay attention to them. Really high-class women often have only one core topic, and that is children. Thanks to the zombie physique, her hearing is much better than normal. A long distance away, you can hear some wives talking about my child has learned to draw apples and so on. They have something to talk about every day, and Zyman Ching also admires it. Good morning, Teacher Zyman. When the ladies saw Zyman Ching, they also greeted with a smile. Hello, Zyman Ching said, wearing a mask and thick glasses. Morning, teacher. When the children saw Zyman Ching, they all happily rushed towards her, but the height problem can only hit her knees. She squatted down quickly and touched the child's head. It's all right, let's go in, it's going to go to class. The ladies also laughed when they saw it. At first, they were very worried about the teacher who wrapped themselves like a mummy all day long. They always felt that such a person was too weird. But over time, they found that Zyman Ching was unexpectedly liked by children. Their children kept saying, I like Teacher Zyman the most all day long, and gradually let go of their prejudices. After all, except for the thicker dress, other aspects of Zyman Ching are normal. After seeing off the wives, Zyman Ching went in to teach the children. Kindergarten is different from a formal school. It is not a lesson for one teacher. They are not so much in class, they are more like babysitters. Basically 2 or 3 teachers take a class and then take it from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. During the period, some simple courses were arranged according to 5 fields such as drawing, aerobics, mathematics of greater than sign and less than sign level. The most important thing is to control the children, prevent them from running around, and prevent them from bumping. For this, I often need to raise my voice, otherwise these noisy children will not hear what you are talking about. Being a teacher hurts the throat the most. Whether in high school or kindergarten, most teachers are full of breath and have a hoarse voice. High school is okay, they can use stereos. They are not allowed to use those in kindergarten because they are afraid of hurting the children's ears. Zyman Ching has an advantage in this respect. After all, she is a zombie, so a few roars are not a problem at all. With great strength and fast running, it is easy to catch those bear kids. Teacher, teacher. Suddenly a little boy ran over and handed her a picture in his hand proudly. Look, I drew it. Oh, Zyman Ching took a look and found that the painting was an apple. As far as the level of kindergarten children is concerned, it is already very good. Maybe many high school students may not have him paint well. Not badly, Zyman, you are awesome, she habitually boasted, making the children very happy. Seeing that he was praised, immediately other children came over with their own paintings to show Zyman Ching. Teacher, I painted this. I drew too, look at me, look at me. My. The essence of mankind is revealed in his childhood. Zyman love, of course, have to look at them one by one and then praise them one by one. After finally coping with it, she was also a little tired, and the pack of blood in the morning was basically consumed in such a place. At this moment, a young girl came over. Her name is Chin Yuyao. She is still in college and is an intern teacher who came this semester. He looks pure and cute and has a good body. Sister Zyman, you are really popular with children, Chin Yuyao humbly asked for advice. How can I get along with them so harmoniously? I have been here for half a month and they don't listen to me at all. Zyman Ching looked at her up and down and sighed. You are a girl with such a good condition. Why can't you come to a private kindergarten as a teacher? Is there anything you can't think of? Ah, what's the matter? Chin Yuyao didn't expect that she would say this and she was dazed. It's very tiring to get along with children, not just for the body but also for the heart. Zyman Ching picked up the painting the child had just given her and handed it over. Look at it. Chin Yuyao took a look and said in a puzzled way. The paintings are very good. These children are worthy of being the children of rich people. They are really good. Excellent pudding. Zyman Ching originally wanted to say egg but thought it was uncivilized, so she processed it. You look at a few more pictures. Chin Yuyao looked at the second painting after hearing the words, huh, she immediately looked at the third and fourth. This. After seeing a total of 10 paintings, she was dumbfounded. Why do they draw the same apples? Regardless of the shape or the angle, these apples are almost carved out of a mold. Zyman said, of course, parents now like to send their children to cram schools. Unlike our kindergartens, cram schools need to grab customers. How do you think they can get more people to send their children? Where are they? How about it? Naturally, it gives the best effect in the shortest time. For example, painting an apple. Do you think they are teaching children how to observe and write? No, they only teach one kind of painting from this kind of angle. Even if you put an orange in front of them, you reading www.ukanshu.com will still draw this apple. This is too perfunctory. Chin Yuya was dumbfounded. Zyman said, parents can't see this kind of thing because they can only see their children's paintings, so they naturally think that they paint well. Only when we look at the same 10 or 20 pictures every day can we feel the difference. This is simply a kind of mental torture. Chin Yuyao sighed, this is not teaching children at all but to please parents, it's all superficial skills. So smart parents don't usually send their children to cram schools. What can such a small child learn? If you look closely, you will find that these children who draw and paint are usually driven by their mothers in the morning. What does this mean? Chin Yuyao is completely adorable and doesn't understand the doorway inside. Zyman's love may be a blunt word, and he said directly, the sign of walking to school means that he lives in this Bilan flower city. He is a real rich man, and those who drive their children to school are all from their own communities who do not have good kindergartens. Rich people, but the average family property will be one level worse. Most of them are nouveau rich, and there is a high probability that they will be less interesting in raising offspring. Chin Yuyao didn't expect that there were these doorways in it, so she was a little surprised. Zyman Ching reacted and said, hey, what am I telling you for? It's just a little gossip. Regardless of the children's family background, we have to treat them equally here. Don't think about trying to please any child who can use it to climb Gayaji. It's no fun. Chin Yuyao shook her head vigorously. No, I don't want to be a junior for those local tyrants. Zyman Ching sighed. So I just said I don't want to be a junior. What are you doing here? Are you messing around like me? What? Chin Yuyao wanted to ask something more, but another teacher came over. It's almost time for a nap, Zyman, Zio Chin, you two hurry up and take the kids to the lunchroom. Okay, Zyman nodded. This teacher's surname is Huang. She is a senior with 10 years of qualifications. She was brought by teacher Huang when she first came. Chin Yuyao thought that the children were having a good time, so she might be unwilling to go for a nap. She would definitely make trouble. However, the skinny boys in the class were the fastest to lie down on the bed. Without the other children, it was easier to manage them. How is this going? Before Chin Yuyao could understand, he saw the most skinny little boys shouting to Zyman Ching. Teacher, hurry up. Come here. Zyman King weakly walked to the edge of their little bed and said faintly, lie down and close your eyes. A few children obediently followed suit immediately, which was even better than when they faced their parents. Just when Chin Yuyao was shocked, Zyman Ching moved a chair to sit by the bed and began to tell in her soft voice like cotton wool. Last time we said that the grassland king Zhang Jai who once dominated the green grassland was dying. I mentioned the secret treasure of the prairie, and all the sheep on the prairie wanted to fight for the secret treasure. The world has entered the era of the prairie. And among so many sheep, there is a rubber sheep that ate rubber grass. His name is Pleasant Goat. He is determined to become the king of the grassland, so he also left Yongkun and stepped into the prairie because he likes to wear a straw hat. So everyone calls him the Straw Hat Lamb, and there is an army on the grassland called the Wolf Army. In order to protect the grassland, the marshal of the Wolf Army, Big Gray Wolf, prevents the sheep from eating the grass and turns the grassland into a desert. He treats people who graze everywhere. The sheep issued a reward. The children listened to the story and gradually fell asleep in the soft voice of Zyman Ching. Zyman Ching also stopped decisively after they all fell asleep, moved the chair and left the dormitory. Chin Yuyao was still complacent and hurriedly followed. Senior, where's the next? How's the next? Did you agree to become Pleasant's companion? Behind, Zyman Ching looked back at her. How do I know from behind? I haven't compiled it yet. Oh, I'm so curious. Chin Yuyao almost scratched her head. My favorite is to listen to stories. It's hard for me to feel like you. This is what I use to coax the children to sleep. Why are you so entertaining? Zyman Ching nodded her eyebrows. Could it be that my story has cast you down? Would you like to eat bananas? No, Chin Yuyao felt uncomfortable. Just keep talking. It was said that it was made temporarily and there is no follow-up. Make a good blackboard newspaper. Don't be lazy, the leader will come to check it next week. Zyman Ching most directly lost a handful of chalk. The most tiring kindergarten teacher is not to take the children but to deal with the leaders who have nothing to do after eating. If you have nothing to do, come down and inspect to see if your facility is complete and if the report is completed. It is more difficult than a bear. Qin Yuyao sighed helplessly when she looked at Ximen Qing, who was writing on the blackboard seriously. The next day, Ximen Qing got a message from teacher Huang. Huh, Qin Yuyao quit. Ximen Qing was dumbfounded. She won't get angry with me because of yesterday's noon, right? This young man has such a big temper. Teacher Huang shook his head. It doesn't seem to be. According to the principal, Xiao Qin claims to pursue his dream. What dream? I don't know. Teacher Huang looked at Ximen Qing. You didn't say anything strange to her, did you? No. Ximen Qing's eyes behind the sunglasses were a little erratic and she whispered, I told her that a young and beautiful girl came to our kindergarten to be a teacher. Except for those who want to catch local tyrants, everything else is a waste of youth. Teacher Huang looked speechless and slapped Ximen Qing's arm vigorously. What nonsense. Congratulations, you have successfully fooled away your only helper. Now you can complete the blackboard report alone. Fuck it, Ximen Qing was dumbfounded. Could it be that I have pitted myself? In the next few days she was half tired, and her blood packs became less and less consumed. Qin Yuyao has been beaten with chicken blood recently. Parents have always hoped that she would go to university safely, then be a kindergarten teacher and finally marry a good family. She has always heard her parents come here. However, after hearing Ximen Qing's words that day, she suddenly realized that she was completely wasting her youth. She is actually a girl who likes to read books very much. Not a textbook but a story book, whether it is novels or comics, she likes it very much. Her heart was disturbed by the story of Ximen Qing, so she made a final decision that night and made up her mind not to waste time anymore. Reading www.ukanshu.com. She is going to pursue her dream. Even though she is not good at writing novels, even drawing pictures, it does not stop her enthusiasm. It took a full week, and finally, with her outstanding appearance, she was successfully recruited into the editorial department of a publishing house. Although she is only a temporary worker with a monthly salary of 1,200, she is already very satisfied because this is the first step for her to realize her dream. The only trouble is that the workplace is too far away from the school. She actually got her credits in her sophomore year. There is no problem living off campus. The key is that the rent in this big city is really expensive. With a monthly salary of 1,200 plus the living expenses given by her parents, she can't even rent a bathroom. Just when she was worried, she suddenly saw a shared house in a place fairly close to the company. The price was super cheap, only 1,000 a month, which was still a big deal. This is simply a pie in the sky, she called the landlord without thinking about it. After learning that the other party was a girl, she felt more relieved. So, she agreed with the landlord to see the house and rent it if she is satisfied. It's just a little strange that she originally wanted to make an appointment in the morning, but the landlord said she was going to bed and set the meeting time at 5 p.m. Does this guy spend US time? Qin Yuyao didn't think too much. After finishing busy in the editorial department, she went to the rental office with her suitcase. She has actually decided to live in her heart, saying that to see the house is to go through a procedure. The villa is on the top of a hill and you need to climb a long circular hillside before going up. Just when Qin Yuyao was walking on the asterisk that was dyed red by the setting sun with his suitcase, he suddenly found a person lying on the ground in front of him, and the clothes were so familiar. Hey, are you okay? Qin Yuyao hurriedly ran over and helped her to take a look. Oh, Sister Ximen, what's wrong with you? Ximen opened his eyes laboriously, glanced through the sunglasses and said weakly, Oh, it's Ru Yao, why are you here? I have hallucinations. You didn't have hallucinations, but can you not mistake the initials of my name, Itzy, Notter? Qin Yuyao helped her up while complaining, What's wrong with you? Where is it hurt? I didn't get hurt, just a little, minor heat stroke. You are still wearing a down jacket on a hot day. It's strange if you don't have heat stroke. Come, I'll take it off for you. Qin Yuyao said. She was about to help Ximen Qing take off her clothes. Ximen Qing quickly stopped her. Don't you just take me home to rest, don't take my clothes off. Qin Yuyao thought to herself, is it possible that she has some unspeakable concealment? When she was in kindergarten she had always wrapped herself tightly, maybe she had extensive burns on her body. If not, who wants to? Are you wearing that thick this summer? Thinking about it, she began to sympathize with Simon. A little tear came out quietly in his eyes. Okay, I will take you home now, but where is your home? Go straight up this road and it's at the end, Simon said with difficulty. She was complaining in her heart. She wanted to go home early while it was cloudy, but the weather forecast turned her hand overcast to cloudy. Almost home, the sun suddenly fell on her like Ma Dongmei's water and she rushed to the street at that time. Without Qin Yuyao, she might really have to wait until the sun goes down to get up. Qin Yuyao was also a little surprised after hearing her say the address. Isn't the end of the road the house she was going to see? It turned out that Ximen Qing also lived there, and now she was even more relieved. She helped Ximen King and came to the top of the mountain with some difficulty. What appeared in front of her was a large and elegant villa with a large empty garden in front of the door. But it seems that no one takes care of it, so it seems a bit messy. I don't know whose wicked taste is. There is an LED light box standing in front of the villa. There are 4 words shining on it. Ziliang Women's Village. Qin Yuyao rang the doorbell and the door was quickly opened. Song Yunwoo saw Ximen Love. I said you have the key. What doorbell should you press? Ximen King smiled. I'm not afraid of your lack of exercise for too long. Fuck off, I do 10-finger asterisk every day. I tell you don't bother me. There is a new tenant coming to see the house today and I have no time to take care of you. Qin Yuyao raised her hand quietly. I'm sorry to bother you. I actually came to see the house. Oh, it's you. Song Yunwoo stepped on the slippers and came out. Quickly come in quickly. What are you doing with that thing? She will get up by herself and I will arrange the room for you. Go in and take a look. Qin Yuyao sighed Song Yunwoo's beauty while lamenting her roughness. Some people looked like a goddess, but she was actually an uncle at home. After all, she did not leave Ximen Qing at the door but at the hallway. As soon as the door was closed, Ximen Qing suddenly jumped from the ground. Haha, my Sir Ximen is alive again. While she was talking, she took off her down jacket, sunglasses, hat, mask, and prepared to go upstairs with only a white shirt and a pair of stockings. Qin Yuyao was stunned, saying, what about heat stroke? What about large burns? Am I being cheated? Also, she is so beautiful. Song Yunwoo didn't know the reason and thought that Qin Yuyao was scared by the people of Ximen Qing. Don't worry about her, although she is a little weird but not aggressive. Probably because Qin Yuyao would not believe it, she wanted to demonstrate it specially. She glared at Ximen Qing. Everything is packed. Ximen Qing, who had just taken off like a dog, immediately began to tidy up the clothes she had dumped everywhere like a dog. Qin Yuyao was still stunned by the beauty of Ximen Qing, so Song Yunwoo took her to the 2nd floor. The 2 rooms downstairs are rented out and one is used as a utility room. There is only 1 vacant room upstairs. Hear us. Qin Yuyao followed behind Song Yunwoo and looked at the 4 rooms on the 2nd floor. She found that each room had its own name. Looks like the Tianyunjian sign is hung on the door of the innermost master bedroom, and Wangqing Pavilion and Beihayuan are placed at the door of the other 2 rooms. Song Yunwoo saw her watching and introduced, these 2 are both occupied. Yours is this one. I haven't had time to name it yet. By the way, what is your name? Qin Yuyao. Rain. By the way, it's Feng Yuxuan. Song Yunwoo clapped his hands. I will make you a house number tonight and it can be hung up tomorrow. Seeing her so excited, Qin Yuyao was embarrassed to spit out what she felt was the 2nd slot of Taejong. Well, Feng Yuxuan just chanted Feng Yuxuan, not just put a sign and there would be no less meat. The room is very spacious. After all, it is a high-end villa for the daughter of a rich man. Ukanshu.com's rent here is only 1,000, which is really weird. When Qin Yuyao asked this question, Song Yunwoo said, my house, I am happy. Although I think this is absolutely perfunctory, Qin Yuyao no longer asks more, at least as far as the situation is currently seen. The environment is still very good. After Song Yunwoo took her to see other places. In addition to the 2 rooms downstairs, there are also a dining room, living room, kitchen, gym, and even a game hall. In addition, there is a big swimming pool in the backyard. It is much more tidier than the garden at the front door. Obviously, someone is using it from time to time. Qin Yuyao was in a trance. Although she was renting a share house, she seemed to be living in a high-end villa that she could only dream of. This is really a pie in the sky. Did you decide to live here? Seeing her nodding, Song Yunwoo smiled. You are welcome to be a member of this big family, then you can pack your luggage by yourself. I will call you for dinner. Chin Yuyao asked, landlord, are you okay? Hey, what is the landlord's name? Just call me Sister Yunwoo. I'm going to participate in a fan exhibition tomorrow and I'm preparing the signboard of the booth, Song Yunwoo said triumphantly. I'll tell you, actually I am a cartoonist. At this moment, Xiamen Qing's voice came from upstairs. The kind that rushes to the street. The two women looked up and saw that Simon Qing quickly closed the curtains and could no longer see inside. Xiamen, love, you are looking for death. Song Yunwoo ran upstairs angrily, leaving Qin Yuyao alone by the pool. The feelings are so good, she sighed. At this time she did not notice that layers of unusual ripples appeared in the swimming pool behind her. After the field trip, Qin Yuyao felt that she had encountered a pie falling from the sky, so she set it up and paid a salute and stayed in the villa that day. At dinner she and Song Yunwoo were the only ones. She asked, where are the others? Song Yunwoo said, there are 5 people living here. Except for you and me, one is at work and the other doesn't know where to go. As for Ximen's love, the guy said he didn't bother to come down and ate in his room. Oh, Qin Yuyao said casually, I'm still at work at 7 o'clock, they are all busy people. I can always see you in a few days, come and eat, to meet you I will personally. Order the takeaway today? Song Yunwoo shook his phone and said with some pride. Qin Yuyao was speechless for a while. If you don't dislike it, I can be responsible for making dinner in the future. She was a little embarrassed to live in such a luxurious villa for 1,000 yuan a month and always wanted to do more. You can cook? Song Yunwoo's eyes lit up suddenly. Okay, the vegetables in my refrigerator are either stolen by Ximenking or can only be eaten raw. If you can cook, that one would be great. Yeah, Qin Yuyao nodded. The landlord was so easy to get along with her that she breathed a sigh of relief, and it seems that her days here will be easy in the future. After dinner, Qin Yuyao took the initiative to contract the dishes. Song Yunwoo went back to the room and was busy making her own booth sign. After washing the dishes and watching TV in the living room alone for a while, Qin Yuyao went back to the room to rest. Before going to bed, she chatted with her best girlfriend on WeChat for a while. Precariously, let me tell you, the environment here is super nice. The room is spicy, so spacious. The pool is spicy, so big. The landlord is spicy, so beautiful. I feel like dreaming. Photo. Purple star BU, really? The monthly rent is 1,000. Precariously, yes. Nodding expression. Zixing BU. There will be no problems with this house, right? Generally, only haunted houses are so cheap. Precariously, now withdraw this sentence, we are still sisters. Thai boxing warning emoticon pack, you know I am most afraid of ghosts. Purple star BU, I babble, I wish you a good dream, okay. The wind and rain are swaying me, good night. After turning off WeChat, Qin Yuyao fell asleep and Dabiai's high-end bed was really easy to sleep. At midnight, a sudden chill came, causing Qin Yuyao to wake up from her sleep. What's the matter? She rubbed her eyes but found nothing. But since you wake up, go to the toilet. She opened the door and was about to go to the toilet on the 2nd floor, but suddenly she heard a squeaking sound from downstairs. What? She was so excited that she almost leaked it out. However, curiosity prompted her to walk downstairs by touching the moonlight. She didn't notice. Just after she left the room, the window of her room was suddenly opened, and then a footprint formed by drainage stains appeared quietly on the ground. Step by step, she followed her out of the room. Qin Yuyao went downstairs and followed the sound to the kitchen. Because it was semi-open, she turned on the lights in the hall to see what was happening in the kitchen. As a result, a female body with a naked upper body and a black rose-patterned hollow triangle on the lower body suddenly appeared in front of her. Why is it a female corpse? Because she has a kitchen knife stuck in her back. About 1/3 of the blade has been inserted, the wound is still bleeding, the bright red color is so shocking. Ah! Qin Yuyao was shocked and turned her head subconsciously and ran away. After only a few steps, he bumped into a furry wall. She stared at Venus for a while, but she quickly saw the thing she had just hit. It was a giant wolf that was more than 2 meters high and covered in snow. Her fangs were breathtaking in the moonlight, and the cold chill made her goosebumps all up. Qin Yuyao took a breath, her heartbeat almost stopped. Mom! She used her hands and feet together. She couldn't control her face when she hit the floor and ran to the gate. She recalled the chat with her best friend before going to bed was actually said by her, "This place is really haunted. Escape, run away quickly, no more luggage or anything, little life matters." Finally, Chin Yuyao came to the gate and she couldn't help smiling, however. "Open the door." What she saw was a white withered bone climbing on the edge of the door and making a "oh tilde tilde tilde" sound to her. Chinese letter. Chin Yuyao rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. "Hey, wake up, Ryao, Ryao." The familiar voice and the palm of his cheeks made Chin Yuyao gradually wake up. Before she opened her eyes, she subconsciously spit out, "Sister Simon, don't say people's names like a pottery stove. Isn't it okay to have normal hair?" After vomiting, Chin Yuyao suddenly realized something was wrong. Yu reading www.ukanshu.com. She opened her eyes suddenly. "Didn't I hit a ghost? Sister Simon, run, this house is haunted." "Ah. Why don't you wear clothes?" After half talking, she immediately covered her eyes. "Oh, if you don't wear it, it won't get dirty, so you don't need to wash it," Zymanking explained. "Am I very smart?" "Oh, I can't control that much anymore." Although Zyman Ching is very irritating without clothes, her nosebleeds are almost flowing out, but the fear of ghosts makes her not much thinking about those now. She pulls Zyman Ching just want to flee. At this time, she had also discovered that she did not know when she actually returned to the living room. "Is this the legendary ghost hitting the wall? Why are you pulling me? I haven't put on any clothes yet." "Don't go out," Zyman Ching stopped her. Chin Yuyao is full of anxiety. "Sister, can't stay here, it's haunted here, I just saw a wolf that big." "Are you talking about this?" While Chin Yuyao was still making gestures with her hands, Zyman said with affection, pointing behind her. Chin Yuyao stiffened in an instant and turned her head trembling, but she really found the white wolf she had seen before. "Ah ah 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 ah," she screamed again. Zymanking quickly reached out and pinched both sides of her cheek and her cry stopped immediately. "Don't call it, little boy is very cute." Zyman Ching held the limp Chin Yuyao in one hand and reached out to touch White Wolf's head with one hand. The latter is as docile as a dog. This, Chin Yuyao was already dumbfounded. Her mind was no longer able to process the received information. I saw a skeleton monster at the door just now and yelled at me to eat me." "Oh, you are talking about her." Zymanking pointed to the sofa again. Chin Yuyao saw that there was a skeleton lying there and the sound of "oh tilde" was being heard in her mouth. But this skeleton is still wearing a *** low-cut t-shirt and miniskirt and a white coat on the outside, which is very strange. "Ah!" Chin Yuyao immediately hugged Zyman Ching. Why are you not afraid?" "Oh, don't panic," Zyman Ching said. "She lives at the gate of Beihayuan, which is opposite to you. We usually call her a dumb man. Don't look at what she says, but she is actually drinking too much. It's just vomiting there." "Skull drinking?" Chin Yuyao was almost crying. "What are you talking about? Why are you so calm? These are monsters, let's run away. I saw them killing someone in the kitchen just now. The knives are inserted so deep." After hearing about Zyman's love, he actually patted his forehead. "Oh, if you don't tell me, I have forgotten it. Come on, this position is not right, I can't reach it, you can pull it out for me." As she said, she turned around. Chin Yuyao's eyes suddenly widened. At this time, she discovered that the only triangle Zyman Ching was wearing was hollowed out with a black rose pattern. "She is the female corpse. Mom!" Chin Yuyao ran away. This time no one stopped at the gate. She ran to the gate of the yard barefoot but was firmly grasped by one hand. Zymanking looked at her suspiciously. "I said, what are you doing with such a fuss? Why have you never seen a monster?" "How can a normal person have seen a monster?" Chin Yuyao cried while struggling. "Please let me go, I don't want to die." "Are you crazy?" Zyman Ching rolled his eyes. "Who wants to kill you? You can't see such a big house number when you enter the door." "What's all the fuss about now?" "House number? What are you talking about?" Chin Yuyao was at a loss and couldn't understand what she was talking about. "That's it." Zyman Ching looked aside and frowned. "Hey, it's really cheap and not good." Said she kicked the LED light box next to her. "I saw that on the light box that originally flashed the 4 characters Ziliang Girl Village. A Yao suddenly lit up next to New. So almost Ziliang Women's Village became Ziliang Demon Village. Now, Zyman Ching pointed to the light box and said to Chin Yuyao, "This is Ziliang Demon Village. It was originally a place for monsters. You are not a monster. How did you live in?" Seeing the change in the light box, Chin Yuya almost fainted without being scared. She cried, I just saw the rental information on the internet, then made a phone call and came over to pay the rent. I really didn't do anything else. Let me go. I want to go to the bathroom. King frowned and suddenly reached out and touched Chin Yuya, then squeezed in her heart. Are you really a person? 100% natural. Have you talked about a boyfriend? No, hi. Why do you ask this? Don't pay attention to these details, King dragged her in. Since you are here, don't rush away, don't worry, the monsters are different from what you imagined, they don't eat people and they won't control you. Seduce men, in fact, strictly speaking, we are still human in nature. I haven't graduated from university, don't lie to me, Chin Yuyao said in tears. She is too weak, she can't compare to Simon's love at all. The whole person was directly carried back to the villa by her with one hand. Simon said with affection, think about it with your head, if we really want to eat you, will you have a chance to escape? Feeling the power in Simon's love, Chin Yuyao shook her head pitifully and helplessly. That's not right, Simon Ching said while opening the refrigerator. Life is like being raped by someone. Since there is no way to resist, why don't you feel it first? What if it's cool? As she said, she took out a tomato and held it in her mouth and then took out a bag of ice. She threw the bag of ice on the purple skull at the gate. Hey, wake up, you scared our new tenant. Damon Zai hummed, rubbing his head. However, the stimulation of this ice bag finally made her sober and she turned into a asterisk elder sister with white asterisk in the blink of an eye. Chin Yuyao watched this scene in shock, her jaw almost dislocated. Ximen Qing also said to the white wolf who had been standing by at this time. Little boy, don't keep on doing this, just change back soon. Chin Yuyao immediately looked at the white wolf and saw that the white wolf's figure shrank rapidly, and within a few seconds he turned from a giant beast over 2 meters into a small lowly less than 4 feet tall. So cute, even seeing her transition from wolf to human, Chin Yuyao couldn't help but admire. Because the little lowly in front of me is so cute, this is simply the face made by the most exquisite 3D animation modeling. I didn't expect it to actually exist in reality. Her original fear of emotions suddenly reduced a lot. Yu reading www can't you? Com subconsciously wanted to reach out and squeeze Lori's face. But halfway through she was immediately stopped by her other hand. No way, Chin Yuyao, are you stupid? She is a monster. But so cute. So big a wolf, have you forgotten those teeth? I really want to kiss that baby's fat face. She is constantly tangled in her heart. Ximen Qing introduced. She is a tenant living in Pan Taoyuan on the first floor. She is called, what's the name? Oh, no matter what, I call her little boy anyway. At this time, Xiao Guai coldly said, I, like a pigeon killer, I am not the name, also not the feelings, and more, I am not, oh. Before she could say the word money, she was hit in the back of the head by a slipper that flew from behind and fell face down on the floor. You have to pay me rent if you have no money. This was Song Yunwoo's voice. Hearing this rebuke, King instantly stuffed the tomatoes in her hand into the middle of the purple milk asterisk at the gate and then looked around as if she was okay and she was still scratching her thighs. Chin Yuyao was shocked when he saw Song Yunwoo and thought, this house is full of monsters, isn't the landlord the boss of the monsters? How did she change? Song Yunwoo seemed to be aware of her thoughts and walked over and said, don't think too much, I am a person, a yellow race, not a monster. Chin Yuyao was dubious. But why do they seem to be afraid of you? Of course, Song Yunwoo glared at Ximen Qing, I am the celestial master who is responsible for supervising these guys. Chi, also celestial teacher, why don't you say that you are an angel? Ximen Qing whispered in a voice that can be heard in the whole house, isn't he just the last Taoist in the village? Newcomer. Song Yunwoo had a dark face and took out a sword tied with copper money from under the skirt and gritted his teeth and said, Ximen Qing, you say one more word, your head is gone, do you believe it? Hey, if you have something to say, don't use weapons. Ximen Qing immediately hid behind Chin Yuyao with the cushion on her chest pressed against her back, against violence. We want harmony. Chin Yuyao has been confused by this series of things. She doesn't know whether she should be afraid or surprised. The monsters and ghosts in this house are very frightening at first sight, but after just a while she is only left with thick I'm spitting out. What kind of monsters are these? Who gave the addictive attributes? Am I dreaming? Song Yunwoo finished Ximen's love and then looked at Qin Yuyo. It seems you haven't noticed it yet. What? Qin Yuyo was startled. Although Song Yunwoo said she was a human being, she was still hesitant to believe it. Song Yunwoo said, "My leasing information has been specially processed and cannot be seen by ordinary people. Since you can see it, it means that you are not ordinary, but you have not found it yet." Huh? Qin Yuya was dumbfounded. You mean, I am not a human? It's not like that, Song Yunwoo said. I mean, you may be a monster. You may be an alien, or you may be a normal human with superpowers like me. Yeah, you can't be regarded as a normal human anymore, right? Qin Yuyao vomited subconsciously. This made Song Yunwoo very embarrassed and forced to change the topic. Anyway, you have no need to be afraid. No one here will hurt you. In fact, I heard that you worked with Ximen Qing for a few days and you think she is the kind of aggressive monster. No, she is a salted fish at best, or the kind that has been marinated for thousands of years. But the knife on her back, Qin Yuyao still hesitated. Oh, you said this, Ximen Qing looked behind him. I just accidentally fell in the kitchen and knocked over the knife holder. The knife fell and just got in. It was not someone who wanted it. Kill me. What are you doing in the kitchen so late? Song Yunwoo keenly discovered the blind spot. Did you steal my tomatoes again? No, it was done by the dumb boy. Ximen King pointed to Damonzi, who was still lying on the sofa and retched, and decisively sold a wave of teammates. Song Yunwoo was unmoved. Believe you will have ghosts, you will wait for me. Simon stuck out his tongue in love, indicating that he was not afraid of power. Qin Yuyao said again. I was asleep before and I woke up from a chill. Oh, this must be a little guy, Ximen Qing said. When you didn't come, she liked to sneak into the house from your room. Today you suddenly moved in and closed the windows. I guess she just wanted you open a window. Song Yunwoo looked at the water stains on the floor and sneered. This guy has probably been hiding in the swimming pool for most of the day. I thought I wouldn't have to pay rent. The little guy who is lying on the ground still pretends to be cool with his immature voice. I don't get the money. If you don't have money, you can pay for it, Song Yunwoo sneered. Aren't you a wolf? Go and catch a wild boar or a blind bear. It's enough to cover your rent for 1 year. I like a pigeon killer, I only kill people. Then how many people have you killed? In the future there will be. Oh, Song Yunwoo sighed and said to Qin Yuyao, look at this house, a drunkard, a primary school student, a slut, and finally came you, a normal person who can accompany me to dinner. Don't you go okay? Said she also used the blink of an eye to sell cuteness that she had sealed since graduating from high school. Qin Yuyao hadn't spoken yet, and the Ximen love behind her couldn't help but said, you are so good. Roll. Song Yunwoo habitually wants to use the cushion of Ximen's love, but this time she has Qin Yuyao's shield, so she can't help it. But how is the charter wife so good-natured? Ximen Qing, tomorrow and Saturday you don't need to go to kindergarten, so please accompany me to participate in the fan exhibition. Oh, I finally have a weekend, so I don't want to go out. I will die in the sun, Ximen Qing immediately cried out of suffering. However, Song Yunwoo did not move at all. This fanzine was originally created by the two of us. Don't you want to be honest? And you think you have the right to refuse? Remember the last time you stole my tomatoes, I said, have you ever? Ximen Qing was shocked. Don't, everything else is easy to say, just let the rent increase. I'll starve to death. You are a zombie, you die a wool. Ximen Qing whispered to Qin Yuyao. See you, reading www.ukanshu.com. This is the face of a capitalist. It is cruel to ask me to go out to participate in the show in broad daylight as a zombie. Qin Yuyao, she was not in that mood to complain. Song Yunwoo said that she was abnormal, maybe it was a monster, which made her very confused. Before today, she thought that monsters were just legends. Now that she suddenly came out, how could she accept it? She doesn't have enough brains. It would be nice if the puppies can also be used as brains. She really thought so. Qin Yuyao did not move out of Ziliang Demon Village after all. At first, she felt that with her abilities as an ordinary person, it was impossible to escape by herself if she was entangled by a monster, and it would be worse if she angered the monster. Come second, also because of Song Yunwoo's remarks, she thought, what if it was true? What if you are a monster, alien, or superpower? She wanted to satisfy her curiosity. The third and most important thing. She has a big chest and a big heart. She thinks these monsters look harmless, and where can she find a house with such a good monthly rent of 1,000? When she woke up and went downstairs the next morning, she found that Dean Zai was alone on the sofa. No one seemed to remember to take her back to the room last night. There was Ximen Qing's blood on the kitchen floor. She took a few napkins and wiped it. Wiping, she suddenly thought of a question. Will the monster have an aunt? With this thought, she subconsciously looked at the door purple on the sofa. She seems to be a monster of the white bone spirit. She has no flesh and blood. She should. No, so curious. I really want to open her bag to see if there are any related supplies in it. What brand do Yaokai use? When Qin Yuyo was entangled in the monster's needs in that respect, Song Yunwoo had already brought Ximen Qing to the Daojin exhibition venue. Said it was a meeting place, but it was actually renting a hall on the first floor of a building and then dividing several areas with tables. This scale is on the same level as our kindergarten open day, Ximen Qing muttered while sitting in a chair. She held the little boy in her arms like she was holding a doll. Song Yunwoo gave her a white look. Why don't you compare the private kindergarten with the first grade of Tangcheng to this place? Don't talk nonsense. I asked you to come here for you to watch. Get up quickly. The sun is too big. I have a heat stroke. Ximen Qing hugged the little Lolita in his arms and rubbed it. This materialistic world is full of irritability, and only the little Lolita still has a trace of coolness. Song Yunwoo looked up at the cloudy sky outside the door, resisting the urge to take out the money sword from under the skirt, and uttered a powerful spell. Rent! Simon stood up in a whisper and put little Lolita on the chair. I'm suddenly full of enthusiasm. Hurry up. Because of not having much confidence in Ximen Qing's creativity, Song Yunwoo only printed 50 copies of the same person this time. In her expectation, the goal of selling 10 copies of this fan show will be achieved and 20 copies will be a big success. There are 30 books left and she can give it away for various reasons. However, when the exhibition officially started, she found that she was wrong. She is still too naive. Although the venue of this fan exhibition is not big, there are many Ajai who come to participate. However, people came and went and no one stopped in front of their booth. Simon's love doesn't matter. She is wearing a down jacket, sunglasses and mask anyway, sucking lowly there. Song Yunwoo was depressed. She wanted to shout, but she was really embarrassed to speak. An hour later, she felt a little disappointed and said to Ximen, am I really not suitable for this business? How do you say? Ximen Qing turned to look at her and found that she was really a little lost. I have been hitting a wall during this period. No matter how stupid I am, I should recognize reality. No matter how beautiful my dream, reality will not change. I may not be a cartoonist at all, she said with a sigh again. My only value is probably to go back and inherit my father's tens of billions of family business. Ximen Qing rolled his eyes and was so disappointed in the front. Why did you make a sharp turn in the end? Who said you are not a cartoonist? Ximen Qing said suddenly. As the king's RBQ, can you be more confident? What is RBQ? Is this the point? I want you to be more confident now. Ximen Qing pointed to his head. I think you have a problem with your thinking. Is it because no one buys something because there must be a quality problem? The smell of wine is also afraid of the alley. Deep, look at your sign. What's the problem? Song Yunwoo looked at the publicity board that she had made one day yesterday. It detailed the types and ideas of this work and even fabricated 3 trivia stories. I think it's perfect. Perfect pudding. Let me summarize it for you, just the 4 words too long to read. You should feed this sign to the dog. Ximen spit out mercilessly. Song Yunwoo was a little wronged, but didn't you tell me not to paint those? I asked you not to paint Wu Mi. Who told you not to sell meat? Ximen Qing handed her the little Lolita in her hand. Take it to the table to invite fortune. Is that all right? Song Yunwoo accepted Xiaoguai suspiciously. This is not a cat. How can I make money? Ximen said with affection. If you have time to straighten your chicken coop head and then pick off the glasses at the bottom of the wine bottle, where can I still use her? Song Yunwoo would tie up her hair when she was at home, so she didn't look much, but she likes to put her hair down when she goes out. The whole head is like black marshmallow with a pair of thick glasses no matter how tall she is. The appearance of his will also be erased. Hearing what Ximen Qing said, Song Yunwoo was not happy at the time. Hey! You can say anything else, but if you insult my hairstyle, believe it or not, I'm anxious to you. It's all right, the chartered Bo New beer, it's the #1 in the world, right? Ximen Qing didn't want to entangle her with her hairstyle. According to Song Yunwoo himself, this hairstyle and glasses are imitating the cartoonist Zun Wuzh she admired most when she was a child. I'll remember first, if I can't sell it, I will ask you to settle the account. Song Yunwoo held Zio Agui and prepared to put her on the table as a lucky cat. Come shake your right hand. Zio Agui emphasized, I like a pigeon killer won't make money. It's all right, can't I give you a rent reduction, Song Yunwoo said. Zio Agui immediately swung her right hand like a lucky cat. 10 fat houses and 9 lolicons, the remaining one is abnormal. You reading www.ukanshu.com, such an exquisite little loli was placed on the table as a lucky cat and naturally immediately attracted a few passing fat houses. One of them courageously stepped forward. In order to conceal his purpose, he specifically asked Song Yunwoo, can you see it as a fan? Look at it. Song Yunwoo was overjoyed when he saw the first customer coming to the door and quickly handed over a book. Fei Zhai originally wanted to take a peek at the little Lolita for the reason of reading the book, but when he opened it, he couldn't help but focus on the painting. He was taken aback. If he read it correctly, this booth should sell the fan version of Star Tyrant, right? Interstellar Tyrant is also called Interstellar Gay by the good guys. There are no more than 1 female characters in the book. The only one who can be called a beautiful woman is the Empress, but these 2 styles suddenly appeared in front of him. What's the matter with different beauties? Take a closer look. Fucking, these 2 girls turned out to be Zihe and Wangshu. I am not wrong, right? He subconsciously rubbed his eyes. At this time, how could he care about the 3-dimensional little loli? Look at the paper man in front of him, this curvy breast, this big long leg, this asterisk little lips. He couldn't help turning a page again, and it really turned out to be 2 sisters again. This time the style is different again. Who designed this dress? Isn't it too sexy? Actually, there are height measurements. Is this data changed based on the data in the book? The more he watched, the more fascinated he became, and he turned 15 pages without knowing it and came to the follow-up small theater. Although the ship girls in front are very sexy, they are at best an illustration. After watching the small theater, he suddenly felt that the ship girls in front were alive. It turns out that there can be such love among battleships. How much is this book? Song Yunwoo was startled. She didn't expect to decide to buy it so soon. She reacted somewhat weakly, actually. She originally wanted to say, in fact, you are the first guest. You can give you a 10% discount and you will be charged 27 yuan. Although there are only 20 pages, only 50 copies are printed and it is still full color, so the cost is quite high. Normally, a full-color comics magazine with dozens of pages cost only 10 yuan. She was not embarrassed to open it too high. Before the end, the fat house said, 70. It's so cheap, here you are, I want 10 copies. He drew 7 red sheets from his wallet in one breath, then swished away 10 doujinshi, including his own. Song Yunwoo looked at the 700 yuan in his hand, somewhat dumbfounded. I haven't finished talking yet. Ximen Love came up, smiled and said, how is it? The money from the fat house is good, right? Song Yunwoo was a little excited. I have been a cartoonist for more than half a year and finally made money. Don't be eager to be happy, there's more. Ximen Qing patted her and pointed to a few otaku who approached. Loli's fortune-telling technique is terrifying. The 50 books were quickly sold out, and some of the guys who were found to be sold out by Amway immediately thumped their chests and felt sorry. Song Yunwoo, who had already closed the stall, smiled like a fool with 3,500 yuan. Divide the money, Ximen King urged. As one of the original creators, I have half the money. Xiaogyue also stretched out his hand. Song Yunwoo glanced at Ximen King and then gave her 500. As for Xiaogyue's hand, she directly patted it off. You pay the rent you owe before you come and ask me for money. This time you can save half a month at most. You give me 500 for 3,500, you are too dark, you can't exploit the working people like this. I protest. Ximen Qing said as she raised Xiaogyue to Song Yunwoo. Bite her, Xiaogyue. Xiaogyue also cooperated to make a super fierce look. I want a small amount of money, the wolf roars. Euvu tilde 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 ah 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 ah. She was a bit aggressive for the first few times, but when Song Yunwoo took off her glasses and stared, she was immediately persuaded. The renter glared at Ximen Ching again. I don't need money to print the book. I don't need money to rent the venue. Do you know how much money and effort are required for the various messy procedures? I have deducted the cost and the 3 people share it equally. What are you dissatisfied with? Oh, Ximenking and Xiaoguai nodded quickly and honestly. But suddenly, Ximenking frowned and realized that things were not that simple. Wait a minute. What's wrong? When you say that, the cost is not 2,000, but you originally planned to sell 30 copies and all 50 copies are sold for 1,500. Are you doing a loss-making business? For the sake of fame, this loss is still within the scope of the plan, Song Yunwoo said confidently. 50 books to make a woolen fame. You are really a business genius. Ximen Ching felt that for the companies and employees under Lao Song's hands, she must also let Song Yunwoo become a cartoonist. Hey, don't praise me, Song Yunwoo took her out. Let's go to the supermarket first and have barbecue tonight. Barbecue, Xiaoguai's eyes flashed when he heard that there was meat to eat. Ximen, love is like hell. Don't take me out. It's noon now, eldest sister. I will die. I have a heat stroke. As soon as he left the house, Ximen Ching immediately rushed to the street. Fortunately, Song Yunwoo is not an ordinary person. She directly asked Xiaoguai to go to the supermarket with her on Ximen Ching. Because Xiaoguai is not tall enough, Ximenking's 2 feet are dragged on the ground. While Song Yunwoo was preparing for the barbecue dinner, the fat mansion that had bought 10 copies in one breath also ended the exhibition tour. He got into his car, took off his t-shirt with a beautiful girl in the second element, replaced it with a serious white shirt, and replaced his glasses with gold rims. Then carefully received everything related to the 2-dimensional element into the trunk. It has always been a secret that he is addicted to the second dimension. On the surface, he is actually the chief physician of a famous private hospital in this city. A doctor, such a serious profession, the pressure is very great, so his pressure reduction method is the second dimension. Novels, comics, animations, he has encountered these since high school. 20 years is enough to make him a senior mansion. But no matter how advanced, the book he bought today is enough to rank in the top 10 of his own amazing list. He had never thought before that a war machine made of cold metal could actually grow milk, and it was so beautiful. Sure enough, all those who paint the same people are talents. The style of painting is also very beautiful. He wanted to go home and read the comics right away, but he got a call on the way. Dr. Liu, in an emergency situation, a patient who has just been in a car accident has just been sent, and the condition is very serious. The director of UU Reading www.ukanshu.com wants you to come back quickly and prepare for the operation. What? Okay, I'll come right away. Lu Cheng immediately changed his route and rushed to the hospital. He also complained to the nurse on the other side of the phone, by the way, I am resting today. Why did the dean think of looking for me? What about the door purple? Didn't she say that she would change shifts with me? I was blackmailed by her for a supper yesterday. The nurse said, I also called the Damon doctor just now, but a little girl picked it up. She said that Damon doctor was drunk last night and was still sleeping. Damn, Lu Cheng was depressed. Isn't this cheating? There is no way, although I really want to see the Daojinbin, but his life is dead, he can only go to the hospital first. When he arrived at the hospital, Lu Cheng immediately asked the nurse about the specific situation, and after he was sure he could be saved, he went for disinfection. However, just as he was about to enter the operating room, he suddenly found that something was missing on his neck. He immediately turned around and threw the car key to the nurse beside him. Go to my car and get my cross necklace. That is his belief. If he doesn't kiss his cross before the operation, his hands will tremble and the simple operation will fail. The little nurse also ran to the parking lot quickly, and in a hurry she opened the trunk door. Lu Cheng only said it was in the car but didn't say anything about it. Then she just started looking for it directly from the trunk, but as soon as she opened the box, she saw the 10 neatly organized notebooks. But the little nurse didn't pay much attention, just flipped through the book when looking for the cross to see if it was caught in it. Finally found it in the gap in the back seat of the car, probably where he fell when he changed his t-shirt. The operation was finally successful, and Lu Cheng also received a commendation and a generous reward. However, he wanted to go back and lick the notebook more than these asterisk banknotes. Finally, after returning home, Lu Cheng watched it again and again from various angles, said in the last words, "It's too thin, it's just so small, it's not enough to see." He turned on the phone, took 2 or 3 pictures of the ship's mother and sent it to a group called Two-Dimensional Salted Fish Concentration Camp. All members went to the exhibition today and found a fine book by accident. Now I have 7 books for missionary use. Can any cute ding mengmei want it? Photo. Someone immediately replied below, "Damn. The old driver is going to drive again. This is a pretty good drawing." Sure enough, the breastfeeding is justice. Wow, what is this? Wang Shuze, Tianvis too good looking. Fuck, the battleship has become a fine. It is said that after the founding of the country, it is not allowed to become a fine. I'm done. This is a good idea, let alone everyone. I'm going to get on the boat. Look for resources. Green hat, I'm dating Ding Meng, I want it. Damn, the asterisk guys upstairs don't have any morals. Obviously I am the big Ding Mengmei. The green hat asks for a mission. Song Yunwoo's painting skills are absolutely great, especially she is good at drawing asterisk, so the sister papers under her pen are very stimulating to men's eyeballs. The Tianu was painted in the same way as Ximen Qing, and his appearance and figure were so powerful that Lu Cheng planned to scan it as a computer wallpaper and lick it every day. The screenshots selected the first 7 people who asked for it. Lu Cheng chatted with them one by one, and after figuring out the address, he sent it out the next day. This group can be regarded as a very hardcore 2-dimensional group. All of them are heavy houses. One wall of the house can buy a house in the capital. So even if Lu Cheng didn't ask for money once, all 7 of them were in a tacit understanding. Gave him a red envelope. Basically, it is around 100. What Lu Cheng didn't know was that one of the group friends was actually the webmaster of a certain forum. After he finished licking the book, he scanned 5 pictures for the first time, accompanied by his own description, and posted a post. The title of the post is, "Who Said Interstellar Tyrant is a asterisk novel? Real men should do space battleships." After posting, I directly used my authority to come to the top. In the post, he gave a detailed introduction to the basic settings of the ship's mother's book, and then posted 4 ship's mother's personal designs and a page of 4 frames small daily. Because of this move, Jian Yang quickly caused a lot of discussion in this forum. The battleship becoming a beautiful girl is indeed a brand new direction. In addition, the painter does have 2 brushes, but the degree of licking is too high, so in a short time the ship girl has gained a lot of fans. Everyone has posted below. In addition to complimenting Jianyang, most of them dislike the original poster for being too short. In this regard, the host directly replied, "These are only a quarter of the notebook, I will not post the rest. If you want to read it, buy the notebook yourself." After hearing this, some people immediately went to find out the source of the book. At this time, the news gradually spread outside the forum. Many people used these 4 ship maidens as autographs, avatars, and the like. Some people would ask, "What anime do you like the avatar? I haven't seen it before. What's the signature?" Within a few days, Jian Yang caused a wave of heated discussions in a small area. As the parties involved, Song Yunwoo and Ximen Qing didn't actually know. At noon that day, Ximen Qing was dragged to the supermarket, and when she returned home, she was dying. "No way, after so long in the sun, I feel like I'm going to hang up, so I just ask a little bit. After I die, can you guys not roast me? If you can say so much, it means it's okay." The stupid dog goes to the refrigerator to get the vegetables. Let's string the ingredients first. Xiaoguai went to the kitchen very obediently. At this time, Qin Yuyao also came over. She originally wanted to take advantage of the day to see if she had a chance to escape, but suddenly the phone rang to startle her. The call came from Zishan at the gate, but Qin Yuyao was so uncomfortable that she didn't wake up from drinking, so she helped answer it. As a result, there was a woman who asked Damonzi to undergo an operation, so she had to explain the actual situation. The other party accepted it so naturally, which made her a little confused. "What kind of doctor is this?" She looked at Damon Zai, really wanting to complain, but in the end she held it back and planned to leave after returning the phone. Who would have thought that Damon Zai suddenly yelled, "Catch you!" Then he hugged her arm. Chin Yuya was shocked. It's over, I was caught by her. Does my life end here? Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. As a result, Damon Zai just hugged her arm, sandwiched it with a cushion that was comparable to Simon's love, and then said in a daze, such a big fish, just to take it for drinking. It turned out to be a dream talk tilde. Chin Yuya breathed a sigh of relief, but being so tightly held, there was no way to go. She had to find a way to let the gate purple let go. In the end, it took several hours to succeed. Before she had time to stray, Song Yunwoo and the others came back. Oh, why am I so unlucky? Chin Yuya hurriedly hid the luggage and walked down pretending to be nonchalant. Oh, www.novelmtl.com Yuya, you are down. Song Yunwoo saw that it was her and immediately smiled. Have barbecue tonight. Hee, Chin Yuya smiled. Are there any good things today? Great thing, Song Yunwoo raised her head. My comics are sold out. Oh, that's amazing. Although Chin Yuya's flattery is not emotional at all, Song Yunwoo is still very happy. Where is the door purple? Haven't you woken up yet? No, she has slept all day. I will teach you a way. Song Yunwoo suddenly whispered a few words to Chin Yuya. Chin Yuya was dubious after hearing this but still came to the sofa according to Song Yunwoo's words and shouted, Call the landlord, grab the landlord. As soon as the voice fell, Damon Zai, who was still asleep before, suddenly sat up from the sofa and shouted, I'll grab it super double. It turned out to be true. Chin Yuya was a little surprised, but this was able to call the door purple. Who wants to fight the landlord? Who wants to fight the landlord? Damon Zai looked left and right. Who are you? The new tenant, her name is Chin Yuya and she lives next door to you, Song Yunwoo said in the kitchen. Don't sleep at the door, eat barbecue tonight, come and help. Oh. Do you have barbecue? Damon Zai ran to the kitchen immediately. The three people in the kitchen of will not appear crowded. Chin Yuya looks at the three people busy in the kitchen as if forgetting their inhuman identities. They seem to be no different from ordinary girls. Just when Chin Yuya was thinking about it, suddenly a hand grabbed her ankle and she was so scared that she screamed, Ah. I fixed my eyes and it turned out that King was lying on the floor, muttering. Medical soldiers, blood bags. That night, by the swimming pool in the backyard of Ziliang Yaezhuang, 5 women enjoyed a barbecue meal. Ximen Qing can maintain body functions by only sucking blood, but the sense of taste is still there, and it is okay to simply enjoy the food. She lay comfortably on the recliner, bathed in moonlight, holding red wine in one hand and barbecue in the other, eating a piece. This is life tilde. Song Yunwoo suddenly came over with 2 skewers. You are almost finished eating this skewers now, let me give you another one. Ximen opened his mouth wide in love and the barbecue fell into the middle of the valley before he had time to pay attention. Hey, fake. How could the charter wife be so gentle? Hey, what kind of monster are you? Yaoka, your head, isn't it dying? After being murdered, Ximen Qing was relieved. She took the barbecue and said, What, it turns out to be me, scared me, let's talk, nothing to do, what is your calculation? Song Yunwoo sat down and said to her, Now that the comic show is over, I should draw the next work, but I haven't decided on the subject matter yet. Didn't you say that you would collaborate with me to draw comics last time? What are your ideas? Oh, new comics, this is simple, Ximen Qing said, but this time you have to draw official comics to submit your manuscript. You are always doubling up with fellow people, when are you heads? Well, that's okay, Song Yunwoo thought for a while. It just so happens that a publishing house in the city is currently engaged in activities and the top 3 are eligible for serialization. What publisher? Is it big, isn't it Weekly Squat? Song Yunwoo shook his head. What are you kidding? Weekly Squat is the largest comic magazine in Huaguo. Do you know how difficult it is to enter the newcomer Grand Prix every quarter? I am going to vote for Weekly Maniu this time. What is that? I haven't heard of it. Of course you haven't heard of it, Song Yunwoo said. This is a new magazine opened at the beginning of the year by the publishing house of the fashion magazine Weekly Edge. The average sales volume of a single copy is about 10,000. Weekly Edge, what is it then? Ximen Qing continued to ask. Although I was surprised that Ximen Qing didn't even know the best fashion magazine in the city, Song Yunwoo didn't have any interest in popular science. That's not the point. In short, I want to contribute to Weekly Maniu. The script, I can do the storytelling by myself. What are the requirements? There are no specific requirements. As long as it is not too small, people of all ages are fine. Okay, I'll give it to you tomorrow. There are too many ideas in Simon King's mind, but they can't take them randomly. After all, Song Yunwoo is still a newcomer and still has to choose. She thought that the topic would end here, but Song Yunwoo suddenly said, "Actually, there is one more thing." What else? What? Simon Ching was a little wary. Wouldn't she still remember the thing that stole her tomatoes last night? It's a pen name, Song Yunwoo said. I have always used the pen name Woo-song before, but since the two of us are working together, I definitely can't use my name alone, so let's think about it together. The pen name? King showed an irritable expression. It is the most troublesome to name it. I am most afraid of naming it, or I can call it Yacheng Mumanjai. What's that? Tooth what leaves? It doesn't make sense, I made it up. Are you serious? Song Yunwoo drew on the Zyman love cushion. The pen name is going to follow us for the rest of my life, so I will regret it sooner or later if I get up so casually. Why don't you get it like this? Zyman said. You continue to use it and sing song, and then I just think of one and use Thek's symbol in the middle to put it together. Song Yunwoo thought it was a good idea. Then what are you going to do? Zyman Daguenren, or call me an official, how about it? Isn't it mad and cool? Zyman King shook his eyebrows and said proudly. Song Yunwoo rolled his eyes directly. I don't want to put my pen name together with that kind of thing. Are you serious? I think you steal my tomatoes all day so you can just callie eat tomatoes. That won't work. I eat tomatoes and like to add sugar, so it should be, I eat tomato sugar and add 3 spoons. Stop too long dismissed. Two people discussed, and after various compromises the pen name was finally set as Wooking, and the X number was finally removed. The reason is that Song Yunwoo always felt that Zyman King laughed every time he mentioned this symbol. Very wretched. In the words of Zyman Ching, this pen name is simply a model of simple lines. On the other side, Chin Yuya was holding a red wine glass and was chatting with Damon Zai. To be precise, it should be the gate pulling her chattering. I heard that I scared you last night. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't remember how much I send when I drink. It's not intentional. Chin Yuya looked at her white coat that was still wearing her low-cut dress and reminded, someone called you for surgery during the day. I told her that you were asleep and she died after reading the book www.ukanshu.com. Does it matter? Oh, there is such a thing, Damon Zai seemed to just remember. I have changed shifts with Dr. Liu, but it's okay. Since I haven't called a second time, things shouldn't be so urgent. Really, Chin Yuya was very curious about which hospital she worked in. Such an unreliable hospital must not go to the future. Damon Zai suddenly took out a playing card from the pocket of his white coat. Beauty, how about fighting the landlord? Such a monster, there is really no need to be afraid, so let's continue to live for a while. The next day, Zyman Ching entered Song Yunwoo's room with the script she just finished and the original set. Now, take a look. So fast, Song Yunwoo was a little surprised. He didn't expect Zyman Ching to finish the script in one night. She looked at it immediately. She is looking forward to what amazing works Zyman Ching can produce. What is this? Red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets? After reading the script, Song Yunwoo was a little confused, not because the plot was too complicated but too simple. Zyman Ching, you are too coping with people. This has no main line at all, just think of where to write a mess of stories. You can't make such a thing just because you like to asterisk blood. Song Yunwoo was a little dissatisfied. She was looking forward to a good story, now this one is at the level of children's books. Zyman Ching said, don't worry, the plot is really thin, but the point is not here. The most important thing in this comic is the personality. Do you know what I mean? This is a work that maximizes your advantages. As long as you draw the platelets cute enough, everything else is secondary. Zyman Ching has no system or other plugins, all she can remember is only the things she has seen and heard. When she made up the show, many of them jumped and watched, such as One Piece, so now if she wants her to completely copy the original plot, she can't do it either. There are not many works that can be fully memorized, and she intends to save it for critical time. In normal times, I would take out those incomplete works and let Song Yunwoo fill them in. For this, she needs to cultivate Song Yunwoo's screenwriting ability. I chose Working Cell for Song Yunwoo to paint because of its simple plot. As long as you know the routine, you can almost copy it even if you haven't read the follow-up content. This kind of difficult work is the best way to practice. And Song Yunwoo's painting skills are undoubtedly a great help for working cell. As long as the white blood cells are handsome enough, the macrophages are beautiful, and the platelets are cute, the plot can be left aside. The storyline of working cells is very simple. Basically, each unit popularizes a cell or cell activity in a human body, then anthropomorphize it into a simple story. There is a surgeon at home, although it is not reliable, but the medical skills are definitely professional. Next, under the supervision of Ximen Qing, Song Yunwoo began to draw the images of the most important roles in the work cell. Is the top priority first, the core of this work? Platelets? After seeing the power of Lucky Loli at the exhibition, Song Yunwoo also has a deep understanding. So I simply borrowed the image of Xiaoguai and designed the original platelet. Then the other characters were designed one by one based on Song Yunwoo's own accumulation. Ximen Qing compared his own memory and put forward some small opinions. Although there is a big difference between what she painted and what Ximen Qing remembered, it just needs to look good. Drawing cartoons is not a matter of overnight. The two people spent a Sunday deciding on the outline and personality of the contribution part. Then Ximen Qing went on to work and Song Yunwoo stayed at home to catch up on the draft. Qin Yuyao also temporarily accepted the setting of living under the same roof with the three monsters because she found that in fact it had no effect on her life. The internship in the company is also going on smoothly. There are no unspoken rules in the novel. Although there is a lot of work to be done every day, newcomers should be diligent. She doesn't complain. After Damon Zai arrived at the hospital on Monday, Lu Cheng bitterly complained. The door is purple, I shouldn't believe you. If I wasn't there that day, the patient would not be saved. That was the mayor's grandson. Do you know how much damage to our hospital will be if you don't save it? A scum in the medical world. I want to complain to the dean for expelling you. Oh, Dr. Lu, don't you be angry, have you cut your hair? Dean Zai knew that he would not be expelled, so she just pretended to be stupid. I didn't cut it. No cut, then how do I feel that you are handsome? Yes, are you? Hey, Lu Cheng touched the back of his head, what you said is true. Of course it is true. Look at the eyes of those little nurses and you absolutely love you, Dean Zai said as she covered her mouth to prevent herself from laughing. Lu Cheng didn't notice this, he was a little airy with praise. When he came back to his senses, the door purple was gone. The purple soles of the gate were oiled and she slipped to the inpatient department. She patted her plump chest. He won't be chased by him now. As soon as I turned my head, I saw an old man with gray hair looking at him. Oh, who is this guy? Why are you staring at me like this? Is it an idiot? I didn't know that the old man snorted coldly, leaving behind a sentence of crippling morals and leaving. Damon Zai looked down at his deep gully and said in doubt, "Where is it?" Regardless of the old man, she continued to walk forward, but after turning a corner she saw the head nurse reprimanding a young nurse. "Hi, what's the matter with you?" Damon Zai smiled and greeted him. "Oh, it's the gate doctor." The head nurse looked up at Gate Zai, woke up. It was the head nurse who called Damon Zai and Lu Cheng that day. "Hey," Damon Zai smiled awkwardly and politely. "By the way, did Zio Yi do something wrong?" The head nurse shook his head. "Shay." Damon Zai listened to the head nurse's narration and got a rough idea of the whole story. It turned out that it was the mayor's grandson who was sent here for first aid in a car accident last Saturday. Lu Cheng relied on his superb technique to rescue the person. After several days of self-cultivation, the mayor's grandson has regained consciousness. It's just that he can only lie on the bed and cannot move around freely. This is undoubtedly very uncomfortable for a 15-year-old boy. The mayor who came to visit his grandson saw how painful his grandson was and asked him what he wanted. As a result, the boy said something that was basically impossible to buy. The mayor, who was distressed about his grandson, agreed in one fell swoop. Yu read www.ukanshu.com and asked the hospital to fix it after he got out of the ward. "You can't ignore the patient's psychological problems," these are his original words. What a wayward old man. Damon Zai suddenly thought of the old man he met just now, dressed like a dog. Isn't he the mayor? But what does this have to do with Zio Yi? The head nurse glanced at Zayoi, but Zayoi lowered her head. It's all me. If I don't lend him the phone to play with, he won't know about it, so he won't make such a request. So what exactly does the mayor's grandson want? Damon Zai was a little curious. It's a comic book, Nurse Zayoi said. I don't know, I have also asked about it at the newsstand before. I didn't sell it at all. I asked many friends and they didn't know. What manga? So strange. Hey, this is it? Zayoi took out his phone and showed them to them. Damon Zai frowned. Why, she always felt that the woman on the phone screen was a bit familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. On the other side, the head nurse uttered, "Huh." The head nurse. I seem to have seen this. The head nurse held his chin in meditation for a while, then punched his palm. Right, I saw it in the trunk of Dr. Liu that day. There is a stack. Damon Zai looked at the head nurse in surprise. You can drive the trunk of Dr. Liu's car? Unexpectedly, the head nurse, the taste is very unique. Fuck you, the head nurse pushed her. I was helping him get things, alas, Zayoi, since Dr. Liu has one, go and ask him for a copy, otherwise the mayor will get angry and go to the hospital. There's a few words there, but it's us who suffers, but he is our dean's hair crazy. Why am I going? Zayoi was a little scared when he thought of Dr. Liu Cheng's usual stern face. But she looked around, one was her leader, the other was the chief physician, and finally she had to admit her fate honestly. Daddy's door purple, I'll kick you out of the back door sooner or later. In Liu Cheng's office, he was still sulking. Finally, he made up his mind to have a good relationship with Damon Zai, asked her to have a meal, and then asked her to help take over the work so that the two people also had friendship. In the end, she actually let go of the pigeons. Isn't this playing him? Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Please come in. Hearing a knock on the door, Liu Cheng immediately adjusted his state and took a pen as he was examining the approval document. Dr. Liu, Zayoi walked in somewhat restrainedly. What's up? That's it. The head nurse asked me to borrow a book from you. It is for the mayor's grandson to read. We can't find it anywhere else. Book? What book does he want to read? He did the operation on the mayor's grandson. He was naturally curious about what book the young man wanted to read and asked him a 37-year-old uncle. Is it possible that this little guy is still an easy-to-learn person and wants to read books like Compendium of Materia Medica to enrich his spiritual world? Zayoi was a little confused, so he turned on the phone and handed it over. That's it. Liu Cheng took a look, his hand shook suddenly and almost didn't remove her mobile phone. The fat on his face trembled slightly. Are you mistaken? How can I have this book, this? Liu Cheng wanted to wipe his forehead very much. He vaguely felt sweat coming out. Zayoi was very nervous but didn't pay much attention to Liu Cheng's changes but simply said, "It was the head nurse. She said she saw a pile in the trunk of your car." Hearing this, Liu Cheng took a breath. It's over, it's over. This is a real hammering and no amount of sophistry is meaningful. He looked at his phone again. Those pictures weren't taken by his phone, they seemed to be from a forum. He is now thinking about how to deal with it. Take it out, deny it? Denial is out of play, just like the head nurse. If I dare to deny her, the whole hospital will know it. At this time, I should give in temporarily. Liu Cheng returned the phone and said to Zayoi, "You go back, the book is at home, I will go back and get it." "Oh, thank you, Dr. Liu." Zayoi left, leaving Liu Cheng with an asterisk heart. I knew if I didn't pretend to be forced, I would just give away a few copies. He now has 3 books at home, one for preservation, one for viewing, and one for practical use. Now there is no other way but to take out the storage. Liu Cheng returned home and took the notebook to the mayor's grandson's ward. Before entering the door, I heard a shout from inside. "Get out, give me all out. Even if I starve to death, Li Yuki, I die outside. I was hit by a car, I won't eat any of you." Liu Cheng opened the door and saw Zayoi and another nurse standing by the bed in embarrassment. They were still holding a cut fruit platter in their hands. Dr. Liu, seeing Liu Cheng coming in, Zayoi seemed to see a savior. "You all go out." After sending 2 nurses, Liu Cheng came to Li Yuki's bed. "Who are you?" The boy with a broken leg looked at the middle-aged uncle vigilantly. To be honest, Liu Cheng in a white coat was still a bit oppressive. Liu Cheng took out his own collection of notebooks. "Do you want this?" Li Yuki, who was originally a little nervous, suddenly widened his eyes. This is. Damon Z walked around in the hospital when she was all right. She, the chief physician, never sits in the clinic and she mixes with her until get off work every day and then gets some salary. This is also one of the reasons why Lu Cheng couldn't understand her. When passing by Li Yuki's ward, she saw two young nurses standing at the door. What are you doing? Zioyi recounted what had just happened, asked the door. What's going on inside now? I don't know. Zioyi shook his head. They didn't dare to peek inside. The door purple was different. She came up with curiosity and secretly opened the door of the ward, and the two little nurses also leaned forward. The heads of the three of them looked like arhats looking in from the crack of the door. As a result, I saw Li Yuki obediently taking a toothpick into the fruit to eat. While eating, he smirked and said to Lu Cheng, "Oh, it's so fragrant." "Oh, tilde tilde tilde," the two little nurses exclaimed. Sure enough, it was Dr. Liu, the young master who was so difficult to deal with, became docile in a while. The Ship Mother is on Fire in a Small Circle is a book with only 50 volumes. After all, there is no big fire, but all the books that were bought were basically collected as heirlooms. This book also became a legend for a time. There are too few people who have seen the real book, and most of them read photos or scans posted by others on the internet. However, the idea of anthropomorphizing battleships has been spread out. www.novelmtl.com. Many fan artists have published similar books one after another. Some are even more popular than Song Yunwoo's book. There is no other way. Even if Song Yunwoo's paintings are better looking, his reputation is always bad and it cannot be promoted. She still has to honestly draw the comics and then submit them. The story of Working Cell is really simple and it's easy for her. She didn't use Taoism this time but painted by herself for half a month. Is a full 30 pages, an average of 10 pages of a story, that's 3. After finishing the painting, she still feels a little worried and discusses with her after Ximen Qing is off work. Is this all right? I won't be eliminated, right? Ximen Qing turned over and found that red blood cells, macrophages, and platelets were even more beautiful and cute than the original. White blood cells are even more handsome and scumbags, and T killer cells are also very hardline. You can control any style of painting, she sighed. In painting, Song Yunwoo is simply invincible. Those cartoonists who have been serializing for more than 20 years are not necessarily as good as her. This is not simply whether the character is good or not, but she can control all kinds of styles of painting. If you want to be cute, you can be cute. If you want to be domineering, you can be domineering. And if you want to be ergonomic, you can ergonomic. Ximen Qing feels that she has found a treasure. With her, you will definitely earn enough money to buy blood packs soon. Ximen Qing has already begun to dream about the life that she will be able to consume every day in the future. She patted Song Yunwoo on the shoulder. You can take it and submit it with confidence, win. Encouraged by Ximen's love, Song Yunwoo went to contribute. Then, on the third day, she received a notice. Thank you very much for your submission. We have read your work carefully. Unfortunately, there are still many places that do not meet our requirements. I hope we can cooperate next time. Chance. Qin Yuyao came home from get off work and suddenly heard the sound of glass crashing in the living room. She couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Den Zai Zai went home from get off work so early. Actually, she was drinking alone in the living room. However, when she walked over and took a look, she discovered that it was Song Yunwoo who was drinking. Sister Yunwoo, what's the matter with you? Qin Yuyao couldn't help asking, seeing her disappointed look. It's Zio Qin, Song Yunwoo sighed. I'm reflecting on myself. Reflection. Yes, do you think I'm too naive? I think I'm a cartoonist if I can draw a few pictures, she said with a sip of her drink, drunk slightly. Where is this world so simple, cartoonist? Those who support themselves are called cartoonists. I am at most ordinary citizens with drawing skills. What's the matter? Qin Yuyao walked over and asked with concern. Song Yunwoo did not answer but just drank booze. Qin Yuyao accidentally caught a glimpse of the mail on the desktop and immediately understood the whole story. So she persuaded, "Oh, Sister Yunwoo, it's okay to be rejected. I'm working in the editorial department now, so I know very well that rejection does not necessarily mean that your work is not good. It's just that the simple subject matter doesn't match what people demanded. I've heard that someone in our editorial department brushed off a work because he didn't like Lily. As a result, they changed a place and became a masterpiece with more than 1 million sales. Don't comfort me, Song Yunwoo shook his head. It is not only this time that I have been rejected. I think I am really not suitable for this industry, so I just go back and ask Dad to buy the weekly squat directly. I am the editor-in-chief of reviewing other people's comics. Chen Yuyao. Hey. I can't talk about this, I'm inhumane. After dark, Ximen Qing also returned. The chartered wife, my blood bag, I am starving to death, I want a blood bag. Wow. What the hell? Seeing Song Yunwoo lying on the table as drunk as a corpse, Ximen was shocked. Immediately, her eyes rolled, her expression gradually became funny. Hey, the charter lady is drunk, don't I let me take the blood pack. I'm such a clever ghost. Ximen Qing immediately went upstairs, rummaged through the clouds in the sky. The movement led Qin Yuyao out. Sister Ximen, what are you doing? Ximen Qing was shocked and quickly explained, I'm here playing cleaning, Clean up, Qin Yuyao said with a black line. I haven't graduated from university, don't lie to me, how do you think it is getting messy? It's messy enough too, you have a sense of accomplishment you don't understand. Ximen Qing opened his eyes and said nonsense. By the way, do you know what's going on with the charterer? There was someone downstairs who was drunk. Oh, that's it, Qin Yuyao said the matter. Now it is Ximen's turn to be shocked. Impossible, Working Cell is so popular that it has been rejected. Are the eyes of this editor a frog egg? It's awful, this is not good. Ximen Qing found that what she had thought before seemed a little too beautiful. A work is so popular that all factors are indispensable. It's not that if you take it out from another place it will be as hot as before. She also worried that the work she chose would not match this era. But this is too real, the first movie hit the street, so how can I play it? Back to his room, Ximen Qing began to think about it. It seems that the path of cooperating cartoonists is a bit unworkable, and her plan to make a fortune is hindered. If this continues, she still has to return to the predicament of starving every day. You have to find another way to make a fortune. Thinking about it, Ximen Qing glanced at the computer on the side. Is it really going to make money for the fat house? Ximen Love hesitated for a long time and decided to compromise. Forget about selling stockings, it's too low, but it's not bad to be an up owner. In recent years, the development of the two-dimensional element is booming. Among them, the bullet screen website B-Cup is particularly prominent, and it is not much different from the Bilibili in the memory of Ximen Qing. Of course, because of the decline of Yingguo culture, the B stations in this world are more domestically produced, and some stocks are more domestically produced. If you can become an up host and then gain a group of fans, then there will be another wave of undefeatable. It is also good for Ximen's Love. She didn't do it before just because it took too much time in the early stage. The accumulation of fans is not a matter of overnight. She is not some guy who likes to show a sad smile and her fans are just like riding on a rocket. Being the up master is destined to have a period of power generation with Love. Now Song Yunwoo is on the street, she has no choice but to prepare to retreat. Of course she can't make a video, but some people will. She only needs to consider the content. What do? Anime miscellaneous talk? Let's go. Reading www.ukanshu.com. These cartoons for children have a wool slot point, ghosts. That's too time-consuming, put it aside. After much deliberation, her final strategy is singing. When DeLong was still there, her favorite thing was to find a nice song, then loop the single until she vomited, and then continue to look for the next one. Thanks to this, she can now recall those songs clearly. It's impossible to arrange music anymore. It's impossible to arrange music in this life, nor can I write scores, only a cappella can do this. Ximen Qing is also very helpless. She is not a master of music, and her music knowledge is limited to do Lamy's harassment. Basically, there is no way to reproduce the original song completely. She went downstairs and knocked on the door of Pan Taoyuan. After Xiaoguai opened the door, she pinched Xiaoguai's cheek for the first time. The fleshy little face is really comfortable to pinch. Xiaoguai, do me a favor for my sister. After squeezing, Ximen Qing pushed Xiaoguai into the door and closed the door, showing a weird smile. Xiaoguai is honest, just asking her. What can I help? Ximen said in love, aren't you good at computers? Can you make a video for me? I sing a song and then you record it for me and make it into a video. Xiaoguai emphasized after listening. That is a hacking technique used to deal with defense systems, not for making videos. Oh, everything is fine, you can do it for me. Ximenking knelt on the floor so that her height was just enough to hold Xiaoguai's waist, and by the way, she could rub her at her private airport. Xiaoguai looked a little reluctant but still agreed under the soft and hard feeling of Ximen. Xiaoguai's room is well equipped with all kinds of equipment. Ximen Qing only needs to sing directly and all the post-production work can be left to her. Just sing to this place, right? Ximen Qing looked at the device, which looked a bit like a microphone. To be honest, Xiaoguai has a lot of professional equipment here. She can't pay the rent, 30% of the reason is them. Xiaoguai nodded and Ximen Qing spoke up. I heard that Snow White is running away. Little Red Riding Hood is worried about the big bad wolf. I heard that Mad Hatter likes Alice. The ugly duckling will become a white swan. The song she sang is called Fairy Tale Town. The fairy tales quoted in the lyrics are basically from the Grimm's fairy tales 200 years ago, so the two worlds are connected. In another world, this song was written by Jun Zhu, composed by Concealed Kong and sung by Concealed Kong. The song is a good song, very nice, but it really became popular because of a cover by a female anchor. At the beginning, most of the popular online songs were female versions. Although I heard that the female anchor was dead later, it has nothing to do with this song. Ximen loves that her voice is so good, her singing skills are not bad and her singing effect should not be worse than that of her. In case the fire out. Lit all a long time ago. All come to a happy ending. Moment. And strain. Woo tilde tilde woo tilde tilde woo tilde tilde woo tilde tilde. A song sings very quickly in a few minutes. Ximen Qing is now a zombie, and she has a strong control over her breath and voice, and she almost makes no mistakes when she sings a song. When she finished singing and was about to ask Xiaoguai if she had finished recording, she suddenly found that little Lori was looking at herself with bright eyes, her expression full of admiration. What are you doing? Are you okay? Xiaoguai shook his head and continued to look at her. It's so nice. Singing a cappella makes you feel good. Ximenking smiled and squeezed her face. Isn't it going to go to heaven if it is accompanied by music? Xiaoguai nodded immediately. As a result, Ximen's affection was overwhelming. Unfortunately, I don't know how to arrange music, I can only sing a cappella. Xiaogu was stunned, and then as if thinking of something, he said to Ximen excitedly. I know someone who can arrange music. Do you want money? Xiaoguai thought for a while, then shook his head. Then please. Ximen was overjoyed, not to mention Bai Jian a late stage and also comes with a free arrangement. This wave of blood is really profitable. She picked up the little boy as a meal and let the little boy enjoy it. A facial cleanser. After, Ximen Qing said to the little boy again, by the way, can you be a virtual character? Can real facial motion capture be used? Xiaoguai thought for a while, then nodded. That's great, I plan to make that. Ximen Qing didn't plan to appear in real people, but wanted to engage in an artificial mental retardation like Xi AI, Ba, artificial intelligence. Is the kind of software similar to FaceRig that can feed back real facial expressions to virtual characters. It would be a good gimmick to call himself AI at that time. Xiaoguai listened to all her requests and said that she could do it, which made Ximen Qing, who had just had the idea of giving it a try, overjoyed. You are so good, why can't you make any money? I, like a pigeon killer, I don't rely on this to make money. Xiaoguai is a very principled killer, although he has never killed anyone so far. Ximenking smiled and touched her head. Well, let's do it, I will pay the rent for you if I make money another day. Oh, Xiaoguai immediately showed a happy expression and the tail behind him was also exposed, and he began to sway from side to side. She didn't need her for the virtual character. After the recording, Ximen Qing went back to the room and played the game, and Xiaoguai opened the communication software and contacted a friend with an ID called Sheer. Yes. I have a song, can you arrange a song for me? Attachment. No problem boss, promise to complete the mission boss. Don't call me the boss, I am a killer, not a black club. Understood the boss but stopped calling the boss. The next day, Qin Yuyao went downstairs to go to work and accidentally caught a glimpse of Song Yunwu's drawing that was thrown on the table. She thought about it and took the drawing with her. She didn't mean to contribute to Song Yunwoo, but she is now working in the editorial department of a large company where there are many experienced editors. What she wanted was to find an opportunity to show this manuscript to an editor who was good at speaking, to learn from the experience, and to return to tell Song Yunwoo the editor's opinion. Although she has received some preferential treatment because she is a beautiful woman, she herself did not slacken off because of this. Instead, she took the initiative to find work, which has also won the likes of many seniors. The atmosphere in the editorial department seemed a bit wrong today. Chin Yuyo helped to print out a bunch of documents, and when she reached the office she heard an editor shouting there, "Knock inside, did you hear that? Knock inside." I told labor and management before 3 I gave the manuscript from the day, and after 3 days and 3 days and 3 days later it was almost a month. Tell me honestly, did you go clubbing? Do you believe that labor and management will go to your house and shut you off now? Get up, no food if you don't paint. She shook her hand www.novelmtl.com and finally heard a female editor next to her say to the phone there. Well, the UNG team was in a bad mood and wanted to go out to relax and forget about it. It's time. So this is the reason why you are delaying the manuscript. Let me tell you, if you can't get the manuscript before the deadline, believe it or not, I will publish your address to ensure that you will receive one every day. Pile of blades. Okay, so impressive. She came to work here not long ago. This is the first time that the deadline is approaching. The entire editorial department seemed to have turned into a battlefield and everyone was busy becoming a dog. Even the single dogs who liked to peek at him had ignored her. When others are busy, she is naturally more busy as a new intern. When she is busy, Chin Yuyo gradually forgets about Song Yunwoo's affairs. At noon, Chin Yuyo finally made time to eat. She ordered the entire editorial department's takeaway and she brought it downstairs. Just as she was cooking there with a box of yellow braised chicken rice, a passing editor's belt accidentally brought a thick stack of papers on her desk. Suddenly, a bunch of things spilled. "Ah, sorry, the editor squatted down to help tidy up. Chin Yuyo also quickly put down the lunchbox, wiped her hands, squatted down to tidy up together. "It's okay, or you can go ahead, I'll just do it myself." If you change to a man, the editor may be gone, but Chin Yuyo is a beautiful woman, so the editor shook his head. "Where else? You go to eat first and I will clean up so that people don't say that I am an uncle bullying you or a little girl. Go now." Chin Yuyo had no choice but to be pushed back to her seat, while the editor picked up the scattered files little by little. Suddenly, his hand paused. Duan Yongping suddenly saw a cartoon in a pile of messy files. I want to say that in this editorial department it is normal to see a manga. It's just that what he saw happened to be the page with the close-up of platelets, and such a cute little loli was immediately imprinted in his mind. He has been in this business for 10 years. In order to maintain his professionalism, he basically knows the comics that are a little hot in the quarter, and he can recognize most of the styles of comics of various comics. And the little loli in front of him, he couldn't see which painting it was. Newcomer, then this is too good, so out of curiosity he pulled out the painting and looked at it carefully. It's so cute as expected. If this is seen by those nerds, shouldn't they be so cute that they have a heart attack? He then rummaged again, found the entire 30-page drawing and read it again. Chin Yuyo quickly finished eating and wanted to come over and continue to help, but found that Duan Yongping actually squatted there to read comics. "Master Duan, what are you looking at?" "Oh Zio Chin, do you know which author contributed this comic?" "Which one?" Chin Yuyo leaned over to take a look and was surprised to find that it was the comic she had brought over. This is not someone who submitted it, it was drawn by my friend." Chin Yuyo didn't think too much and said honestly, "She failed to submit her manuscript and was rejected by someone, so I wanted to help her ask if there is any improvement." "Yes, Master Duan, can you give me some advice?" "What advice do you give?" Duan Yongping simply rolled his eyes. "Which magazine is blind? Don't want such a good work." "Ugh. Is this good?" Chin Yuyo hadn't read it carefully either, but when Song Yunwoo said so badly, he thought this work was rubbish. She thought for a while and said, "She seems to vote for Weekly Manu." "Oh, that's no wonder," Duan Yongping suddenly realized. "I said Weekly Manu was originally created by Weekly Edge." They have just been established there. The editors are all transferred from the original Weekly Edge. There are not many professional comics editors. It's not surprising that a group of fashion magazine guys saw this kind of work killed. That is to say, if my friend's comic is submitted, it can be serialized, Qin Yuyao asked with a glimmer of hope. I don't know, Duan Yongping shook his head. That can't. Serialization is so easy, not to mention whether your friend has the ability to change weekly. The magazine must also have a place for you to publish it. Recently Halfway through he was stunned. You wait, I'll help you ask. With that, Duan Yongping took the draft and ran to find another editor. After the two chatted for a while, Duan Yongping took the draft and showed each other, then Qin Yuyao nodded when he saw the other editor who asked for money. Duan Yongping came back with a smile on his face. It's done. There is an old author on Lao Kaian's that was scheduled to serialize the new issue, but De Bayajian was caught a few days ago and now there is just a place vacated. You go and ask your friends to come and talk about it. If everything else passes, maybe it can really be published. Really, Qin Yuyao couldn't believe it. He didn't expect it to happen by mistake. But she took another look at the money to continue working in the distance. It was the editor who just yelled 3 days later and 3 days on the phone. She thought to herself, if Song Yunwoo delays the manuscript in the future, will he also lock Song Yunwoo away and not feed him if he doesn't paint? By then, he doesn't know if he will be scared to death by a group of monsters. Qin Yuyao vomited silently in her heart and then immediately called Song Yunwoo. It's a pity that Song Yunwoo used to be out at night and had a drink last night. Now it must be impossible to be woken up by the mere telephone ringing. She had no choice but to talk to Duan Yongping and then went back to the villa. Sister Yunwoo, don't sleep. Don't sleep? She held a cup of hot water and came to Song Yunwoo's side, trying to shake her up. The latter opened his eyes laboriously and then the first thing was to hiss, pressed his forehead. Oh, my brain hurts. Who made you drink so much wine yesterday? Qin Yuyao handed the hot water over. Drink some hot water, I have good news for you. What good news? What good news can I have recently? Song Yunwoo said while drinking water, feeling a little depressed. So Qin Yuyao told her about the editorial department. Wait a minute, Song Yunwoo put down the water glass and waved her to stop. I haven't woken up from drinking, you say it again, it shouldn't be my ear problem. Has an editor read my comic? Yes, Qin Yuyao rubbed her temples for her. You won't blame me for taking out your drawings without authorization, right? Haha, Song Yunwoo suddenly laughed, jumped out of the bed and hugged Qin Yuyao. What am I to blame for you? You really didn't lie to me. Can I serialize it in the magazine? It's not decided yet. Qin Yuyao was a little dizzy by her. Yu reading www.ukanshu.com. There are still many follow-up discussions, so I came to call you to the editorial department. What are you waiting for? Go. You just go like this. Huh? Song Yunwoo looked down and she was wearing a set of underwear. It was indeed not a attire for going out. So she immediately changed into a white t-shirt and jeans. Her hairstyle is still instant noodles and the standard wine bottle glasses are not forgotten. Two people just went to the editorial department. In the evening when Ximen Qing went home, they met Damon Zai. They walked to the door together. Before the door opened, they heard someone yelling in the house. What are you doing? The two looked at each other and Ximen Qing opened the door curiously. It turned out that Song Yunwoo, who was only wearing a white t-shirt, was holding a wine bottle in one hand and her underwear in the other, shaking in circles. Oh tilde, get up high, I'm the king of comics. Ximen loves his eyes and hands quickly and quickly takes out his phone and snaps a photo. Dean Zai gave her a shocked look. At this time, what do you think of doing this? Song Yunwoo was originally quite high but turned his head and saw Ximen Qing and De Zai looking straight at him, only then realized that he seemed a bit out of line. She put on her underwear silently and then pretended to say hello to the two of them nonchalantly. Oh, come back, dinner is ready, let's eat together, I have something to do, go back to the room first. Then he turned around and walked slowly to the top of the stairs. His speed exploded in an instant, and he sprinted to the second floor within 3 seconds. Ximen Qing's expression gradually became funny. Hey, I can ask for more blood packs these days. Damon Zai is curious, what happened? I have never seen her so happy. I really want to die? Song Yunwoo buried her head under the pillow as if embarrassed by cancer. She was uncomfortable. Today is the first time in her life that she signed a contract with a magazine. When she was happy, she drank some wine, but she became a little overwhelmed. Bad, this is over. The black history of life is known by that idiot zombie. How can I maintain my majesty in the future? Song Yunwoo felt wrong after thinking about it. No, I have to go and chop the zombie. With that, she drew the coin sword from the inner thigh, aggressively preparing to go downstairs to fight the zombie. But only halfway down the stairs, she suddenly stopped, slumped on the railing, and poked her head out quietly, wanting to see what they were talking about downstairs. Signed, Ximen Qing looked at Qin Yuyao in surprise. Didn't it mean that the manuscript was rejected? It's like this, Qin Yuyao repeated Duan Yongping's words. Ximen Qing nodded after hearing this. I'll just say, how could such a good work be rejected? It turns out that this is the case. Let them toss the fashion magazine guys, I see how they will rush to the street. Working Cell was rejected, but she was terrified. She even did the singing video, saying that it is impossible to have no resentment towards the weekly Manu. By the way, is your magazine big? Ximen Qing suddenly thought of something and asked, don't be a third-rate magazine on the roadside, you won't be able to make much money when you serialize it. Didn't I tell you? Qin Yuyao said, I am now an intern in the editorial department of Weekly Squat. Squat. Just that, the largest comic magazine in the whole flower country, Ximen Qing exclaimed, our comics are going to be serialized there. Qin Yuyao shook her head, that's not true, there are also many other magazines under Squat. This time the cartoon of Sister Yunwoo is Mars Squat. Mars, what is that? Qin Yuyao introduced, Mars Squat, this is another magazine of Squat Publishing House. It was originally used as a supplement to Weekly Squat to publish some extra articles, but it became so popular that it was released as a semi-monthly magazine. Oh tilde, Ximen Love seems to understand but not understand. Qin Yuyao thought for a while and added, most of the current Mars Squat are extravaganzas drawn by non-original authors. Readers like to call them official fan works. Generally speaking, they are pretty cute. The main market is also elementary and middle school students. The primary and middle school students are good, Ximen said with affection. The plot is too complicated for elementary school students to understand. Working Cell is originally a popular science comic with a weak storyline which is just right for elementary school students. Took a bite of a tomato, she suddenly got close and whispered in Qin Yuyao's ear, how much is the author's payment? Qin Yuyao's ears were itchy by her, and her cheeks were slightly reddish. Because it is a semi-monthly publication, you need to submit 30 pages each time and the price per page is 200. That's it, Ximen said dissatisfied, then it's only 10,000 in a month like this. Even if it's 50 to 50, I can only get 6,000, how many blood packs can I buy? And with the temperament of a chartered wife, she might as well know how much she would give Simon the love. After all, the cost of manuscript and ink is all she is producing. It's not low anymore, Qin Yuyao said, this is already higher than many newcomers, that is, Squat is rich enough to give a newcomer so much. Forget it, it's fine if you can produce it. Ximen Qing didn't expect to rely on this amount of manuscript fees. What she valued was the future adaptation and the pamphlet. She knows how hot the Working Cell animation is. Even if it is as strong as the Bone King, she will be squeezed out. When she thinks about it, she feels full of money falling from the sky. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, what's the matter with you? The door's eye suddenly pressed up from behind and a pair of asterisk rested on Ximen Qing's head like this, laughing so wretched. Ximen Qing was pressed down on the table, but fortunately she also had a cushion, resting on the table so that she would not be pressed under the table. Is there? I laughed awkwardly. She adjusted her expression quickly. Illusion, definitely an illusion. Even turned his head, by the way, the touch on this head is really cool. The dumb boy is worthy of being a doctor, and he can always bring her a cure. At this time, Xiaoguai suddenly came out of the room and walked to the side of Ximen Qing. It's done. So fast is the arrangement done. Xiaoguai nodded, that friend of hers is very good. It took only 5 days before and after the arrangement, and the main thing to spend time was to be the virtual character. Now that happened, Ximen Qing hesitated. The comics have made money, is it necessary to be the UP master? She thought about it, then looked at Xiaoguai again. I think that others have done it for me, so it's a bit inappropriate to choose not to do it at this time. Then stood up under the pressure of the door. Zai. Go to your room and talk. Wow. Damon Zai stepped back half a step back, and the UU reading www.ukanshu.com cushion slid behind Simon Ching's head along the back of her. Zai Ogui looked extremely envious and couldn't help but glance down at his private airport. When will I be able to build tall buildings here? What are you doing? I want to see too. Damon Zai followed the two into Pan Taoyuan. Qin Yuyao originally wanted to join in the fun, but after looking at a table of wine glasses and saucers, he planned to organize it first. Three monsters entered Pan Taoyuan. Zaya Ogui first played the song with good music. I heard that Snow White. Ximen Qing's soft voice like cotton wool came from the speaker, and matched with the exotic BGM, it felt as if scenes of fairy tales were truly presented in front of you. The arrangement of is different from the original song. Ximen Qing feels like hearing a brand new fairy tale town. Compared with the original song, I can't say which one is better, I can only say that the comprehension of the arranger is different. Now this is a bit dark after all, the lyrics are somewhat dark fairy tales. After listening, the overall feeling of Ximen Qing is very good, it can be said to be perfect. After all, she is not a professional music student. She just thinks that a song can be done like this is already very good, she will not force it to be the same as she remembers. This sounds good. Damon Zai looked at Ximen Qing in surprise. Kinger, you can sing. Hey, I didn't expect it, Ximen Qing said with a smug, actually what I do best is not singing but 48 hands. Let's try another day. Daimon Zai smiled and did not speak. She was a hybrid of Sakura and Hua, and she naturally didn't know the 48 hands of Sakura in the Edo period. The little guy on the side looked curious. 48 hands, what is that? Is it a peerless martial arts? SHHH, kids don't ask so much. Ximen squeezed Xiaogui's face. Has the virtual character also been done? Well, okay. Xiaogui opened a software and a virtual character immediately appeared in the middle of the display. This is a giant Rue Lolita with a black double ponytail wearing a white sleeveless tights with a big opening on the chest and a blue ribbon passing through the bust and tied to the arm. Ximen Qing took a closer look and then nodded in satisfaction. Very well, Xiaogui, you are such a genius. She just gave the little girl some advice based on the goddess Hestia in Is It Wrong to Seek Encounters in a Dungeon in the memory, but she didn't expect the reduction rate to be quite high, especially the iconic chest strap. Is exactly the same as in the memory. It's good if you can afford a name, Ximen Qing asked Damon Zai and Xiaogui back. What do you think her name is better? The Queen of the Night. Plum Q. Ximen Qing directly rolled his eyes and two named ghosts. In the end, she decided the virtual character and the ID of Station B were all set as Tsingyi Yeast. Hello, this is the artificial intelligence Tsingyi Yeast. Welcome everyone to my channel. First of all, I will introduce myself to you. There was no love story for Simon, and he improvised a self-introduction to the camera and squeezed his throat and talked about his AI setting in a tone that was higher than usual. On the screen, the virtual character made by Xiaogui also moved with her. She blinked, the avatar blinked, she laughed, and the avatar also laughed. After the introduction, she turned around and said to Xiaogu, I will record the singing first and you can match the voice later. What are you two doing? She discovered that Damon Zai and Xiaogui were looking at them like ghosts in horror movies. Hey, although I am a zombie, do you need to be so scared of such a beautiful zombie? It's not the first day I met. No, Damon's eye swallowed and tremblingly said, how can you say that in such a disgusting tone? And your actions like a young girl, aren't you awkward? I can see the goosebumps all up, vomit tilde. Xiaogui also said, my classmates would not be like this. She is in the 5th grade of elementary school this year. Damn, Ximen Qing said depressed, you two know what a hairy. To an otaku, I just squeezed my voice just now to talk like that is very cute, I really don't appreciate it. Let's do it, it's what you say, I'll go back to the room first. The door purple hit hatch, I have to go to work tomorrow. You, the fishing doctor, are also fighting landlords on the computer when you go to work, pretending to be busy. Ximen said with emotion. Damon Zai smirked and said, but you have to admit that my salary is 10 times yours. Damn, Zyman King suddenly fell into autism. If I had a medical certificate, it would be great. The video was made very smoothly, and Zyman Ching was uploaded the next day. But because the comics matter has settled, Zyman Ching doesn't care too much about this but just clings to the idea of I saying it all, and it is wasted not to submit articles. Seeing that the video was being reviewed, she left the thing behind and started the game. 3 hours later, haha, it's hanging up again. Zyman Ching's screen turned black and white with a record of 117.3 hanging in the upper right corner, but she was very happy. Because she had blocked her teammates in advance, she didn't know if anyone was scolding her. Anyway, after she was resurrected, she would go out and continue the waves and it would be over. At this time, she did not know that the video she just uploaded has passed the review. Tang Xiaoteng is an UP master in the music area of Station B. Out of hobbies a year ago, she started posting videos of her singing. It's just a simple recording with a background picture that has never changed. She didn't expect how popular it would be, however, her singing voice is unexpectedly popular. In 1 year, she is already an up owner with 600,000 fans. At least in the music area, she can be considered a bit famous. But she is still the same, recording a song every half-month and then uploading a picture by herself. The only change is probably that the recording place has changed from my own room to a professional recording studio. After having more fans, she can occasionally receive endorsements, such as singing a theme song for a game. She receives less, but it is almost enough to make sure that she has money to record. Most of the songs she sings are covers. After all, there are too few good original songs and they are expensive, so she has only bought 2 songs. Recently, she couldn't think of a good cover song, so she ran through the internet to find inspiration. Inadvertently, she saw a video in the recently updated list. Fairy Tale Town, original song. This is a new title. The first song is the original song. It's amazing. With curiosity, she clicked in novelmtl.com. The melodious prelude sounded, and her ears were immediately attracted. I heard that Snow White. When came back to her senses, the song had ended and she was awakened by a hello. Huh, are you done? Tang Xiaoteng looked at the virtual character who was introducing herself in the screen, artificial intelligence. What is that? Her clothes are so strange. Why is it with a belt? After reading the virtual character's self-introduction carefully, Tang Xiaoteng also understood this Tsing Yi yeast. It turns out that she is a computer. She is not a real person, but she sings really well. She couldn't help listening to it again. At this time, there were more than 1 clicks on the video. She saw a barrage of wow, the ears are pregnant drifting by, and it didn't take long for her to see this skin is really big. No, I mean this breast is really white. Heard it over and over again, and when Tang Xiaoteng recovered, he realized that it was already very late. She thought about it and immediately followed, collected, coined, and liked a dragon, and then sent a private message to the up owner, which probably meant that she wanted to cover the fairy tale town. When Zyman Kingyuan was about to go to bed, he saw a private message prompt and found that it was a cover request. She thought about it and simply posted a comment in the comment area and put it on top by hand. This song can be covered, but the source must be indicated. After was done, she didn't bother to worry about it anymore. Sleep to sleep? Ah, she suddenly opened her eyes. It seems that tomorrow's class is not ready yet. Well, forget it, improvise. Chanting like this, she gradually fell asleep. I don't know about Zyman's love at this time, and my sticky comment is about to set off a wave that will sweep the music area of Station B and even spread to the ghost animal area. On Saturday, Song Yunwoo rarely left the house early in the morning. While everyone was still immersed in the retreat on the weekend, she ran back home excitedly, shouting, "Come on. Come out, come out." "What are you doing?" Simon Ching yawned. "Don't you know that destroying a person's dream is like killing a parent, unless you pay me with a blood bag?" "What nonsense. Look at what this is." Zyman Ching took a closer look and found that Song Yunwoo was waving a thick magazine at this time. "What is this?" "What do you mean?" Seeing Song Yunwoo's silly smile, Zyman Ching suddenly realized something. "This is our cartoon." "That's right," Song Yunwoo waved to her. "Come down and have a look." Zyman Ching immediately went downstairs, and at this time Qin Yuyao and the others were also woken up one after another. Only the door Zai did not come out. She drank too much last night. Song Yunwoo went straight upstairs and dragged her off the bed. The family gathered around the table looking at the thick magazine in the center. I'm going to open it. Like a ceremony, Song Yunwoo first opened the catalog and then turned to the page where their comics were based on the page number. Working Cell, Original Work, Dance. The colorful title page was rushed out one night after Song Yunwoo signed the contract, and after that it was the official content. Mars Squat is a semi-monthly publication with about 300 pages. There are 18 works in total. Some of them are more than a dozen pages and some are 30 pages like Working Cell. The former are mostly fan works while the latter are serious original works. Seeing the comics he drew were printed into magazines, Song Yunwoo was so moved that tears were streaming down. Even though the quality of this paper is extremely poor, it still represents her success. Finally. I can finally raise my head and tell others that I am a cartoonist. Song Yunwoo still wanted to give some testimonials, but finally saw Xiamen Qing's hand stretched out. What are you doing? The manuscript fee, Xiamen Qing said. You have to have 6,000 yuan for this issue, and it's $5 to $5, 3,000. Song Yunwoo's emotions were instantly interrupted. She slapped Xiamen Qing's hand away. You guy is really losing money. If you have no money, you can asterisk my blood. 6,000 must be taxed. There are also costs such as drawing paper and ink. 3,000 is impossible. I will give you 2,000 at most. You cost 2,000? Okay, well, better than nothing. 2,000 can make a living. Xiamen Qing now 2 bags of blood a day. Each bag costs more than 300. With 2,000 yuan, she can have 13 more bags of blood and 26 bags twice a month. Although it is still not enough, it can be considered better. Hey, charter lady, can you discuss with the publisher how many more pages to publish each month? Xiamen asked hopefully. In the end, Song Yunwoo glared at her directly. I don't need kung fu to paint. Do you think 30 pages in half a month is easy? You have to publish a few more pages, you can do it. Chinese letter, Xiamen had no choice but to give up. Oh, it's a useless RBQ, if only I could draw another one. Xiamen's love is very clear. Painting geniuses like Song Yunwoo are hard to come by. Instead of looking for others to consume those memories that she only has, she would rather look forward to Song Yunwoo's popularity one day and make a lot of money. I just don't know if this comic will be popular. After being rejected once, Xiamen Qing is not so confident anymore. There are too many factors for a work to become popular. Even if it has exploded on another Earth, everything is still unknown in another world. Zheng Qiang is 35 years old and is an elementary school teacher. Saturday is the day when the students are on holiday, but he still has to correct his homework and prepare for next week's lesson plan. This guy, why does I hate less when I use the book followed by the money is not enough until the end of the month? The word painless is written in front of the flow of people. What advertisements do you usually watch? Hello. Oh my god, who taught this? Why do you think I would tick you by writing teacher you are so handsome, although I am really handsome? Being a teacher these years is not only troublesome but also troublesome. Zheng Qiang has been a teacher over the years and he only feels that the children of late have become more and more able to play. The pupils of 10 years ago are obviously very honest. Just as he took a deep breath to relieve pressure, the door suddenly opened and a little head was sneaking around the door. Zheng Qiang's eyelids twitched. Zhang Zhen, you come in for Laozi. An exclamation came from the door and then a little boy walked in reluctantly. He put his hands behind his back as if hiding something. What's it hiding? Show it to me. Just as the little boy wanted to quibble, he was discouraged when he saw Zheng Qiang's majestic gaze. He took out the things honestly. Zheng Qiang recognized it as a comic magazine. He collects several copies in class every month. Did you finish your homework? The little boy shook his head. Then do it quickly. He took the magazine and put it aside. You reading www.ukanshu.com, read it when it's done. Oh, the little boy Zheng Zhen immediately returned to the room obediently. Zheng Qiang does not object to his son's reading of comics and he only prevents his son from playing with things. Corrected for a while, he couldn't help but leaned on the sofa and rubbed his temples. The job of the teacher is too stressful. Just now, a guy drew a QR code for him to scan the answer. He took out his phone, wondering whether to try it. I accidentally caught a glimpse of the comic magazine just seized. Forget it, read the magazine and relax. This magazine is called Mars Squat. At the beginning, there were some derivative works that he didn't understand. He just kept flipping, turning to a page he was interested in before stopping. Zheng Qiang swears that he would never stop when he saw a beautiful woman, but this painting is really beautiful, completely different from the previous ones. Working cells? Where are the cells? He looked at it with curiosity. Oh. Are these people cells? Fuck, the floor exploded. Is this just a rupture of the inner wall of the blood vessel? Wow, this knife is so powerful. Is this white blood cells? This is platelet. It's so small, so cute. Hey, why did I only give birth to a son? After reading a few pages, he probably understood the routine of this comic. The cells are personified and the process of a bacterial invasion is shown in an exaggerated way. Seeing the place where Streptococcus pneumoniae was sent away by the sneeze, he subconsciously touched his nose. There shouldn't be rockets coming out of me, right? He wanted to see it again but found that there was no more but another serialized comic. Why is there no more? Damn, such a thick book, only so little. Zhang Qiang flipped through the magazine and complained, what are the other things? When you have time to publish these, leave the space free for how good is Working Cell. All the bells and whistles. He was a little helpless, so he turned it back and looked at it again. The platelets are really cute. That night, after Zhang Qiang's wife came home from get off work, she saw her husband staring at her with fiery eyes. What are you doing? Are your eyes inflamed? The eye drops are in the bedside table. Wife, let's have another daughter, okay? What? The next day, the old king next door came to Zhang Qiang's house to stop by. Damn. Old Zhang, what's wrong with your eyes? No, it's okay, just didn't sleep well, just dark circles. I said, Lao Zhang, do you look like a fool? How can I have dark circles on the side? You were beaten by your wife, right? SHHH, keep your voice down, don't talk nonsense. Why did she hit you? Old Wang asked in doubt. You cheated. You just cheated, Zhang Qiang kicked Lao Wang. You can't cure your occupational disease. How can you think of having an affair? When Pharaoh was young, he was a paparazzi, specializing in taking photos of celebrities cheating. Later, I slowly mixed into the TV station and became a director. Hey, what do you think is the matter? Old Wang has a strong gossip heart. Seeing such a big dark circle makes him feel uncomfortable if he doesn't understand it. So Zhang Qiang told him what happened yesterday. When you read a comic, you want to have a daughter. Lao Wang looked at Zhang Qiang like a fool. Lao Zhang, are you driven crazy by the group of elementary students in your class? Go. You are crazy? Zhang Qiang took the magazine on the coffee table and turned to the page of platelet. Such a cute daughter, don't you want one? Pharaoh took a look and suddenly stopped talking. When he finished reading, he quietly put down the magazine. Cut, Lao Zhang, isn't he just a paper man? What's so rare? You don't like to look down because I want a daughter in my head anyway. Then you think about it slowly. I'm going home for dinner. At the Wang family table that evening. Wife, have you considered having another daughter? A week later, the questionnaire survey of Mars Squat came out. Qin Yuyao brought news from the editorial department. Working Cell ranked 7th this week. 18 works, it's not bad to be ranked 7th. In particular, it is still a new manga and the top 6 works are all outside the popular masterpieces. 7th. It's okay, at least you don't need to be cut in the middle. Xiamen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he can continue to serialize, he can always make money. In the end, Song Yunwoo said, this is my first serialization, it's still in the protection period. This rank has no reference value. Wait 2 months. Huh, really? Xiamen Qing didn't know anything about these things. In any case, the serialization of Working Cell is gradually on track. There is no such thing as a story in Simon's fantasy, and even in the same magazine, Working Cell does not dominate. In the next 2 issues, the results of the questionnaire survey were both number 5. The manuscript fee is remitted on time every time. Thanks to this, Xiamen Qing's situation of being hungry and waking up in the middle of the night has been much less. And just when she thought that everything would go on so tepidly, an unexpected thing happened. On this day, the Lao Wang shows you the news column of Xiaokong TV station suddenly broadcasted such a piece of news. Next is a news about comics. The headline is, even if you feel distressed about the 37 trillion and 200 billion cells that are fighting for you, you must take care of your body. The protagonist of this news is a film called Working Cells the Comic. It's about being in a big factory called the human body. Look at this beautiful lady in red. She is actually the red blood cells in our body. Everyone knows that red blood cells are the main medium for delivering oxygen. On the surface, she is just an ordinary courier, but behind her back, she is a road idiot. Her mission is to be responsible for getting lost and waiting for the hero's white blood cells to rescue her. Then this is the platelet. Seeing such a cute platelet, do you still have the heart to uncover the scabs on the wound? Maybe you are still single, but the red blood cells in your body have already seen the white blood cells, right? The column led by Lao Wang has never been a serious news program, more like a talk show, so the copywriting is mostly skinny. After he watched the first issue of Working Cell that day, he became a fan of platelets, waiting to see platelets in each issue. Later, he even had this work of Amway in his office, and the final result was this news. The entire column team didn't think there was anything wrong with this. This is indeed an interesting news. Is it worthy of yourself if you don't mix private goods in the show? What they didn't expect was novelmtl.com tilde because of this news. Working Cell suddenly became a hot search on Weibo. A large number of people began to contact, understand, and discuss this comic. Song Yunwoo's painting skills are really too strong. The style of this comic is also very beautiful, and it can be liked at first glance. The coolness of white blood cells, the stupidity of red blood cells, the cuteness of platelets, the asterisk of macrophages. Once you indulge in it, you can't help it. In a short period of time, a large number of users using platelets as their avatars appeared on the internet, as well as couple avatars of red blood cells and white blood cells. Related emoticons have also been produced in large numbers. The most classic is probably a dead fat house wearing a hat with platelets written on it, and the following note is, "Stop dreaming, this is the fat house platelets." The final result of this series of events is that the sales of Mars Squat have soared. Not only this issue, but the previous 2 issues of Working Cell also ushered in a wave of counterattack. When I got the information to be reprinted, the entire editorial department was dumbfounded. What happened? Why did it happen all of a sudden? Hurry up and investigate, the editor-in-chief immediately issued an order. Then, based on various investigations, everyone finally came to the conclusion that Working Cell became popular. The previous issues have not increased, but the 2 issues that started serialization of Working Cell have increased by about 70,000 volumes each. Working Cell has entered the top 10 of the Weibo search list some time ago, and now it remains at the 16th position. This issue of the reader survey is here. Working Cell is overwhelming, and it has risen to the 2nd place. After listening to these reports, the editor-in-chief made a decisive decision. The C position on the cover of the next issue will be given to Working Cell. The money is coming. You go and notify the author to draw the color page. What's the matter? Song Yunwoo put down the phone and looked at Xiamen Ching suspiciously. Why do they suddenly want me to draw a color page? Isn't coloring pages rare? Didn't you paint the first time? Xiamen Ching asked rhetorically, sitting on the floor of Xiamen Ching's room with only a set of pale blue dead water. But what they want me to paint is the cover this time, Song Yunwoo said halfway and couldn't help but said, I said you can't change to another suit. This looks like a pervert. I don't go out what I don't wear, Xiamen Ching said without shame. How convenient is a swimsuit, and the water will be clean as soon as it is flushed. I tell you, only people with a dirty heart will think that others are like perverts. Yes, a truly pure person will not understand even if he sees very dirty things. Look at Xia Agua, she won't mind lending me her swimsuit. Snapped, Song Yunwoo took off his shoes and threw it on Xiamen Ching's chest. This is the reason you secretly changed her school swimsuit questionnaire. There are many styles of school uniforms for Xia Aguai's school, all of which are customized. But when she filled out the form, Xiamen King specially changed the size of the dead reservoir water to her own so that the school made a set of extra-large swimsuit. Xia Aguai couldn't wear it, so she lent her to wear it. Finally, she made another one. Can't you buy a swimsuit by yourself? Song Yunwoo sometimes couldn't understand the brain circuit of Xiamen Love at all. You don't understand, Xiamen Ching said with a serious expression. The dead reservoir water of elementary school students, that is a taboo area for gentlemen. I lost the big dragon and I always have to make up for it elsewhere to not lose money. Song Yunwoo. Xiamen Ching can't give any advice about the coloring page. She is mainly because Song Yunwoo wants to discuss the second comic with her. Working Cell has gradually been on the right track, but apart from the slow pace of the semi-monthly publication, this comic can only be regarded as lukewarm, so Song Yunwoo, who is conscious of energy and remaining, plans to double open. This is an idea that most authors will have. At the beginning, I only thought about signing a contract. After successfully signing a contract, I thought about big sales. A work without fire is impossible to satisfy the status quo. Ximen Qing also understands Song Yunwoo's ideas, and her willingness to paint more is a good thing for Ximen Qing. Anyway, just give an outline and set a person, and you don't even have to be responsible for the storyboard, and it won't take much effort from Ximen. The key problem is that she is still not sure which work is better. Work Cell can be rejected, and after uploading it is just plain and flat. She has deeply felt that she has no knowledge of the comic market in this world. Ximen thought about it for a long time. Would you like to try some old themes? Working Cell is the new episode of The Earth's Fire in 2018. Although the world here is also in 2018, Sakura's animation has not developed at all. This may cause the comics here to be much behind the Earth. If you can't get the firework in 2018, then try 1998, if not 1978, but the problem has come again. When Ximen Qing was on the Earth, she only started to enter the second element for 10 years. She hadn't seen it much before the old fan. Even if she knew the names of and when Higurashi cried, she couldn't tell Song Yunwoo their contents. 10 years ago, I always held the remote control and watched the Mango station there. I don't know any old anime. While thinking about it, she suddenly froze for a while, or else just tried to change those TV shows into comics. The first Under Heaven, the Detective Fang Miu, The Wind and Cloud, which one is not a classic? Because of the Second World War, Asia was greatly affected. Many places have become different from the Earth. Those classic works have been replaced by other equally outstanding works, so some old domestic works are available, but the genre has changed. Will it be equally popular? Ximen thought about it, but it seemed that he hadn't thought about it before. If the TV series can also be successful, then her script reserves can be expanded a lot at once. After all, she has only been following anime for 8 years, but the TV series has been watched for 20 years. Then try it first. She said to Song Yunwoo, "I will go back and think about it, and I will give it to you tomorrow." Don't be so rushed. Song Yunwoo didn't expect Ximen Qing to produce results so quickly. She originally planned to say it in advance, and her psychological expectation was to get the new script within 1 month. But Ximen Qing has already gone back to the room on her own, leaving only a big apple-shaped mark on the floor. Ximen Qing first went online to investigate popular TV series, movies, novels, and animations. She found costume dramas that resembled the Earth in the 1980s and 1990s, as well as brainstorming online novels like Interstellar Tyrant. There is no way to specifically categorize the popular comics in the comics industry. After all, the current Hyuguo comics are only it can be regarded as just starting. Yu reading www.ukanshu.com is in the era of blooming flowers. No one knows what type of works will be popular. After thinking about it all night, the new work decided by Ximen Qing is a more kingly story. The so-called kingly way is actually a routine. What are the adventures of falling off the cliff, the passing of kung fu from the masters, the companionship of beauties, the hatred of family and the country? This work that combines various classic routines is Dragon Babu. As the golden martial arts that feeds half of the Chinese costume drama, it has been reproduced over and over again and has been tested by the market. When you are not sure about the direction of the market, taking out Mr. Jin's works is always the most risk-resistant. Do as you think. Ximen Qing recalled several TV series she had watched. To be honest, she had read the original Dragon Babu. No matter which version of the TV series was, there were many changes, especially the big TVB, although the TVB version is the most classic, but the changes are also great. In contrast, Hu Jun Lin Jiying's version is closer to the original work, but some details are pitted, such as Wudang faction appearing in the lines. Forget it, no matter how you change it, the general plot is the same. Ximen Qing finally decided to take it for herself anyway. The main line is the same, but she needs to spend more thoughts. The next day, she took the written outline to Song Yunwoo. The plot of Dragon Babu is very long, so she only wrote the first part. It's so fast? Song Yunwoo looked at the USB flash drive in Ximen Qing's hand and said in surprise, "Where did you copy it?" "Don't think about it, hurry up and watch it," Ximen said with affection. "I did copy it, but no one will find out in this world." "Tianlong Babu, what kind of weird name is this? Is it a myth?" Song Yunwoo looked at it with curiosity. Everything in the 8 parts of the dragon starts with the sword fight of the Wuliang Jianzong. The immeasurable sword sect was originally divided into 3 schools, the East, the West, and the North. Although it is a pecking at each other but also solemnly will invite well-known people in the Yunnan martial arts to come and watch the ceremony. But this time in the sword fight, an unknown person was brought in by a tea merchant by chance. No one would notice him if he was just observing the ceremony honestly, but he happened to have a bad habit and couldn't help laughing. He laughed when he saw the strange moves when he saw someone fighting with swords. The laugh became a sand pen. When others are annoyed that he doesn't give face, he has to do it. As a result, he still doesn't know it. There is you master, my master, one will not, secondly afraid of losing, thirdly afraid of pain, and fourthly afraid of death. Causing a roar of laughter, in the end even Amitabha Buddha came out. If we continue, maybe Taizong will come to worship him. Fortunately, the disciple of the boundless sword sect couldn't hold back and interrupted his chanting with a slap. At this time the onlookers were all dumbfounded. I thought such an arrogant guy was so awesome, but it turned out to be just a masturbation pen. Actually, it's not just them, even Song Yunwoo who read the script didn't expect it. This guy is so useless, then why is he so aggressive and provocative? After speaking, she continued to watch. The son-in-law who was about to be beaten into a sand pen was rescued by a little lowly. When the little lowly teased the boundless sword East sect, the Shenong gang suddenly jumped out, and now the boundless sword sect who was facing the crisis of extinction had no thoughts about this. 2 guys. But the little Lolita talked afterwards, but it led to a lot of foreshadowing. For example, Boundless Jade Bai, Misty Peak Lingju Palace, Life and Death Talisman, Tianshan Tongmao and so on. After she took her son-in-law to leave, but because son-in-law had a heart attack she wanted to persuade the Shenong gang. How can this be persuaded? As a result, she broke up with the Shenong gang. Little Lolita was captured. In order to save her, the son-in-law had to go to little Lolita's hometown to ask for help for 7 days. Before leaving, Lolita also reminded the son not to say her last name. The plot at the end is a kind of out-of-chapter which arouses the curiosity of the readers and makes people want to watch the follow-up. This is a basic operation for every qualified author. No, even Song Yunwoo couldn't help asking Ximen Qing, "Why can't you say the surname Duan? Does her father have any hatred with the surname Duan?" "The hatred is great," Ximen Qing sold her off without saying directly. This is the sad story of the honest man helping the rich second generation to take over for more than 10 years. Finally, his wife ran away with the rich second generation and the adopted daughter was also abducted by the rich second generation's son. Misery is still Zhang Wangqiu miserable, just a name can tell how bitter and deep he is. Not to mention the prairie above, the core character is still ugly and the heart is tied into briquettes. This story, Song Yunwoo thought about it, to say how wonderful the beginning of this story is. There are really not many flowers. At the most, it is to draw little Lolita cute and the interaction between the 2 people is more ambiguous. For example, being struck by the surname segment touching her face. In this kind of place, she feels that the brain can replenish the brain and replenish the book. Ximen said with love. "This is just the beginning. You draw first and I will continue to write later. Believe me, this is definitely a good story." From the perspective of Simon's love, The Dragon is definitely the best written among the 14 books. Although the initial foreshadowing is a bit longer, it is the characteristic of the novel of that era, and the subsequent plot will slowly reflect the advantages of this work. Okay, Song Yunwoo is actually quite satisfied with the script, but it's not particularly stunning, so she's a little unwilling. But since Simon's love made her believe it, she believed it once. Ximen Qing went back and continued to write the follow-up. Song Yunwoo also began to paint Dragon. The 2 dead houses have no idea about the status quo of working cell in the outside world. Hello. Old money, I'm out. Yes, the cast on my feet hasn't been removed yet, but my hands are already clean. At the entrance of the hospital, a middle-aged man with a cane got into a taxi. After reporting an address, he started calling. I was suddenly inspired by the hospital these days. I thought of a very good story, come out to show you, it's absolutely awesome. How this? Okay, then you are busy. The man hung up the phone with a lonely expression as if he had lost hope in life. Hey brother, what's wrong with you? The driver on the side noticed this and spoke actively. The man leaned against the back of the chair with his eyes helplessly. Master, you said that this man is unlucky, don't he have his teeth in cold water? It seems that there is a story, why should I be a listener? Anyway, when you get out of the car, we won't see you again if we decide. He too, the man thought for a while and then told his own story. About 2 months ago I broke up with my girlfriend that night. She said she had no money on her, so I took a few. Give her 100 yuan. Who knows that because of this, a group of police rushed in and put me on the bed and finally arrested me and detained me for half a month. The driver was surprised and said, "Why do you want to catch you?" "Why?" "That's it," the man said angrily. "Is it a problem for the two of us to go to the hotel and have a breakup gun before we broke up? Is it just because we only talked about love for a few hours and broke the law? I told them this way, they didn't listen at all and just detained me." Driver, is it literary to say that big health care these years? The man continued. After half a month I came out, but my wife wanted to divorce me after learning about it, and her brother came to my house and beat me up. Oh, that's it, the driver said. This is a bit heavy and the legs are broken. Even if you make a mistake, you can't be so excessive, it's illegal. Oh no, he slapped me in the face. The swelling has disappeared a long time ago. Driver, then your legs, hi your brother waste my feelings. The cecum suddenly hurt on the day of my divorce, so I went to the hospital and had my cecum cut off, the man recounted. I could have been discharged early, but the guy who lived in the bed next door didn't know what was going on that day. He shouted, "Egyptian cow forced, ran around in the ward and broke my leg, did you think I was dropped by the pharaoh?" Driver, how do I know? Do you always lower your head? What do you think of lowering your head? Forget it, I have gone through so many hardships and finally I was discharged from the hospital, but I was robbed of the serialization position. Oh, I forgot to mention that I am actually a cartoonist. Are the newcomers now monsters? Even I can squeeze, fall, I'm not reconciled. Zhao Zhenying returned to her empty home. More than a month ago, there was its hostess here who would clean it up every day and make delicious meals on time when they arrived. But now, he is the only one left. On the table, the divorce certificate lay quietly. Next to it were filled with opened red wine bottles, some were already empty, some still had some left. He walked to the table, picked up the half bottle of red wine left and took a sip. It's a bit bitter. The bitter wine entered his throat, he released the crutch in his hand and the expression on his face gradually became cheerful. Oh yeah, free at last, no one cares about me chasing in the middle of the night anymore. My figures no longer have to be hidden, I finally don't have to hand in my contribution fees. Single long live. Woho tilde. Zhao Zhenying stood on one foot in the middle of the living room and swayed happily. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. A protest came from next door, weeping, it's so noisy. Zhao Zhenying is happily, where will he retract? What are you doing so loudly? My ears are not deaf again. Do you know that you are very disturbing like this? The next door continued to protest. Then you go to the property management, slightly. Zhao Zhenying would never dare to make such a fuss when his wife was still there because his wife's pan would greet him before the neighbors rushed over. But now, hey, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Maid, believe it or not that labor and capital stabbed you to death. Come on, who is afraid of whom? Zhao Zhenying has lived here for so many years, naturally knowing that he is an otaku next door, the kind who doesn't even have a wife, and he didn't take it seriously. What he didn't know was that at this moment next to him, a guy with a height of 1.9 meters and a muscular body comparable to a bodybuilder was rummaging in the room. Where is the knife? Where's the labor knife? Mad, don't let labor and management find it. I stabbed you to death with Dogecoin. After searching for a while, I didn't find any knives other than nail clippers. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, this is at home, the strong man said to himself, touching his chest. Don't be angry, I'm not a killer now, I'm an ordinary otaku Jinki, 30 years old, a virgin, a hobby girl, did not change his job as a magician on his birthday, and his favorite up host is Sugar Tang Meow. That's right. Tang Tang Meow. His eyes lit up suddenly, immediately opened Station B and then clicked on the favorites. There are full of videos uploaded by an up named Sugar Tang Meow. He clicked on his favorite one and accompanied by a melodious prelude, a lovely voice sounded. I heard that Snow White is running away. On the webpage, the number of views of this video is 1.73 million, and the barrage is full of congratulations on discovering the treasure of the town station. Ah. Help, I can't get out. Don't listen to me every day. I feel uncomfortable. More than a month ago, this song, Fairy Tale Town, suddenly appeared. After Tang Tang Meow rely on the cover of it to top the rankings, every up rushed to sing it. The Devil's Claws also stretched out from the ghost animal area. 1 week after, the charts were basically dominated by this song. The most popular song is naturally Tang Tang Meow. With this video, her fan value has directly risen to 700,000 and it is still rising. As for the bigger increase, it is probably the original song of this song. Sing Ye Yeast, this newcomer up perfectly interprets what is called the newcomers at the broken station are all monsters. Is just one song and one video. Her current fans have reached 290,000 and her video has reached 1.3 million. Coins and collections all exceed the normal ratio. However, the newcomer seemed to have lost contact for more than a month. Not only did not continue to upload the video but also did not leave a message in the comment area. Opened the comment area and one of the hot comments was the book of 10,000s of people's blood for new songs 110000. The bottom row, 10,000 people's blood book seeking new song 210000. 10,000 people's blood book seeking new song 310000. The latest comments are also, let's see if the UP family has reconnected to the internet today. Another pigeon has been followed by me. In fact, it's not that the master up is lazy, but she herself didn't realize it at all. Since Fairy Tale Town was uploaded that day, Ximen Qing has directly left the matter of Lord Up behind. The so-called whims come and go quickly except for taking the time to write scripts for Song Yunwoo. Most of the time is the same as before. Teacher, can I sing a song for you? A pink and tender young girl rushed into Ximen's arms, sticking to her and said, Oh, what new song did Zio Yanyan learn? Ximen Qing touched the little girl named Zai Yan and said softly. Around, many children gathered around. If the kindergarten also has Garden Flower 3, it is definitely Zai Yan, and she is also the cutest one in the kindergarten, full of collagen, perhaps because of her mother's beauty. In addition to her cute appearance www.novelmtl.com she often sings. It is said that her mother taught her, which is also one of the most popular reasons for her in kindergarten. Ximen Qing hugged her and sat on a small bench like a concert. A group of children consciously formed a circle. Then, Zai Yan spoke. I heard that Snow White is running away and Little Red Riding Hood is worried about the big bad wolf. This milky song made Ximen Qing's body shocked. Huh, why does she sing this? She had no idea that a song she threw to Station B would one day be heard in the kindergarten. What kind of transmission path is this? Suddenly, the singing was heard. Ximen Qing saw Zai Yan's expression, about to cry. Only the wise river knows. It turns out that I forgot the words. Little kids, it's not easy to memorize such complicated lyrics. Ximen Qing simply went on to sing, Bai Zhu ran out of the castle because of playfulness. Little Red Riding Hood has a big red robe that suppresses herself and turns into a wolf. With her help, Zai Yan immediately recalled and sang the song together with the help of Ximen Qing. There is always a colorful river winding through the fairy tale town. Papa, it is customary for children to clap their hands after singing. Although they don't know the meaning of this, but adults teach so, they think they will look like adults when doing so they are very enthusiastic. Another day without wind and waves. Ximen love routine stays in the kindergarten until the last child is delivered to the parents. Zai Yan's mother also came and their family lives in Bilan Flower City. Seeing that young and beautiful figure go away, Ximen Qing couldn't see that she was already the mother of 3 children. Zio Yanyan's mother seems to be 24 or 23 this year. Tusk, I heard that she is still in college. Ximen Qing Cha smiled slightly. This kind of wife is awesome. The sun was sinking, and the sunlight passing through the eaves made her frown, and she reluctantly withdrew to the classroom. I want to say that besides the absence of a big dragon, the only thing that dissatisfied her with this body is probably that she doesn't have any trouble with the sun. Originally, she thought that her home property basically had nothing to do with the sun. Who knew that life was forced and had to work and make money? Oh, wait! She sat in the empty classroom and sipped her thermos cup. There are wolfberries in the thermos cup. In fact, in addition to blood, other foods that are red can give her a feeling of fullness. Tomatoes, goji berries, and red-skinned ducks are all listed here. It's just that the effect of blood is the best. When I was idle, Ximen Qing suddenly remembered Zai Yan singing. Speaking of the song Fairy Tale Town, I voted. It seems that I haven't been to see it. I don't know how it is now. Ximen King opened his laptop, logged into the B-Cup website, and entered his backstage. As a result, I was taken aback by the data in the background. Damn, what the is the message prompt 999 plus, and this number of fans is not a bug, right? 298,871, let me count 12.6 really 6, mom. Ximen sent his hand to the back and grabbed his ass. He was a little unbelievable. I shouldn't have entered the wrong account just now and then happened to log in to an account with the same password as mine and the same ID as mine, right? She immediately clicked on the only contribution video, which was Fairy Tale Town. Yes, there is no reason to deny that this is her own account. The data of 140W plus playback volume is also really bright. It turns out that this song can be so popular. She has never been an up master before, but how can she know how terrifying the playback volume of more than 100W is? Also, the fans of nearly 30W did not do it by themselves. It is said that with so many fans they can support themselves by receiving advertisements. So the question is, how do you realize the number of fans? Ximen Qing, who was initially just a whim, looked dazed, and the 999 plus private messages made her unable to quickly find out if she wanted her to advertise. The key is, how does the UP master in the music zone advertise? She has seen up ads for mischievous talk and up ads for ghost animals, but in the music zone, at most, it is to sing theme songs for certain games, right? Or cover the theme song of some games? She doesn't understand very much anyway, so she just clicked private messages one by one to see the past. Most of them are reminders, some are asking for photos, and some are showing love. There are all kinds of them, but they are of no use to her. Flipped through, Ximen Qing lost patience. Look at it. She simply added a line below the introduction, business email XXXX at. So if someone wants her to advertise or sing the theme song, it will be easier to see. Before that, Ximen Qing had thought that she had no chance of making money. Who thinks she accidentally caught a glimpse of the banner ad at Station B? To celebrate the IG teams winning the World Championship, a cheering song solicitation activity is now open, and the first prize is 100,000. 100,000? Ximen Qing blinked. If she got this, wouldn't it be okay to drink one pack for one pack? She clicked in and checked. It turned out that just last month, in the current hottest MOBA-type competitive online game LOH Global Finals, the IG team in the Hyugu LPL division swept their opponents 3-0 and won the championship. This is Hyugu's first Global Finals champion. All Hyuguo players are happy, and Ximen Love itself is also playing, so it can be considered as a better understanding. But the official celebrations after IG won the championship were horrified, as if IG was raised by a stepmother. This immediately caused dissatisfaction among many players. There are official staff members who don't like IG winning the championship because there are fans of other teams, and there are also the saying that sponsors like other teams, so IG won the championship without sponsoring much. In short, I just scolded this official event so badly. As the big boss of the IG team, the boss of Weibo ID, Brother Hot Dog, is naturally unable to bear this breath. He simply paid for the celebration activities by himself. In addition to Weibo reposting the lottery, he also cooperated with B-Cup to launch the team support song. Not only does the first place have a bonus of 100,000, but the second to 10th places have huge rewards. Ximen Love instantly moved my heart. The butterfly effect of World War II has the greatest impact in Asia. Many things in Europe and America are still very similar to the Earth, such as LOH, which is extremely similar to LOL, and Maui, which is extremely similar to Marvel, and so on. She checked the theme song of LOH over the years and found that it was completely different from the one on the Earth, and she had a draft in her heart. To say which LOL-related song on the Earth she likes the most, it is naturally the theme song of the 2017 Global Finals, Legends Never Die. This is also one of the few English songs that her singles have looped. It happened that the lead singer of the band who sang this song was also a female, so Ximen Ching had the idea to take it over. You reading www.ukanshu.com. There is nothing I can't steal from copying the Ninja Menmensi, she smiled under the mask. That night after returning home, I found Zayo Aguai. Come on, help my sister record the song. Oh, Zayo Aguai did not refuse anyway. She also liked the song sung by Ximen Ching. The door Zai, who had heard Ximen King singing last time, also came over. I actually wanted to ask last time, why are you singing so good? She is also a monster, and she knows that she can only sing just because she has a very delicate control over the body. Those who sang such a beautiful and moving voice, or wouldn't all the monsters be the queen of the singer? Hey, Ximen King laughed, zombies, nothing else, just live long enough and I always have to learn something to enrich my life when I'm bored. Before the otaku soul entered this body, she had already learned a lot of skills. It's just that Ximen Ching didn't know what she could do. She didn't realize that she sang so well until she sang in her throat last time. Zayo Aguai fiddled with the equipment and Ximen Ching began to sing. Damon Zai was looking forward to it. The last fairy tale town was really good, but she didn't know what kind of song she was going to sing this time. Legends never die, legends never die. When the world is calling you, the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? You can hear your name calling. They did not sing a few words as soon as they spoke. Damon Zai and Zayo Aguai felt that they had goosebumps. This feeling is completely different from last time. If Fairy Tale Town is a dark fairy tale, then Legends Never Die is a hero's battle song. Even if there is no picture in front of them, just listening to the song of Ximen Love, Damon Zai and Zayo Aguai feel a breath of passion. Is a very special song. Although I don't know what Ximen Love is going to do, it will definitely be liked. After singing in one breath, Ximen Ching herself admires her singing skills a bit. The original owner of this body is simply a perfect goddess. Little boy, I will leave the rest to you. Ximen King rubbed Zayo Aguai's head and naturally left the rest to her. Damon Zai Tukao said, if you squeeze a primary school student like this, won't your conscience hurt? No, Ximen Ching said, touching her towering conscience, I am not a squeeze. If I make money, I will share it with the little guy. It seems that you said that last time, but she hasn't seen a single one yet. I haven't made any money yet. Ximen Ching felt a little guilty. Zayo Aguai didn't mind herself. She sent the song to Sheer just like last time and then waited for the other party to arrange the song. Because this time when Ximen Ching was singing, there was always a camera capturing her expression, so the action of the virtual character Tsing Yi Yeast does not need to be recorded for the second time. All she has to do is to integrate the arrangement with the original singer. To be honest, everyone else just sings to the song. Ximen Ching's model of going to the music after singing is really strange. Fortunately, her friend is powerful enough, otherwise this is really not a job that ordinary people can take. A few days later, a complete Legends Never Die was produced. Ximen Ching submitted her contribution to the theme song solicitation activity and all fans who followed her immediately received this news. My God, the salted fish turned over. Huh, strange, who are you? Why are you on my watch list? Come on, cheating the corpse. Grandpa, the up you are following has finally been updated. The Tsingya teaching congregation has gathered. Give a salute to the update of the godmother. Egypt is awesome, Egypt is awesome, Egypt is awesome. The fans who came in first were naturally fans. Some people who wanted to cycle through the original singer every day discovered this second video for the first time. As a result, the first barrage was snatched and the first floor was also snatched. Then, as more and more fans poured in, the 77th and 250th floors were occupied one after another. The data of clicks, likes, favorites, coins rose one after another, and this song surpassed the charts for nearly 3 days in just a few hours. Because it was a support song, a large number of LOH players poured in after it was on the chart, and the barrage was gradually occupied by Egyptian nearby. Summer Sky City, the headquarters of Wild Monster Game Company. This is a company specializing in the development of mobile games. Its representative work, Otaku Salvation, is currently ranked among the top 10 well-known mobile games in Hyuguo. Xiao Zhenheng is a designer responsible for the design of game characters and props. After completing the last task of today, he stretched out a lot. Finally, I can rest for a while, No one around, no one will find out at Station B for a while, right? He quietly opened Station B and moved to the red dynamic bar in the upper right corner with the mouse. A row of him, the video posted by the UP main who you follow immediately pops up. When pulling down routinely, he suddenly saw a somewhat unfamiliar ID and profile picture. When did I follow this person? Clicking on the avatar, he suddenly realized that it was the UP who sang Fairy Tale Town. Surprised. She actually uploaded a new song. Xiao Zhenheng immediately clicked to play. Legend Sneverty, When the World is Calling You, is actually an English song. He only noticed that the title of the video was in English. At first, singing was like telling a long story deep and deep, but gradually this story seemed to extend to himself. Legends Neverty, with this high pitch, a numbness spread from Xiao Zhenheng's shoulder blades to his whole body, and he felt the goose bumps on his hands and feet. What an exciting song, what a passionate cry. He suddenly noticed that this was originally a support song written for the IG team. He is also a LOH player himself, and his rank is among the strongest kings. At the beginning, he was able to stand out among several competitors of the same level to get this job by leading the boss to open black. After playing this game for so many years, his experience with LPL is naturally precious. At this moment, along with the singing, all the impressive scenes came to his mind. After 7 years of sharpening a sword and now finally standing on the top of the mountain, it is time for the world to see the legend that belongs to them. And at the same time, it is also the story of all LOH players in Hyuguo. They will eventually be remembered. Anything cold and eccentric are just beaming clowns, legends Neverty, no one can deny their glory. The surging Xiao Zhenheng immediately planned to open the game and choose his best Tigger for a massacre. However, he suddenly noticed that several colleagues nearby were looking at him with a strange look. Novelmtl.com tilde, it looked a bit like schadenfreude, but he could not laugh out loud. Is the expression just too excited? Why do you look at me that way? Can you see what is on my computer from that angle? Do you know what I just heard? Oh, ignorance. Xiao Zhenheng smiled cheekily, and then he was about to close the webpage and start the game. However, at this moment, a hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. Oh, he shuddered like an electric shock, and when he looked back, he found a figure that made him cold. Lao lao lao, boss. Hell, why is he here? Xiao Zhenheng saw the boss point to his host, followed the boss's hand and looked over. He found a very scary thing. The plug he plugs into the headphone jack is actually red. That's the microphone plug. In other words, the song was played outside and his colleagues really knew what he had just heard. The entire floor, including the boss, heard it. Xiao Zhenheng, who understood all this, only felt that he should put a song too heart cool to himself. It's over, now the bonus will be deducted. It is only a trivial matter to complete the task to fish, but it is a big problem that affects the entire company's office. The key is still being caught by the boss, and Xiao Zhenheng feels it wasted if he didn't use it to kill the monkey. The boss said, "What song was this just now?" The boss, right? This is that. The IG support song of Station B, Xiao Zhenheng said subconsciously. Station B, the boss patted him on the shoulder, be careful next time. If you insert the wrong hole when watching a small movie, you will be socially dead. Zai Feiyan is 30 years old this year. He is an old player who has been exposed to LOH since college. Although the game has been uninstalled a long time ago, he will still take a look at related games when he is free. Hyuguo's LPL does not have a World Finals champion. It has always been a pity for old players like him. Every year is the most promising year. Every year I watch my own hope fall into the sand. This year, even the UNG team, who has won for a whole year and felt invincible, languished in the quarterfinals. At that time, he almost went autistic. He once forsaken this game. Every day besides work he goes home to accompany his wife and children. Seeing his flowery wife, 2 pink and lovely daughters and a son, he gradually forgot about it. Who would think the IG team, which no one had hoped in the beginning, actually went all the way to the end and won the championship? This development is just like a novel. He was so excited he wanted to shout. However, he was afraid of scaring the children at home. He was the boss of the company and had to maintain his authority, so he didn't really shout Egyptian Niubai everywhere like those college students. On this day, he was wondering whether his company's game could bury an IG egg inside when he suddenly heard a sound of singing from outside the office. Who is so sassy, dare to release outside in the company? Although Savage Monster is a well-known game company with a 2-dimensional atmosphere, it can't be regarded as a KTV. He immediately walked out and came to the back of the guy with the speaker. He originally wanted the other party to turn it off directly, but the abrupt sentence "Legendsneverty" made him curious. The voice was so good and inexplicably passionate. What song is this? He listened quietly, and as the atmosphere blended in, he became more and more sympathetic. He just recalled his LOH game experience. All kinds of memories suddenly emerged, as if he saw a team, a professional player one after another on the road to the championship. In the end, IG got them under the eyes of everyone. The long-awaited trophy. He didn't blame the employee because he also saw that the other party was because the headset was plugged in incorrectly, not intentionally. After kindly reminding him, he returned to his office, then squeezed his fist and yelled very quietly, "Egypt is awesome." That night Zyphaean returned home. His wife took the initiative to take the briefcase in his hand and looked at him suspiciously. "How can you be like a fool today?" "Haha, I can see it." Zyphaean picked up his wife and rushed into the bedroom. "Oh. What are you doing? It's not dark yet. Hey, daughter is watching. Wait a while, the door is not closed." Zyphaean hugged her to the computer in a burst of exclamation from his wife forward. He expertly opened Station B and found the song Legendsneverty. Wife, look at this song, can you sing it?" Zyphaean wife. This ERZENGZI Japanese letter black de Japanese letter. AI Tingyu has always felt that she is a lucky woman. Fortunately, he has an outstanding appearance, fortunately to have 2 enlightened parents, and fortunately to meet him on his 18th birthday. That year, she was 18 and he was 24. After graduating from high school, she ran into Zyphaean, who came to send her brother to the class reunion. The two fell in love at first sight. 1 month later, the two naturally developed into a couple. After that, she was just about to report to Liaocheng's Secretarial Vocational and Technical College and found out that she was pregnant. She took a 1-year absence from school and went to university after giving birth to her daughter Ziyan. Then she won the bid again in her sophomore year, and took a year off to give birth to her second daughter, Zai Chan, and youngest son, Zai Qingshan, which resulted in her just graduating from university at the age of 24 this year. The child has not become her burden. After all, Zyphaean is a very good man. In the first year of establishment, this number has doubled dozens of times. AI Tingyu does not need to work hard for a few credits like her classmates, nor does she need to worry about how she will face the huge pressure of life when she leaves the society in the future. She has a lot of time to do what she wants to do. For example, sing. Of course, she didn't want to be a star. She simply likes to share her singing with others, so she chose to become an up master of Station B. And her husband Zyphaean is her #1 fan. AI Tingyu's ID at Station B is called Uncle AI, and his fan value just broke 1 million last month. And it is the song Fairy Tale Town that is worth 1 million assists. Zyphaean saw a song and focused on the name of the song, but she noticed the publisher of the song for the first time, Tsingyi Yeast. This monster rookie who has suddenly appeared recently, the first song broke 1 million and it has led a wave of slaughter. Naturally, she will not ignore it. "She has a new song again," AI Tingyu said in surprise. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a contribution to the event. After opened and listened, Yu read www Kanshu. AI listened to the rain with his eyes gleaming. "This can steal a hand." Her voice itself is relatively rough among girls. She is obviously from the south, but she is often mistaken for the northeast. That's why ID became Uncle AI. The previous cover of Fairy Tale Town she sang was also a funny style that was completely different from the glutinous voice of Ximen Qing, but this song, Legends Neverdy, she felt was too suitable for her. So she immediately sent messages to Tsingyi Yeast in the comment area, private messages and mailboxes, hoping to get permission to sing. After about a few minutes, she received a reply to the effect that she could cover it, but she had to wait for the event. Of course, AI Tingyu understands it. After all, the activity is to click and click. At this time, the cover song diversion is not to cause trouble for others. She immediately opened the backstage of her B station, forwarded the song, and added, "Godmother Jun's new song, I have obtained the permission to sing. Everyone hurry up to vote, wait for the award, and upload your uncle version of LND." Ximen Qing looked at the sun that was about to set outside and was about to get up to pack his things and go home. Finally refreshed the web page before turning off the computer. She was taken aback for a moment. Oh, why did the data increase so much suddenly? She hurriedly flipped to the comment area. Could anyone deliberately scan her data and then report it? After all, Legends Neverdy was in such a bad shape after it was uploaded. It squeezed into the forefront of the entries within a few days. It is not surprising to be jealous. But when she saw "I came from the uncle" in the comment area, she suddenly thought of something. It seems that there was a contact with the ID called Uncle AI, and I want to cover it. Legends Neverdy scores very well. Ximen Qing is naturally very happy. As long as it is in the top 10, even if it is not the first one, it is still rich. What's more, there is 100,000 yuan for the first place. If you get it, tusk. Ximen thought about it and submitted the manuscript to see if it was too salty. After thinking about it, she posted another post. If you can make the top 10 in this event, you will have a cover song within a week, and if you can get the number 1, you will have an original song within a week. The song has been written, I will wait to sing it. After sending this, Ximen Qing packed up her things and went home. But she did not expect that after seeing this dynamic, her fans were even more excited than expected. Does the pigeon evolve into a sow? Tsingyi congregation, don't hurry up to vote. Don't forget the triple quality. Maybe a homonym for ID. Unknowingly, fans of Ximen Qing began to call herself Tsingyi Jairajang, and she became Godmother Lord the next day. Ximen Love rarely wakes up early and makes breakfast for the family. As an otaku, she can still make simple soup rice cakes. What's the matter with you? Song Yunwoo asked, staring at her. Breakfast, can't you see it? Ximen Qing raised her brows and asked back. Qin Yuyao tried to take a bite. Oh, it's delicious. Xiaoguai also ate very happily. Song Yunwoo resisted the desire to complain and said, Who asked you about this? I mean, what kind of ghost you are wearing now? Huh? Ximen Qing looked down. Very ordinary apron. What's the problem? Don't you like the pattern of this little piglet? Then I will change the steel ball baby next time. I know this is an apron, but, Song Yunwoo, why don't you have anything besides the apron? Who do you want to show to? Is there any problem? Ximen Qing looked puzzled. I can't wash my clothes if they are dirty. Can an apron solve the problem? Why should I wear more clothes? This, to be honest, Sister Ximen, you are indeed a bit inappropriate. Qin Yuya was also embarrassed to look at her. Song Yunwoo didn't say anything, but now she sees it, the more she feels that Ximen Love is so good in society. Oh, I won't be seen by others at home anyway, it doesn't matter. Ximen didn't take it seriously, and then moved to Song Yunwoo's side. If I remember correctly, today should be the day when the contribution fee comes. Song Yunwoo looked at her. I said why you got up early to cook for us, it was for this. Hey, life is not easy, Ximen King rubbed his hands. My blood pack is really not enough. Song Yunwoo sighed helplessly and took out a blood pack from her pocket to her. Take it, the last time the platelet homepage event was very well received. My contribution fee has risen to 200 pages per month. We'll divide you 5,000. 5,000, Ximen King's eyes widened. This is 1/3 of her salary. Haha, this is really great. She immediately started to asterisk up with the blood bag. Hiccup tilde made a asterisk voice again. Song Yunwoo looked at her eyes turning white and vomited. Can you blood just like sucking do? Don't get reported by someone another day. Oh, it's okay, we're not Kang district where are so many spies. Ximen Qing didn't care, lying on the floor in a naked apron, enjoying the aftermath of sucking blood. Chin Yuyo looked at her like this and asked, "Actually, I have always had a question. Sister Simon, you said that you are a zombie before, why do zombies still blood?" When she asked about this, Simon Ching immediately sat up. "You think so too, don't you? Oh, I'm angry when I talk about this. I blame Lin Zhengyu. What zombie movies are being made so I am now everyday hungry?" Hi. What does this have to do with Lin Zhengyu? This person, Qin Yuya, naturally knows, after all, it can be regarded as a shadow of her childhood. Lin Zhengyu, Xinjiang people, created the category of Xinjiang zombie films at the end of the last century. He pioneered the fusion of European vampires and Eastern zombies to form a brand new zombie. Since the explosion of this series of zombie films, the notion that zombies want to bite people's necks and blood has become deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Actually, in the legends of Huaguo, zombies do not blood. Ximen Qing said with a gloomy expression. It is because that Lin Zhengyu made a zombie movie, which made people all over the world begin to admit that Eastern zombies blood, which directly shaken the root of the myth. The physique that will make you feel uncomfortable if you blood is all him. I didn't have to go out to work. How can other people's movies affect you? Qin Yuya looked blank. Oh, by the way, I forgot to talk to you about popular science. Yu reading www.kanshu.com. Song Yunwoo suddenly thought of something and said to her, "In fact, we told you at the beginning, though. It looks like a monster, but in essence, whether it is Ximen Qing, Damon Zai, or Zio Aguai, including all the supernatural beings in the world now, in fact, everyone is essentially human or other ordinary creatures." Hi. Then, Sister Ximen is also a human, Qin Yuyao said in surprise. What are you doing? Don't I look like a human? Ximen King was unhappy. I'm just a little prone to heatstroke. More than that. Qin Yuyao really wants to vomit. Normal people can't blood. In addition, normal people won't be like a okay person after being pierced with a knife. Don't interrupt, Song Yunwoo continued to Qin Yuyao. Take Simon's love as an example. She was also an ordinary person, but because of some unclear reasons she suddenly acquired the characteristics of a zombie. Stiff, afraid of the sun, afraid of the seal. After years of research and integration, we have attributed this type of mutation to a different kind of evolution. For example, you may be an ordinary human for the first 20 years of your life, but since the past few days your body has begun to evolve. Although the direction is not yet clear, it will definitely be different from ordinary people. One of the most intuitive manifestations is that you can see my leasing information. I will also become a monster. Although Song Yunwoo had said it a long time ago, Qin Yuyao still had no real feelings. One day she will become a skeleton like Damon Zai or a wolf like Zaya Aguai, which is too far away for her. It doesn't have to be a monster, but it may also be a strange person like me. Song Yunwoo said, of course, my uniqueness is inherited from the family. And your sudden mutation type is actually very rare. A commonly accepted theory is that human evolution comes from the influence of the collective consciousness of the entire planet, and various places have different names, such as Gaia consciousness, Alea consciousness, and heaven. It's too complicated to explain, Song Yunwoo continued to Qin Yuyao. To put it simply, our supernatural beings actually have their roots to be investigated. For example, zombies, Taoist priests, and bone spirits are derived from Eastern mythology. Aliens and superpowers are derived from science fiction. From another perspective, you can also understand that our abilities are actually linked to these myths. In the myths, zombies are immortal and Ximen's love can be immortal. When the concept of zombie sucking blood is used by most, the recognition of people has changed the myth, and Ximen Qing has inevitably been affected, and it has become necessary to asterisk blood. Ximen's sentiment spreads. That's it, it's Lin Zhengyu, he has changed it so well. Now everyone thinks that zombies are vampires in the East, where is such a bad thing. Qin Yuyao didn't say a word, probably thinking about what abilities she would gain after mutation. If it is Song Yunwoo, it is basically no different from ordinary people, but if it becomes like Ximen Qing without seeing the sun and sucking blood, it would be too bad. Thinking about it, she suddenly felt sympathetic to Simon. She is also a victim. She could also run in the sunset to enjoy her youth, but because of this physique she has to go hungry every day and she has to be wrapped in zongzi when she goes out. Is so pitiful. Qin Yuyao thought about it, couldn't help putting down his chopsticks and got up and hugged Ximen Qing. Oh, the weather had just turned cold this November and Qin Yuyao's clothes were not too thick, and when he hugged him his plump figure was all over Ximen Qing. Qin Yuyao's figure is still very good, fragrant and soft. Ximen Qing holding her is a pleasure, it's a pity. The dragon is gone, no matter how comfortable it is, there is no talk of it. Her mood is constantly hovering between the joy of eating tofu and the faint sadness. Okay, let's go. After breakfast, Song Yunwoo was rarely dressed neatly and unexpectedly wanted to go out with Qin Yuyao. Wow, what kind of wind is this blowing? Ximen Qing asked in surprise. You actually want to go out? Song Yunwoo glared at her. You idiot zombie, my old lady is going to talk about the serialization of Dragon Babu today. Are you caring about our work? Is Dragon Babu finished? Ximen Qing didn't know. Then you go quickly, come on. A working cell has greatly improved her life. If there is another one, wouldn't it be possible to be well off? When she thinks of this, she feels happy in her heart. Oh ha ha, my senior official from Ximen will be able to turn over immediately. Song Yunwoo sighed and said to Qin Yuyao, look at her, so much energy. Qin Yuyao nodded, but I have to admit that this kind of sister Ximen is very attractive, isn't it? She still has something like charm. Song Yunwoo looked at Ximen Qing, who was only wearing an apron and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Let the gate take you to the ophthalmology clinic someday. Qin Yuyao laughed and said nothing. Song Yunwoo had been with Ximen for so long that he had overlooked a lot of things. After the two went out, Xia Agui helped Ximen Qing wash the dishes together. When the two of them were almost finished washing, the door was propped against the wall and walked to the living room with difficulty. It's uncomfortable, shit, my head hurts. Zai fell on the sofa and began to groan. Ximen Qing came to her with the lemon and honey water she had prepared long ago and handed it to her. Don't drink it so hard if you don't drink well, it's because your colleagues in the hospital are more persuaded, otherwise it will be your way of drinking. Zhen. Damon Zai rubbed his temples and took the lemonade and whispered. It doesn't exist. If anyone dares to pick my clothes, all I can see is a skeleton. Oh, then you are a real cow beer, Ximen smiled. I am at the table for breakfast. After I finish eating, I wash the dishes by myself. I'm going back to my room. This is a rare weekend. Ximen Qing originally planned to play a few games. When I turned on the computer, I found that I had a few email notifications. Click to open it. There are more than a dozen items sent by fans to express their love for her, and there are also reminders. After all these were skipped, an email caught her attention. This turned out to be an email seeking business cooperation. God, can you finally make money? Ximen Qing took a closer look, and the person came from a company called Wild Monster Technology. This is a game company mainly engaged in mobile games. Recently, their flagship product, Otaku Salvation 3, has opened a new chapter with a new plot unfolding, and a theme song to cooperate with the promotion is needed, so I sent an email to Ximen Qing to invite the song. Ximen Qing saw that the reward was 30,000 www.novelmtl.com and immediately agreed. Originally thought that the other party was casting a large net and then selected carefully, but she didn't expect her to reply and sent her WeChat account immediately. Isn't this fake? Ximen Qing doubted whether it was a fan pretending to be a commercial partner to lie to her WeChat, but after thinking about it, her WeChat itself is not a big deal, and she couldn't help the temptation of 30,000 yuan. In the end, it was added. Jokingly, is it Xing Yi Yeast? Hello, I'm Zai Feiyan, chairman of the Wild Monster Technology Company. Ximen official, chairman, this year the chairman of the board still needs to be responsible for doing this. I read few books, don't lie to me, jokingly nonsense, haha, of course not, in fact because I am a fan of yours I robbed subordinates, shy emoji. Ximen official, oh, when will the contract be signed? In fact, Ximen Qing is still a bit suspicious of the other party so far, but the self-proclaimed chairman does not shy away from contract matters at all. He has explained everything to Ximen Qing clearly and has not made any excessive demands. This made Ximen Qing gradually begin to believe that he was really not a lie. Think about it, if it weren't for this special reason, how could she get an order from such a big company? Zai Feiyan was also very happy and sent over the plot outline of the new chapter of Otaku Salvation 3 before signing the contract. Zyman official, horror expression, is it okay for you to be so casual? Jokingly non-verbal, it's okay, I'm the boss, no one can slap my mouth. Zyman official, dairy cow beer. After reading the outline sent by the other party, Zyman Ching probably also thought of a more suitable song. Otaku Salvation 3, commonly known as Yes 3, is a big IP mobile game launched by Wild Monster Technology Co., Limited. With its huge worldview and fascinating storyline as a selling point, coupled with a unique gameplay, the Wild Monster has developed into a giant in the mobile game industry in a short time, earning a lot of money. In addition to the launch of the game, Just Love 3 has also been launching comics of the same name to complement the game plot. The new chapter opened this time is titled The Funeral of a Hero. Zyman Ching looked at it. This time the story is probably the story of the protagonist's secret lover who sacrificed in a mission. The specific details are very tragic, which reminds Zyman King inexplicably of the plot of Jilai also died in Urinkun. Although the two are not the same, they both create a special heroic image. Zai Feiyan means that Zyman Ching can create a song as passionate as LND as the curtain call song for the heroes of the previous era. But after watching the general plot, Zyman Ching had another idea. Why must it be portrayed from the perspective of the public? The sacrifice of the mentor is indeed a heroic act and glorious, but the protagonist's heart is absolutely unwilling. She wants to portray this reluctance, this nostalgia. The point is that she happens to know that there is a suitable song. After expressing his thoughts to Zai Feiyan, the other party considered it for a while and expressed that he hoped to hear the demo before deciding whether to change the copy. Because the theme song needs to be changed, it means that a lot of the previous work has to be overturned and redone, such as the script of the MV, the copy of the announcement, etc. This does not mean that you can change it. Changing to someone else might simply deny it, but Zai Feiyan is fascinated by Tsingyi Yeast, so he is willing to give her this opportunity. Zyman Ching immediately ran downstairs to ask Zai Ogui for help. What's wrong? Is there a new song again? The door Zai, who had not yet woken up, also leaned over. The two of them can be regarded as the first fans of Tsingyi Yeast. Zyman King sat in front of the camera and the Tsingyi Yeast with a chest, the screen followed her movements. She spoke. Meng na Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. Chinese letter, Japanese 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 letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. She didn't sing the Huyu song this time, but used the cherry blossom. After World War II, the Kingdom of Sakura was forced to sign a series of agreements with the Kingdom of Flowers, making the Kingdom of Sakura completely reduced to the back garden of the Kingdom of Flowers, and most of the cultural exchanges between the two countries were exported from the Kingdom of Flowers to the Kingdom of Sakura. But after all, it is a country with a population of hundreds of millions and some outstanding talents can appear. Especially for songwriters, if Hyugyu's lyrics are #1 in the world, Yingyuo's songs are at least the top 5 in the world. In the last century, many of the songs of the Hyugyu Fire were actually composed by Yingyuo's composer's genealogy, and then Hyugyu refilled the lyrics. Under such cultural exchanges, Yingyu gradually became accepted by the people of Hyugyu and became a Cantonese-like existence. So now Zyman's singing of Yingyu songs does not appear to be very abrupt, and the door purple on the side shows a surprised expression. She is a hybrid of Yingguo and Hyuguo, both of which are her mother tongues, but in recent years the number of pure Yingyu songs has become less and less, and now suddenly listening to Zyman love singing Yingyu songs, she feels very much kind. The song sung by Zyman was originally called Lemon, and it was the theme song of the TV series Abnormal Death starring Rimi Ishihara by Kenshi Yonzu. Zyman Ching learned that Kenshi Yonzu started from the well-known bad film Fireworks that year. The movie was sprayed from head to toe, but only the theme song Fireworks received unanimous praise. For this reason, Zyman Ching specifically checked the singer who sang the song and the creator of the song. Both are very talented, and Kenshi Yonzu has a slogan of "What else can he do except having children," which shows how talented he is in the eyes of fans. This Lemon is also a song that he proves his talent. With a special atmosphere, it is definitely a tear-jerking work. The purpose of Ximen Qing this time is to make the protagonist's teacher earn enough tears from the players so that they can never forget this hero who sacrificed for the world. After singing a song, Ximen Qing was very satisfied. Although there is a big gap between her voice and Kenshi Mizu, her excellent singing skills make up for the shortcomings and it sounds very touching. Its most intuitive performance is that the little boy on the side has been sung by her to shut herself down, and Damon Zai didn't have the initial excitement. "Your song, so sad," Damon Zai said. Zai Ogui also frowned. "I don't like this." "Hey, what about business needs?" Ximenking grinned. "It's not easy to eat a meal, or I will tell you a joke." "What kind of joke?" Said there was a man. His girlfriend's family asked him to ask for a 200,000 gift before agreeing to their marriage. Although he could not get it out, he was not very willing because his girlfriend was not that beautiful. Girl, you reading www.ukanshu.com is very ordinary. And then he found out after many inquiries that it turned out that it was his girlfriend's brother who was going to get married, and that family asked his girlfriend and brother for 180,000 beauties, which made the girlfriend's house open. There is such a high demand for the bride price. Guess what the guy did in the end? Hey, he found out that his girlfriend's younger brother's girlfriend is much more beautiful than his own. The younger brother's girlfriend is married home. When it's over, he also said to his girlfriend, "Ha ha ha," he said that your siblings can get married and there is no middleman to make the difference, ha ha ha, middleman, ha 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 ha. After Ximen Qing said, he first rolled on the floor with his belly. Damonzi and Xiaogui looked at each other. Both of them had this expression, TT, is this funny? Do not know. Forget it, just smile with you, otherwise she will lose face. Oh haha, TT is so funny. Ha ha ha, TT. Eh? Ximen Qing recorded the song here, and Song Yunwoo came to the editorial department of Squat Weekly with Chin Yuyao. Even though he has been here once, Song Yunwoo is still a little excited. After all, this is the place where countless cartoonists in Huaguo dream of coming. Although she is not serialized in the main issue now, she is also Mars Squat anyway, not far from Weekly Squat. After a while, a middle-aged man walked over. He is Song Yunwoo's current editor, Kyan Lai. "Sorry, I've been waiting for a long time then, Teacher Dancing Love, what's wrong with you looking for me this time?" Song Yunwoo took out the drawing he had prepared for a long time and said, "I want to open another serial and I want to bring it to the editor for you to see." Double open, an accident flashed across Kyan Lai's face. The cartoonists he had previously met were more commonplace than the other, and dragging drafts was more commonplace. This was the first time I saw one that was not enough and wanted to serialize another one at the same time. However, double opening will inevitably have an impact on the quality of the work and even cause the work to be suspended. Kyan Lai did not immediately express his opinion but picked up Song Yunwoo's drawing and looked at it. If it is not appropriate, he intends to refuse. 15 minutes later, after repeating the drawing and reading it for the second time, Kyan's intentions were not enough to put down the manuscript and said to Song Yunwoo, "It is indeed an excellent comic, teacher of dance, you are really talented, but I think this work cannot be serialized on Mars Squat." Huh? Song Yunwoo, who was still praised in front of him, suddenly heard that he couldn't serialize and was dumbfounded on the spot. Why? Did I paint badly?" "No, your work is excellent," Kyan Lai said. "The storyline is not conclusive for the time being, but whether it is character design or battle scene design, it is definitely one of the best works I have ever seen." The character design was discussed together by Ximen Qing and Song Yunwoo. With her talent and Ximen Qing's memory of another world, the character designed is naturally very eye-catching, not to mention the battle scenes. Song Yunwoo was born in a Taoist family and martial arts is the foundation of the foundation. The battle scenes she drew were the most realistic and reasonable. "Then why can't it be serialized?" Song Yunwoo asked. Kyan Lai told the reason, because the style is not compatible with Mars Squat. The works on Mars are mostly fanfare. Even if there is originality, it is your work cell kind of everyday and easy selling work. And your current Dragon Babu is undoubtedly a fairly orthodox story. Compared with Mars Squat, Weekly Squat is obviously more suitable. After Song Yunwoo heard it, she reluctantly said, "But where is Weekly Squat so good?" She has also contributed to Weekly Squat more than 10 times before, and every time she was rejected she was almost psychologically shadowed. NS. Kai and Lai laughed when he saw it and said, "It's just a coincidence that recently there happened to be a great asterisk who went out to collect materials on the main magazine to stop the publication. That guy won't resume the publication for a year or a half after the publication. I can find a way to help you win this one, Chance." Really? Song Yunwoo was overjoyed. I can serialize on Squat. I'm not dreaming, am I? It's just an opportunity, came to emphasize. In fact, you are not the only teacher aiming for this opportunity. In the end, the winner will have to compete. It's good if you have a chance. Song Yunwoo was not disappointed at all. So how exactly do you compete? Kai and Lai hesitated for a moment and told him what he knew in advance. Don't tell other people, this is what I heard from my friends. After half a month there should be an additional page on the main journal and a few copies will be serialized at the same time. New work, and then based on the response to determine which work is the last one left. General magazines add a few pages of interviews. It is very rare to add 1 or 2 cartoons directly, that is, dozens of pages. This time it was also because of the special circumstances, and it lasted a month at most, which is equivalent to 4 weekly magazines. After understanding the specific situation, Song Yunwoo understood that he had to show the charm of Dragon Babu in 4 periods, otherwise it would only be a short-lived moment. The 4 words are enough, Song Yunwoo pondered on the way back. It is estimated that the 4 words can just draw Mu Wonking's place. There are 2 beauties, Zhang Ling and Mu Wonking, plus Duan Yu's Bei Ming Shen Gong. It's also beginning to show its magical effect. It should be enough. Squat Publishing House Editorial Department. The editors in charge of the main journal are conducting regular meetings. So, the next article about the no part-time job teacher's suspension of publication again. Last time it was about letting a few newcomers compete to see, so do you have any good work recommendations? Editor-in-Chief Li Jing said. The editor below, look at me, I look at you. Most of them didn't plan to talk. They basically have a fixed author at hand, and it's almost enough to be responsible for 1 or 2, so there is no idea to find a new author. And where are the manga serialized in Weekly Squat? So easy to find. If the editor-in-chief is not satisfied, he will leave a bad impression on him. This kind of thankless thing, unless it is really found that there is a good work, otherwise it will not take the initiative to come forward. The scene was silent for about 10 seconds and 2 editors spoke at the same time. I am here, head, I found one. The 2 people were half talking and they looked at each other in the same way. www.novelmtl.com. Both seemed a little surprised. One of them gestured to the other to say first, the latter is not very polite. It's too hard to find talented newcomers. I have an old author who has just published a new work recently, so you might as well take a look. Li Jing nodded and motioned to the editor to pass the manga to everyone. Everyone started watching. The old author's pen name is Wang Zheng. The new work is about a young gangster who ran away with his boss in a help fight, but his shoulders were put on his stomach and his internal injuries were aggravated. The boss said before he died, "Put my stomach," was misunderstood as "he is my place," so he became a gang boss in a daze and then began a series of wonderful stories. Teacher Wang Zheng. I remember he used to serialize funny comics in Mars, Li Jing said to the editor Yang Yuan, who brought the comics after reading it. The latter laughed and said, Miss Wang Zheng was detained for the health care a few days ago. After he came out, he lived for a month for circumcision. The original serialization position has been knocked out. Some friendships, he came to me. What does it mean to have some friendship on Mars? It's actually the friendship established during the health care. Another editor joked. Go, Yang Yuan immediately defended. Gu Yue, how can you be so innocent? How can foot massage be considered a major health care? But where did you find the work? Don't be Ying Zhang, let's go down. It was another editor who teased him, and his name was Gu Yue. Gu Yue smiled but didn't say anything, got up and distributed the work he had on hand to everyone, then sat back and smiled. It's a coincidence that the author of this comic and teacher Wang Zhang on my side are puzzled. Fate. The indissoluble bond, Yang Yuan asked, what do you mean? That's right, the editor-in-chief Li Jing said. Gu Yue, what are you selling? Hey, Gu Yue said with a smile, look at the author's pseudonym for this comic. Pen name. Everyone looked at it and found that it was Dance. Dancing, this name is a bit familiar, Li Jing muttered, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Oh, remembering that the sales of Mars have risen a lot a few days ago. Sell right. Oh, I know, working cell, an editor immediately answered, platelets are so cute. I think the milk from macrophages is more attractive, I don't like that. The white blood cells and red blood cells give out dog food all day and my stomach is panicking. Is it the only one who thinks those germs are handsome? Seeing that the scene was about to be out of control, Li Jing stopped it in time. Okay, let's chat and wait until the meeting is over. Gu Yue, isn't Wu Qing teacher's working cell still being serialized? Why is she submitting it again? Now is it possible to prepare for double opening? That's it, Gu Yue said. This is a rare hard-working writer and the teacher off no part-time work is simply two extremes. A serialization is not enough, so I voluntarily ask for another one. Yang Yuan also reacted at this time. Isn't it the work cell that squeezed out teacher Wang Zhang's position in Mars Squat? This dance is now coming to weekly squat to compete with teacher Wang Zhang. What is this? What is the grudge against? Gu Yue said, if you don't take it out today, who knows that teacher Wang Zhang is going to contribute? It's just a coincidence. But this is a coincidence, Yang Yuan said helplessly. Are these two guys old enemies? Editor-in-chief Li Jing said at this time, don't talk about that first, let's talk about the quality of this Dragon Babu. The editors immediately began to read the sketches at hand. After a while an editor suddenly said, fuck. This fight is too handsome, isn't it? Indeed, this storyboard is like a bunker. This Zhang Ling is also very cute with the shadow of platelets, it feels like platelets have grown up. Lightning Mink is very cute. The surroundings of this thing are so good. I feel that this follow-up animation and live action are better, and the copyright should be easy to sell. After a group of editors finished discussing, Li Jing spoke again. So now I vote and I feel that teacher Wang Zhang's I'm really not a big brother can be serialized. 15 of the 20 editors have raised their hands. Then pass and then agree to raise your hand for the serialization of Dragon Babu. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The remaining 5 who did not raise their hands also raised their hands. Okay, then it's finalized, both of them will be serialized, Li Jing said. It was planned to serialize 3 at the same time. Do you have any recommendations? If not, then the 2 will be in parallel. Editors look at me and I look at you. They all shook their heads to indicate that they were gone. The quality of the previous 2 works was too high. Even if they took out one work, they would have a high chance to accompany them. It was a waste of their own time and the time of other authors, so why not thank you? Just when Li Jing decided to join the 2 departments, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open and a young man broke in. What's the matter with you, Xiao Lei? An editor present hurriedly shouted. This young man is a newcomer editor and is not yet eligible to participate in such a conference. Sorry for interrupting, Lei Ming bowed and then said to Li Jing, Editor-in-chief, I have a very good work here. I don't know if I can participate in this competition. What are you talking nonsense? Get out, the expression of the old editor who had stopped him before changed. Where did Lei Ming get the author resources for a new editor? God knows what asterisk work he produced. If this leaves a bad impression on the editor-in-chief, his life in the editorial department will be sad in the future. However, Lei Ming had the unique vigor of a young man and boldly handed the draft at hand to the editor-in-chief. Li Jing opened it and looked at it but said nothing. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became tense. A few minutes later he said to Lei Ming, give it to others too. Oh good, Lei Ming immediately did. On the same day, the editorial department of Weekly Squat finally decided that starting from the next issue, the main issue will carry out a month-long page addition activity. 3 new works will be serialized at the same time. The one with the best final score will be eligible for long-term serialization. Zhao Zhenying, who got the news, put down the phone she wrote all afternoon and shouted, yeah. Seize this opportunity, I will definitely be eligible for serialization. he was really short of money recently. After the divorce, the property was divided by his wife. Going to a lot of things now I have to frugal when I want to go to a major health care. Zillion Women's Village. It's done! Song Yunwoo ran to Ximen Qing's room and said excitedly, idiot zombie. We will soon be serialized on Squat. O tilde www.novelmtl.com tilde O. You're just a O. This is Weekly Squat. The largest youth comic magazine in the country, the ultimate dream of all cartoonists. Can't you be more happy? Make a fuss, Ximen Qing said while manipulating her character in the game to rush the tower. I am here, and there will be more opportunities like this in the future. If everyone is so excited, you shouldn't be exhausted. Grass, there is light. Ximen Qing left the keyboard with both hands, and the screen instantly turned black and white. Song Yunwoo looked at the guy in front of him who only wears a black triangle and scratched his like an uncle. He felt a little weird in his heart. How can this guy come up with so many wonderful stories? Maybe it was because she had been staring for too long. Ximen Qing noticed her gaze. Why look at me with such envy, admiration, and love eyes? Is this falling in love with me? Okay, then I will reluctantly accept it. Your love, after all, in this Zillion girls' village, you are all my wings. Like a basin of cold water poured on his head, Song Yunwoo's unpredictable image of Ximen's love in Song Yunwoo's eyes was instantly shattered. Go away. Looking at her leaving back, Ximen Qing showed a wicked smile. Hey, there's something happening, little girl in the film. Sooner or later the old lady will bend you all. In an old apartment building, Lei Ming excitedly tapped an anti-theft door. Open the door, teacher union, open the door. Squeaking, the security door was opened, and behind the door was a beautiful young face. It's just that a pair of deep dark circles under the eyes is a bit destructive to the atmosphere. What are you doing? I'm sleeping. Don't you know that disturbing people's dreams is like killing a parent? Sleep a bird and get up. I have a happy event to tell you. Happy event, you won the lottery. Then you are actually a asterisk planning to share the prize with me, but I'm sorry, I like big breasts, not sex. Fuck you, Lei Ming squeezed into the room of the young man with dark circles. Don't think about the messy things in your mind. I'm here to tell you that your king of thieves has been decided to be in its serialized on Weekly Squat. Huh, Li Xiaosong, a young man with the pen name Yun Yan, looked dazed. Xiao Ming, are you finally incapable of withstanding the pressure and crazy? Come on, sit here, I'll call you 120. Oh, 120 ghosts, I didn't lie to you, Lei Ming said. I took your sketches into the meeting of the editors today and then showed them your cartoon, and finally they decided on the spot. Your comic will be serialized at the same time as the other two comics for PK, and the winner will be eligible for the official serialization. Yes, is it? Li Xiaosong hasn't been relieved yet. The surprise came too suddenly. My teeth haven't been brushed yet. Isn't this really a dream? Of course not. Lei Ming was as happy as if he had gotten a serialization opportunity. I said my vision can't be wrong. At first, he found Li Xiaosong's drawings in the trash can of the editorial department. Although the quality of the drawings at that time was indeed not good enough, he saw a glimmer of light. So I took the initiative to find Li Xiaosong in the same city based on the information of the editorial department. After get off work, I took time to study the positioning and drawing method of comics with Li Xiaosong. The final result was the pirate that he brought into the office, King of Kings. Successful serialization also shows that their efforts are valuable, and there is nothing more enjoyable than this. That night, the two opened 2 buckets of instant noodles at Li Xiaosong's house and added 4 sausages as a celebration. Double 11 is approaching, and Weekly Squat also launched the increased volume without price increase benefit on this day. Lu Cheng used to buy a copy secretly when buying breakfast and then took it to the office to pass the time. He has always been a loyal reader of Weekly Squat. He has been watching it since his high school, and it has been almost 20 years now. After so many years, he is actually more and more disappointed with Weekly Squat. The reason why he is still buying is mainly because of his feelings. The quality of the current comics is really not as good as before. Several big pillars are eating their laurels. The result of too long serialization is that they eat their own settings. There are more and more bugs. Most of the new works follow the trend. My own thing, this is a pill in the Hyuguo comics industry. He murmured while watching, and he flipped over many old works quickly because it was really nothing appealing. Flipping through, he suddenly turned to an unfamiliar page. This is the new work, right? Weekly Squat hit the gimmick of 3 new works serialized at the same time. He naturally became interested. What he has now turned to is I'm Really Not a Big Brother, one of the 3 new works. Wang Zheng is an old author. He used to draw funny comics when he was serialized on Mars, and he has a lot of funny skills. After seeing it for a while, Lu Cheng couldn't help laughing. Haha, are these gangsters' brains full of cement? One is more stupid than the other. The protagonist only drinks 36 cold spirits when he catches a cold. They actually thought it was something to enhance combat effectiveness. The magic medicine, the key combat effectiveness has really increased. What kind of ghost setting, hahaha. After reading these 18 pages, Lu Cheng only felt that he was still unfinished. Sure enough, the old author has the level. As long as he is not a lunatic, he can always come up with something amazing. He then flipped through and found the second new work, The King of Thieves. This is about the emergence of a pirate saint in the 21st century with the main characteristics of 0 failure, 0 clues, and 0 points committing crimes. The police have worked hard for many years, but they have not even caught his shadow. But in fact, the real identity of the thief is a policeman, and it is specifically aimed at the leader of the theft department. Manga is a double protagonist. Thief Saint is only the second protagonist. After all, he has been famous for more than 10 years and is already an uncle. The real protagonist of the comics is a young man who seems timid and has a strong reasoning ability. The first chapter of the comic is about the process of the male number 1 catching a thief through reasoning. After reading it, Lu Cheng also felt gusto. The reasoning details were done too well. It was better than the comics that forced the reasoning. I don't know a few streets. In particular, the actor suddenly changed his face at the end from being forced to become an elite wise man. This scene is so handsome. Only then did Lu Cheng realize that the male number 1 is not really scary but has a black belly. Compared to the second male thief, the male one is more like a villain. This kind of evil manga is indeed exciting. After seeing 2 masterpieces one after another, Lu Cheng couldn't help but look forward to the third one. After all, it can stand side by side with the 2. Surely the quality of Yu reading www.ukanshu.com will not be bad, right? So when he turned to the title page of The 8 Dragons of Heaven, he was shocked by the pen name of those 2 characters. Dancing Love, isn't this the author of Working Cell? Why did he start a new comic again? What about Working Cell? Is it going to end? With all kinds of doubts, Lu Cheng watched 2 modern comics one after another, and he was a little caught off guard by the antiquity of Dragon Babu. Wow, this landscape is too spectacular. Tusk, this fight is great. He was immediately attracted by the scene of infinite sword fighting. After saw Duan Yu appear on the stage, he only felt that this guy had a problem with his brain like a sand pen. When Zhang Ling appeared on stage, Lu Cheng couldn't help but his eyes widened. The little girl was so cute, she almost shook his love for platelets. After seeing Duan Yu touching Zhang Ling's chest and her face, Lu Cheng felt all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Damn it, let go of that girl and let me come. Why does Zhang Ling look so familiar? Lu Cheng became more and more strange when he looked at it. He always felt where he had seen him. Is not a platelet? He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have bought a book during the show before, and it was the book that made him and the mayor's grandson become good friends. The name of the book seems to be called Jian Niang. There is a Jian Niang very similar to Zhang Ling. He was suddenly startled. Is it possible that the teacher Wu Song and Wu Qing who painted the ship Niang are the same person? After all, the pen names are so similar, it is very possible. When he thought that he might be in the same city as Wu Qing teacher and he might have met and talked to each other, he couldn't help but get excited. Oh, why didn't I think about asking her to sign me? Lu Cheng regretted it. Lu Cheng just finished reading the magazine when the phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was the mayor's grandson Li Yuki calling. Lu Cheng has guessed why he called. Hey. Sure enough, I just listened to Li Yuki over there saying excitedly, Hey, Dr. Lu, have you seen the latest issue of Squat? Let me tell you, there is a new comic on it. It's really beautiful, la. Actually I just finished reading it. There is indeed a very good work, Lu Chengdao. It's a pity that it's too short, it's not enough to watch. Yeah, it would be nice if it could be a little more. The main thing is that there are two other new works serialized together. I have to cast it and beat the other two works. I believe the author should draw more, Li Yuki said confidently, but he also reminded Lu Cheng. Yes, it is to vote, Lu Cheng said while using his office computer to open the official website of Weekly Squat. This comic is too late to end. I am really curious about what will happen to Doin' You next. Hi. What are you talking about, Dr. Lu? Why is Doin' You? On the other end of the phone, Li Yuki noticed something was wrong. Didn't you vote for the King of Thieves? How the King of Thieves? It's very good looking, but compared with the teacher of Wu Qing, it is still a bit worse, and you can see the details. Lu Cheng taught a new driver with an old driver, said the tone. But how can Li Yuki be so persuasive? What's so good about Dragon Babu? The protagonist is as stupid as a brain-cuffed person, and he can only endure being slapped in the face. It's too wasteful, I don't like that one. Much more honorary commander. This is the beginning of the story and nothing has yet unfolded. I believe that there will be changes in Doin' You, and what do you always stare at men when you read comics? Look at the girls, how cute. I'm not interested, the woman is so troublesome. The monitor of my school is a girl and she urges me to hand in my homework every day. It's annoying. She thinks she can do whatever she wants if she is beautiful. In fact, if my dad didn't let it go, I would have found a few people. I hit her with a sack on her. Oh, I can't do it. Young man, you believe me, you will be orphaned like this. Lu Cheng wiped a cold sweat. This guy has a problem with his thoughts. Well, anyway, I am definitely supporting Teacher Yun Yan. No one would watch The Eight Dragons, okay? Hey, let's make a bet. If I win, you will. Lu Cheng smiled confidently. This kid is still too tender. He has been in the second element for nearly 20 years. Can't you see this thing? Okay, one word is for you. At the mayor's house, Li Yuki, who had been discharged from the hospital, helped a plaster and lay on the bed with a confident expression. The King of Thieves is so good looking, how could you lose? 5 days later, Song Yunwoo looked at her mobile phone on the table like a child waiting for a birthday present and walked around the table 3 times from the left to the right. Zyman, who had just come down from upstairs, met him and said, "What cult ceremony are you doing?" Song Yunwoo glared at her. "Fuck off, I'm waiting for the call, also you are still a person. Why don't you even wear a triangle?" "Oh, forgot, that was washed last night." Zyman Ching realized that she had forgotten to put on clothes and hurried back to the room. A minute later, she came down again. This time, Zyman Ching's waist is surrounded by something like grass which looks like a native of Hawaii. But people in Hawaii have coconut shells and well, coconut shells seem to be too small. "You are so weird," Song Yunwoo was already unable to complain. "This is the plastic straw skirt that I personally woven when I taught the children to do handicraft last week. How about it?" "It's Hawaiian, right?" Zyman Ching said and twisted his waist, which is not as thick as a coconut. Song Yunwoo just wanted to say something when suddenly the phone rang. She finished answering and hands-free in 1 second with extraordinary hand speed. "Hello." "Oh, so fast," was a little surprised on the other end of the phone, but he still said quickly, "Is it the dance teacher? This is Gu Yue." "Hello, Editor Gu, we are dancing love." Song Yunwoo waved to Zymanking as he said, motioning her to go with her. Gu Yue was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Or you should call Made It, you don't need to bring your last name." Song Yunwoo thought for a while, realized the problem and quickly said, "Okay, Edit." "Well, then I am calling you this time to inform you of the results of the survey." "Well, tell me." Song Yunwoo was very excited, but Zyman Ching said to her with lips, "You better not expect too much." However, Song Yunwoo was too happy to see it at all. "Gu Yuedo, well, there are 23 works published in this issue of Weekly Squat. The ranking of Tian Long Ba Bu is in the middle of novelmtl.com tilde just in the middle." Song Yunwoo patted his chest. "It's okay." "Okay, it's a good result for the first episode. By the way, what about the other 2 new works?" Gu Yue was silent for a while before saying, "I'm really not a Big Brother ranked 10th and the King of Thieves is 4th. To put it simply, they are 3 new works." He thought that Song Yun would be very disappointed, but he didn't expect that she would accept it very naturally. Well, they are two good works. It's reasonable to get such a ranking, but it's okay. I will soon catch up coming up. Gu Yue said with some surprise, "You have a good mentality, keep it up. I read the second episode of the 8 Parts of the Dragon. I have confidence in you." Okay, thank you, editor. Song Yunwoo subconsciously wanted to call Gu to edit, but he gave Gu in time. When she hung up the phone, she was still a little bit unfinished. This is Squat, not the first of the 3 new works, but the first of the entire weekly Squat. Zymanking quietly took out half of a watermelon from the refrigerator and said to her as he ate, "Then you come on. Don't say that it's not as good as you are," Song Yunwoo said. "We are the 2 of us who are dancing together. Also, do you think I can ignore you stealing my watermelon if I act like nothing? You didn't make me wear clothes." Zyman felt confident. "I am making bras. The coconut shell is too small. This is just right, pure natural and pollution-free, so great. Your blood pack is gone today." "I was wrong, boss." When the results of the reader survey of the first issue of Tianlong Babu came out, the final selection of the IG team's support songs at Station B was almost at the final stage. There are a total of 8 finalists, and Simon Love's Legend Sneverty is among them, and all the data, whether it is clicks, favorites, etc., are among the best. Under the threat of the blood bag, Zyman Ching had to agree to buy Song Yunwoo a new watermelon. Therefore, she simply took the remaining half back to the room. "This kind of thing must be on both sides. What do you want me to do if there is only half of it?" Costs Cyclops. And it's the Xingtian version. Song Yunwoo is no longer able to complain. Zyman Ching will let her go as she wants to. Anyway, she won't be seen by others at home. As for her, actually, she is used to it. If you abuse your body because of your good shape, you will be punished sooner or later. Zyman Ching twisted his waist triumphantly. It doesn't exist. She ran back to the room and opened Station B while eating watermelon. Taking a look at the ranking, Legend Sneverty ranked first among the 8 songs with 295,945 votes. Look at the second place, Don't Fall to the Blue Clouds, 274,612 with a difference of 20,000 votes. The third place is only 200,000 and there is no possibility of catching up. This wave is stable, 100,000 yuan, how should I spend it? Zyman Ching has begun to fantasize. The next day, when she was doing morning exercises with the children, the phone in her pocket vibrated. The morning exercise was halfway through and she couldn't stop, so she had to continue. As a result, her movements were a little deformed by the shock and the children swayed in the same way. So morning exercises that day danced like a flurry of demons. After was over, Zyman Ching ran to the corner and saw that it was Zai Feiyan's call. On more than one occasion, Zyman Ching kept calling without answering him and there were 8 missed calls. Isn't this guy the chairman? Why are you so free? When Zyman was in doubt, the 9th call came and she quickly picked up. Hello, Mr. Zai, what's the matter? Godmother, go to Station B and have a look, it's exploded there. Did it explode? What did it explode, TNT or N5? Zyman Ching was startled and asked subconsciously. Oh no, Zai Feiyan corrected, it was an explosion on the internet. Weibo Station B everywhere is embarrassing you. For me. Why? She was confused. Zai Feiyan was surprised and said, don't you know, your Legend Sneverty was squeezed down by not falling in blue clouds. Fans felt that there was a shady scene and this made it to the bottom of Hot Dog's Weibo. Ugh. Shady what? Oh, is my 100,000 yuan gone? The amount of information is too much and Zyman's love is a little too slow. She only understood that her 100,000 yuan flew and the second place only had a 30,000 yuan bonus, which was too far apart. I also think it's shady, Zai Feiyan said. Since yesterday evening your song data is a bit wrong and it has risen like a tortoise crawl. On the contrary, the number of votes for Don't Fall in the Blue Clouds climbed rapidly and it exceeded at 11 o'clock. Your song. Originally, fans were only suspicious, so they went to the comment section of Not Falling Blue Clouds to raise questions and discuss them in the post bar. But after the author of Not Falling Blue Clouds won the prize that night, he didn't know what was wrong. He was actually in his own Q group. You blew yourself up. The key is that there are fans of yours in that group and you posted the screenshots directly. This time the internet has completely exploded and you have all been searched on Weibo. Zyman Ching never thought that she would actually search in this way. She opened WeChat and looked at the screenshot Zai Feiyan sent to her. That is a chat log of the Q group in which a guy with the title of group owner has a total of 3 speeches. At all members, I will say that the 100,000 yuan is mine. If you don't believe it, just say it's awesome. Then what? Xing Yi Yeast is relying on artificial intelligence gimmicks, so she wants to fight with me. Hey, how many years have I been mixing at Station B? Is there my brother in there? Understand, from the beginning the first place has been destined to be mine. Although he didn't speak out about cheating too bluntly, in the eyes of netizens it is black enough. So, led by fans of Xing Yi Yeast, many keyboard men and justice fighters followed. It's not too much to watch the excitement, they don't care who gets the first place. Anyway, seeing the author of Don't Fall to the Blue Clouds is so arrogant that he can still get 100,000 yuan and feel uncomfortable, so why not give him a bit of fun? Of course, the core combat effectiveness of this incident is the fans of Ximen Qing. Although the number of fans who are fans of her song circle is not large, they are very powerful. Even on Weibo, the ID of Xing Yi Yeast was ranked 18th in the hot search. Is not very concerned about whether she can get her first Ximen Qing back. She doesn't like this kind of troublesome tearing. What she cares more about now is that because of the hot search, the data of her 2 songs ushered in a soaring. NovelMTL.com the number of fans has also unknowingly reached 450,000. This rate of increase in fans can be regarded as very good. 2 songs are almost 500,000, then I will have 2 more songs to become a big up with millions of fans. Suddenly WeChat rang again, or Zai Feiyan. Godmother, is your song ready? This time is a good opportunity. Our wild demon will support you on Weibo and then promote the theme song by the way. The effect will be very good. Not bad. Ximen thought for a while, opened WeChat and asked Xiaoguai, is my song ready? As a result, Xiaoguai replied, I sent your email yesterday, didn't you read it? I patronized playing games. Ximen Qing remembered to check his mailbox. She forwarded the song with BGM directly to Zai Feiyan. As soon as the latter received Ximen Qing's song, he immediately opened it to listen to it. Boss! It happened that his assistant knocked on the door and came in. I saw Zai Feiyan reaching out to beg her to shut up. The assistant stood in front of the office stupidly, wondering what the boss was doing. At that moment, a singing voice came from Zai Feiyan's high-end speakers. Chinese letter, Japanese 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 letter. The name of the song has been translated by Ximen Qing, and it is called Lemon. This song really interprets what is called kneeling. It comes up as a climax and brings people into a sad mood. Ximen Qing's singing skills are really powerful and his emotional appeal is as strong as that. After listening to a song, the assistant's eyes were unknowingly wet. She suddenly remembered her grandfather who had passed away half a year ago. He walked too suddenly and there was really a lot of time to say to him, just like in this song. Zai Feiyan was still worried about whether Ximen Qing wanted to change the style of the theme song, but after listening to this song he felt confident. This song, coupled with our elaborate animation, those old players can't charge me while crying. Zai Feiyan immediately said to the assistant, Xiao Wang, go and call everyone to the meeting. Xiao Wang came back to his senses and asked, Mr. Zai, who do you call? Call everyone from the propaganda department. On the same day, the wild demon formulated a series of follow-up work directions according to Zai Feiyan's request. This is actually because Ximen Qing greeted Zai Feiyan in advance, so a lot of the preliminary work has been done, so the efficiency will be so fast. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the Wild Monster official blog issued a new dynamic. The general content is to announce that the new chapter of Otaku Salvation 3 is about to be released, and then a little spoiler, these are common routines just to arouse people's curiosity. The most important thing is that at the end of this Weibo, Xing Yi Yeast is mentioned. While clarifying that she is the singer of this theme song, she also expressed a clear attitude towards the unfairness she encountered this time. Godmother is a virtual AI, very simple, just want to make the best music, please don't tarnish her with your gloom. Zai Feiyan hasn't forgotten that Ximen Qing has always emphasized that he is just a porter, and Xingyi Yeast is a virtual AI setting. This person can't collapse. This kind of deception to children may not be believed by everyone, but fans like to act with Ximen Qing. She said that she was a porter and AI was real, so everyone would, well, what you say is what you say, and pampering her like this is a tacit understanding. That night, with the help of the wild demon, this incident really made the headlines. Hot Dog Brother also spoke on his Weibo, "Do you think my money is easy to cheat?" Although there is no clear at who, everyone can see that he is really angry. The B station official actually intervened in the investigation as soon as possible. It is not difficult to find out which insider is the inner ghost. After all, there are only a few people who can manipulate the data. The amount of 100,000 involved is already very serious. If it is really pursued, it is possible to go to jail. Not everyone has this ability to resist stress and can't admit it. But the headache of Station B now is that because of this scum, all of them seem to be villains, and how to restore the image is the key point. And although the evidence this time is solid, it is hard to guarantee that there will be a similar event next time, and some people will buy the Navy and spread rumors when they are dissatisfied with their ranking. Anyway, Station B has been labeled as fake, and it will be difficult to win the trust of others. Those keyboard guys on the internet have no brains. As long as this incident is taken out, it will always be the fault of Station B in the future. If you put the culprit out, they will say that they are temporary workers and they can attack them anyway. Hesitate to hesitate, and the matter was dragged on to the next day. In the end, the leaders above knew about it and scolded these guys severely. "Are you all shabby? I'm afraid of this and that, so I don't have to admit my mistakes. Honestly, hang up the matter and believe it. If you don't believe that it's someone else's business, you don't need to worry about it. I will communicate with Hot Dog Brother. Besides, I will contact Xingyi Yeast to make some compensation for her and give her a place for the New Year's festival." After Ximen sent a song to Zai Feiyan, he basically ignored it and played the game as usual, sucking blood to sleep as usual, as if she was not the party involved. When she got off work the next day, she received an official call from Station B. This is the phone number she filled in when she registered. "Hey. Hello, is it Xingyi Yeast?" "No. Hi. I called the wrong number." "Yes, but I am not Xingyi Yeast, I am just a porter. Xingyi Yeast is AI and can't answer the phone." If Zai Feiyan hears this, he will definitely have to complain. "How do you forget when you communicate with me? What about this person? This is too casual, right?" Okay, it took a long time for the call to relax. "That's it. Regarding the IG support song event, we have caused you a loss due to our work error. We are very sorry for that." After a routine, Ximen Qing probably figured out what the other party meant. Apologize, right? Is there compensation? Yes, we will cancel the qualification of "Don't Fall to the Blue Clouds" and move forward in order according to the existing rankings, so Xingyi Yeast will win the first place. That means my 100,000 yuan is back again, right? Ximen Qing didn't insist on personal setting at this time. "Okay, you can make money, I should have filled in the bank card information." Chinese letter, www can't you? Hearing these straightforward words, the people at Station B were also speechless, so they had to euphemistically mention that Ximen Qing could help clarify and suppress the development of the matter. Ximen Love is naturally happy to sell a favor. After all, she will still be in Station B in the future. She has no intentions to build another website and fight with Station B. This kind of secondary too is too troublesome. The other thing is, I don't know if you have time to attend this year's New Year's Eve. If you can, we hope you can prepare an original song. New Year's greetings, of course I have time, I will prepare the song. I will contact you at that time. Ximen Qing answered in seconds. The original song for the New Year's Eve at Station B, haha, is there anything more suitable than that? This chapter is more powerful, maybe I copied it. That evening, Station B gave a statement, stating that it was a personal behavior and had nothing to do with their entire website. The ranking has also been readjusted, and it is stated that the way of competition will be changed in the future to prevent such things from happening again. As expected, those who mocked them for losing part-time jobs appeared. But Zyman Ching also followed up and posted a dynamic, expressing the hope that everyone will not make things worse. Sing Yi Yeast is an AI that likes to sing and is unwilling to become a condiment. At the end, I also mentioned a new song. As a result, the fans of Zyman Ching began to die, and the remaining piece of loose sand, although they still wanted to do something, was suppressed by the fans of Zyman Ching. The situation has improved visible to the naked eye, but the biggest beneficiary of this incident is not Zyman Ching, but the Wild Demon Company that took the opportunity to greatly take advantage of the heat. All the players of Otaku Salvation 3 began to discuss the content of the new chapter, and the effect of this promotion is simply better than spending dozens of millions. This morning, Chin Yuya went downstairs to pick up a glass of water to drink and saw a big white asterisk dangling in the hallway. Puff, she sprayed it at that time. Sister Zyman, did you finally even want the last fig leaf? Huh, Zyman King, who was squatting on the ground, looked back. It's you. I opened the courier, you, huh. When she was halfway through talking, she suddenly stared at Chin Yuya with a weird expression. Chin Yuya was so grossly seen by her, she subconsciously lowered her head to look at herself. What's wrong? Is there anything weird about me? It's nothing. Zyman Ching continued to turn around to open the courier. Ru Yao, I recently made a little money, let's go to the beach together. My name is Yuya, you can call it right, Chin Yuya wondered. Sister Zyman, when are you so generous? The seaside, isn't Zyakong City just near the sea? Are you planning to take me to sea by bus? The sea. You just look down on me, I mean to go to the south, Zyman Ching said as she took out a set of bunny girl clothes from her mail bag and put it on, and then naturally put on her bunny ears and headbands, for example. Zanya. Compared to traveling, I would like to know why you wear this at home. Chin Yuya looked at Zyman Ching's long legs with charming lines outlined by black silk and had no idea whether she should complain or envy her. I can't be a gangster if I don't wear it, Zyman Ching said solemnly. I still have to be a little bit ashamed. I think you are the least qualified to say this. Zyman Ching's eyes inadvertently glanced over Chin Yuyao's head, and when she saw that the pair of beast ears on it gradually became transparent, she continued. Anyway, everyone will go, so please take a vacation and come together. It's a human being, or it's the most comfortable to travel on a working day. Well, I'll try it, Chin Yuya thought about it. In fact, she is a newcomer. It is not very good to ask for leave soon after work, but she has the credit for bringing work cell to Mars Squat, so the seniors have taken good care of her. The key is to live here for a few months. She really likes everyone. Whether it's Zyman Ching, Song Yunwoo, Zaya Aguai, Damonzi, everyone treats her very well, just like her family, so she doesn't feel the loneliness of renting a house. This time it was Zyman Ching who took the initiative to pay for a treat, so naturally she would not refuse. Well, I'll talk to the charterer. Wait, you just wear this? Chin Yuya felt that Zyman Ching would be trained by Song Yunwoo 80% of the time. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. However, after Zyman Ching went to the second floor, she soon came down with Song Yunwoo and there was no sign of being scolded at all. What, is it because Sister Yunwoo likes bunny girls? Chin Yuya was still wondering and found that Song Yunwoo was staring at her with a strange light shining in her eyes. What happened to you today? Why are you staring at me all the time? Chin Yuya felt uncomfortable as if his clothes had been stripped. Song Yunwoo closed her eyes and opened them again after a while, smiling and saying to her, Yuyo, do you want to come and play together? Is there any place you want to go? Don't listen to this idiot zombie. She goes to the beach mainly. I want to see a bikini. Chin Yuya wanted to say what she likes, but when she saw Zyman Ching's look disappointed, she said, let's go to the beach, I think it's good. Zyman Ching's face turned from cloudy to clear for an instant, and a bright smile appeared. Ru Yao is really a good person. Xiaoguai also came over at this time and said to Chin Yuya, I can teach you how to surf. You can surf, Xiaoguai? Chin Yuya looked at Xiaoguai, who was less than 1.4 meters tall, and asked in surprise. She wondered if Xiaoguai could afford a surfboard. Gate Zai leaned over and said, as long as Xiaoguai is good at water-related, you can rest assured she is our lifeguard this time. Lifeguard? Chin Yuya was taken aback. Song Yunwoo sighed, neither idiot zombies nor the gate can swim, so I just want to go to the beach. I really don't know what I think. It's not that I can't swim, Zyminking emphasized, I just don't like getting into the water. Qin Yuyao then realized that this family is all weird, and it's not just the appearance that you can tell the ability. Then please, Xiaoguai, she smiled and touched Xiaoguai's head. Don't worry, Xiaoguai clenched his fists and said solemnly. Song Yunwoo spit out, don't you always say that you are a killer, why are you so willing to be a lifeguard? Xiaogu replied. Rent in return. Ximen Qing got paid from the Wild Demon Company, Xi Feiyan was kind, and 30,000 yuan was after tax. As agreed, she paid off the rent for half a year to Xiaoguai, so in order to repay her, Xiaoguai agreed to act as a lifeguard while traveling. The family agreed to travel the next day and each took leave. Song Yunwoo simply handed over the sketches of the two comics to Gu Yue and Kyan Lai www.novelmtl.com. Ximen Qing used all of his paid holiday this year, and Damon Zai acted as a boy. Of parents, it is easy to get a vacation from the school. As for herself, it would be easier. She is a fish-catching doctor and it is not her turn to have an operation in a month, so it is not easy to ask for a leave. Qin Yuyao got a vacation without any accident. She has been doing very well since her work and she has such a big achievement as working cell. The editor-in-chief of the editorial department is not a devil, so she was granted a 7-day leave. The next day, 5 people gathered at the gate of Ziliang and Vizhuang. Ximen Qing was still tightly wrapped and they were holding an umbrella. Then, let's go. Song Yunwoo finished shouting the slogan and drove from the gate Zai, and the group set off for the airport. They are traveling here and comic magazines are still on sale. In the first issue, The King of Thieves topped the list and The Babu of Heavenly Dragon was the bottom. But this issue, Dragon will usher in an outbreak. Because Duan Yu was forced to fall off the cliff by a pair of dog men and women on his way to the Valley of 10,000 Tribulations after taking the 7-day broken heartbreaker. As a result, he met Sister Shengxian by chance and obtained 2 masterpieces, Beiming Shenggong and Lingbo Microstep. Although this kind of falling off a cliff and picking up treasures is an old routine, but because his first words are really useless, so readers are looking forward to his explosion. This adventure is undoubtedly just scratching everyone's minds. Get a horse? Furthermore, Song Yunwoo's jade sculpture of the fairy sister has also been painted as beautiful as a fairy, which is heart-pounding. Lu Cheng recognized the fairy sister as soon as she saw the fairy sister. I knew it. Teacher Wuking, do you still say that you are not Wu Song? This fairy sister is clearly the ship Empress Zeh. As soon as the second episode of Tianlong Babu came out, it immediately aroused many discussions. After all, the first chapter described Duan Yu as a wasteful person. She is a waste person. Readers who like to substitute themselves as the protagonist naturally feel aggrieved, and at the same time envy him for being so affectionate with Zhang Ling. The second chapter reveals the truth about boundless Jade Bai, which is extremely terrifying to ponder. Back then, just a few light and shadow of practicing swords could create an immeasurable sword sect. One can imagine what kind of superior people lived here, and this compelling style went up all at once. In terms of pretense, Jin's martial arts has always been no weaker than others. Similar to the sunflower treasure in Swordsman, it is also invincible for later generations to comprehend a fragment which gives people an impression of the original. Infinite improvement. And the setting of knocking 1,000 times is also ingenious. It not only made Duan Yu a treasure but also gave readers the psychological hint that he got the treasure should be, but if you don't kowtow, you may miss it. Such a setting does not make people think that the author forced the protagonist to open the hook, but he obtained it through hard work. This cool point is very reasonable. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to figure out such details. Generally speaking, readers will only feel very happy and can't help but want to keep watching when they read it, so when they find that there is no below, they will feel a sense of loss. Why is it so short? Lee Yuki put down the magazine with a gloomy expression. This masked girl just came out and it's over. I want to see if she is the same as another ship girl. The one who impressed him the most by saying this is undoubtedly Sister Shengxian. Song Yunwoo didn't deliberately want to use people around her as a template, but the persona of Sister Shengxian is too exaggerated. Just a jade sculpture will make people obsessed. She thought about it and the face of Simon's love appeared in her mind. As a result, I only found out that this fairy sister was extremely similar to Ximen's love after I drew it out. Lee Yuki has always treasured the ship Nyang, licked, oh no, read it dozens of times, and naturally recognized the fairy sister who is extremely similar to the Zih at a glance. The visual impact of seeing the fairy sister at first glance made him have the illusion that she is the most beautiful woman in the world. He feels that he is in love. Compared with a 3D woman, it is really better to be a paper man. How can real people be so beautiful, and they can also teach peerless magic? When he was talking like this, the door of the room was suddenly opened, and his mother came in. Zio-chi, your classmates came to see you. Lee Yuki was taken aback. Unexpectedly a classmate would come to see him. He was forcibly stuffed into the city's key high school by his grandfather. Surrounded by classmates with good grades, he couldn't play with a poor student at all. He didn't bother to communicate with those who looked down on him. Alone, contacting the second dimension is also an opportunity. He didn't want to understand why his classmates would come to see him. Is it an old classmate from junior high school? Just when he was puzzled, he saw a beautiful girl with white skin coming in. Seeing her, Lee Yuki showed an expression of disgust for the first time. Because this woman is the squad leader who he mentioned with Liu Cheng on the phone and wanted to have a sack. How did you come? Sengsin took off the backpack she was carrying and said to him, I will help you with your homework, otherwise you will not be able to keep up in the future. What hate or grudge do I have with you? My legs are broken, you don't let me go, want me to study, you kill me. Lee Yuki walked on the bed, showing a salted fish expression. Sen Zin pursed her mouth quietly, then walked over and took away the weekly squat he put on the bedside. It's useless to escape, I will supervise you every day from now on. It is because of injuries that you should be better off. Study well. I don't want it. Lee Yuki issued a call for help to his mother. Mom, you should kick her out. Pop, a slipper flew over and hit Lee Yuki's face directly. Why did I give birth to you, such a silly son? Classmate Xioxin has worked hard for you. If he is not obedient, pinch his waist. There is a wound that is not healed and it hurts. I will prepare cakes for you. Bye. In the evening, Sen Zin came home and saw the weekly squat in her backpack. She reacted, oh no, I accidentally brought his book back. Forget it, I will return it to him tomorrow. She put the magazine on the coffee table and went to prepare dinner. Sen Zin's adoptive father, Sen Kaienshin, is a policeman, and he was too busy to leave early and return late, so she started to take care of the housework when she was a little older. On this day, Sen Kaienshin went home earlier than usual. I'm back, Sen Kaienshin shouted into the kitchen as soon as he got home. Daughter, what are you eating tonight? Boiled eggplant, garlic amaranth, and your favorite borscht. Haha, that's really looking forward to it. Sen Kaienshin pounced on the sofa, like a salted fish that doesn't want to move. www.novelmtl.com. What is this? He took a look at the magazine on the coffee table and tears burst into his eyes. Your daughter, you have changed and you can actually read this kind of book. Dad is so relieved. Said he opened the magazine and looked at it casually. He reads this kind of juvenile magazine as an adult and naturally many of them are unappetizing, but The King of Thieves is not bad. The police boss is actually the setting of the big boss, which makes him very emotional. This seems to be very fun. Should I also take a guest role in Thieves? Those newcomers are really lazy recently. One by one, hiding in the office and playing with mobile phones, it's good to put a little pressure on them. Then he turned down again. When he turned to the page of the fairy sister, his expression was like this. Some sign Japanese letter degrees de degrees. It's her, it must be her. The sneeze. As soon as he got off the plane, Ximen Qing sneezed heavily. Oh my god, who is thinking of me? Think of a ball, this is pure retribution that you usually like to run around at home naked. Song Yunwoo vomited. Impossible, I'm a zombie, how could I have a cold? It doesn't exist. Ximen Qing said and sneezed again. Akyu. Akyu. You must have a cold. Song Yunwoo leaned over and put his forehead against Ximen Qing's forehead. Look, you all have a fever, go to the hotel and lie down. Oh, Ximen said reluctantly. I haven't seen the beauty in bikini yet. Such a big sun, you are quite a corpse if you go, and our country's beaches compared to bikini girls. You have a greater chance of seeing a swimsuit ant. Song Yunwoo directly embraced Ximen Qing with a princess. Tucked into a taxi. Ximen had a fever and he was lying on the bed in a daze with a blood bag from Song Yunwoo in his mouth, aggrieved. With the money I spent, I finally came to the beach so I could only stay in the hotel. What kind of tragic script is this? Although Qin Yuyao also wanted to complain, it turns out that monsters can also catch colds. She still comforted her. Sister Ximen, or I will stay and take care of you. I'm okay, Ximen Qing said weakly. Since I'm here, it's fun. I have a cold and it's not a serious illness. I don't need to be with you all the time. Song Yunwoo also followed. Yuyao, you go to play with Damon, Zaire Aguai and others. I will watch this idiot zombie. But Sister Yunwoo, don't you have to go to play? Qin Yuyao said. Should we take turns to take care of Sister Ximen? Oh, Yuyao, you don't have to worry about her. Gate Zai pulled her out. Yunwoo has a private island in her house and she's tired of playing with beaches a long time ago. It's not bad this time. Xiaoguai also nodded. I want to eat shaved ice. So the three people left the hotel, leaving only Ximen Qing and Song Yunwoo in the room. Song Yunwoo took an apple and prepared to peel it, only to see Ximen Qing looking at herself hopefully. Didn't the blood packs be given to you? What do you want to do when you look at me with that kind of showy eyes? One package is not enough. I am sick now and I am so hungry. Can you bear to abuse the sick number? Ximen said pitifully. As a result, Song Yunwoo put the apple in her hand directly, then got up and left. Of course, the blood packs brought out this time are limited. If you don't want to get hungry later, just bear with me. Oh, Ximen Qing made an Erkang hand action. Chartered woman, don't abandon me. My mother go by Sophie. Song Yunwoo got out of the hotel, immediately took out his mobile phone, opened the address book and called Dad. On the other side, after Qin Yuyao's persuasion from the Gate Zai and Zaire Aguai, she also wanted to open. It was not a big deal for ordinary people to catch a cold, not to mention the zombie Ximen Qing. At most it was just a rest. So she was quickly attracted by the seaside scenery. Ximen's love is pretty good. Come to play on weekdays, the experience is indeed much better than holidays. There are few people and empty space, so there is no need to line up everywhere. Zai Aguai started to teach Qin Yuyao to surf as agreed, but Damon Zai, who can't swim, sits on the beach and puts sunscreen on herself. Damon Zaiban is a big beauty, especially her legs are more beautiful than those of the model. At this time, sitting on the rampant beach of the ant and wearing a asterisk swimsuit naturally attracted the attention of many men. Mao Fengtai and Du Yu are two of these men, by the way. Hey Lao Tai, look over there, look at that leg, tut tut, I can play for a year. Mao Fengtai couldn't even care about the ice cream in his hand, his eyes staring straight at the door. Purple Du Yushun glanced at him and then lost interest. Cut, old lady. Where are you getting old? It looks like it's only 30, which is the most flavorful time. What is it that someone over 15 years old is not an old woman? Du Yushun said with disdain, but at this time Zaire Aguai came back with Qin Yuyao and his eyes couldn't move away in an instant. Angel. I saw the angel. Brother, get up. Go, go, go. The two hit it off immediately, planning to have a chat in the past. Beauty, do you want to help put on sunscreen? The two people walked to the gate and said in what they thought were handsome poses. The three girls glanced at them and then continued to talk. I'm a little hungry, why don't you go for something to eat? I want to eat a hamburger. Zaio Aguai's eyes were shining, and I heard that I recently went to Colonel Ki's shop to eat hamburgers and get toys. Damon Zeke said, what kind of burger? I want to drink some wine. Qin Yuyao hurriedly said, let's forget the wine, I don't think it's good to drink in broad daylight. Tian knows what things will happen if Damon Zai gets drunk here. Maybe the headline tomorrow is Sanya's surprise appearance of the skeleton pirate. Mao Fengtai did not give up and continued to move up and said, a few beauties, we know that there is a very good bar, why don't we entertain guests? Yes, yes, Du Yushun stared at Zaio Aguai and added, you can also order food directly over there and let the boss make hamburgers. Oh. Really? Damon Zai showed interest. Are you really a treat? Of course, Mao Zaiodai patted his chest, showing a lavish look. That's fine, Dean Zai said. Let's change our clothes and come. Can you go there and order good food and wait for us to come? No problem, no problem. The two were overjoyed and ran away quickly. Beauty, we are waiting for you. Until the two disappeared, Chin Yuyao asked, Sister Demon, it's not good to promise others so casually. Damon Zai shrugged. They didn't tell us where the store is, isn't it reasonable that we can't go there? Chin Yuyao reacted, Yu reading www Kanshu. Those two guys were fooled, it's just too cheating, right? Didn't those two guys notice? Let's go quickly, Damon Zai urged, it won't be good to find them after they react. So the three of them ran in the other direction, as if they had done something bad. They did not eat hamburgers but ate local seafood, played until dark, and when she returned to the hotel, Chin Yuyao also packed a lot of things to bring to Ximen Qing. Since she can't go out, at least bring some food to let her experience the style of Sanya. As a result, as soon as they entered the room, they felt a heat wave on their faces. Is it necessary to turn on the hot air conditioner in such warm weather here? Chin Yuyao wondered. Zai glanced at the control panel on the wall and said, the air conditioner is off. Why is that so hot? Zai Aguai and Damonzi hurriedly walked inside and saw that Ximenking was lying on the bed profusely with sweat, looking uncomfortable. The temperature in the room seems to be caused by her. Sister Ximen, are you okay? Chin Yuyao hurried over to check, but only when she met Ximenking's hand was shrunk back from the heat. It's hot. Big sister, what's wrong with her? Gate Zai went over to check it and said, I don't know, go and ask Yunwu, she should know. But what about Sister Yunwu? Chin Yuyao was worried in her heart and immediately took out her mobile phone and walked to the door. The room was so hot, I'll call Sister Yunwu. After a while, Damon Zai suddenly realized something, and when he walked out the door, Chin Yuyao was gone. Oops, little boy, go get her back, she can't run around at this time.